The Virginians, William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 21 Samaritans. Lest any tender-hearted reader should be in alarm for Mr. Harry Warrington's safety, and fancy that his broken-kneed horse had carried him altogether out of this life and history, let us set our mind easy at the beginning of this chapter by assuring her that nothing very serious has happened. How can we afford to kill off our heroes, when they are scarcely out of their teens, and we have not reached the age of manhood of the story? We are in mourning already for one of our Virginians, who has come to grief in America. Surely we cannot kill off the other in England. No, no. Heroes are not dispatched with such hurry and violence unless there is a cogent reason for making away with them. Were a gentleman to perish every time a horse came down with him, not only the hero, but the author of this chronicle would have gone underground, whereas the former is but sprawling outside it, and will be brought to life again as soon as he has been carried into the house where Madame de Bernstein's servants have rung the bell. And to convince you that at least this youngest of the Virginians is still alive, here is an authentic copy of a letter from the lady into whose house he was taken after his fall from Mr. Will's brute of a broken-kneed horse, and in whom he appears to have found a kind friend. To Mrs. Esmond Warrington, of Castlewood, at her house at Richmond, in Virginia. If Mrs. Esmond Warrington of Virginia can call to mind 23 years ago, when Miss Rachel Esmond was at Kensington boarding school, she may perhaps remember Miss Molly Benson, her classmate, who has forgotten all the little quarrels which they used to have together, in which Miss Molly was very often in the wrong, and only remembers the generous, high-spirited, sprightly Miss Esmond, the Princess Pocahontas, to whom so many of our schoolfellows paid court. Dear Madam, I cannot forget that you were dear Rachel once upon a time, as I was your dearest Molly. Though we parted not very good friends when you went home to Virginia, yet you know how fond we once were. I still, Rachel, have the gold statue your papa gave me when he came to our speech day at Kensington, and we too performed the quarrel of Brutus and Cassius out of Shakespeare, and 'twas only yesterday morning I was dreaming that we were both called up to say our lesson before the awful Miss Hardwood, and that I did not know it, and that as usual Miss Rachel Esmond went above me. How well remember those old days are! How young we grow as we think of them! I remember our walks and our exercises, our good king and queen as they walked in Kensington Gardens, and their court following them, whilst we of Miss Hardwood's school curtsied in a row. I can tell still what we had for dinner on each day of the week, and point to the place where your garden was, which was always so much better kept than mine. So was Miss Esmond's chest of drawers a model of neatness, whilst mine were in a sad condition. Do you remember how we used to tell stories in the dormitory, and Madame Hibou, the French governess, would come out of bed and interrupt us with her hooting? Have you forgot the poor dancing master, who told us he had been waylaid by assassins, but who was beaten, it appears, by my lord your brother's footman? My dear, your cousin, the Lady Maria Esmond, her papa was, I think, but Viscount Castlewood in those times, has just been on a visit to this house, where you may be sure I did not recall those sad times to her remembrance, about which I am now chattering to Mrs. Esmond. Her ladyship has been staying here, and another relative of yours, the Baroness of Bernstein, and the two ladies are both gone on to Tunbridge Wells, but another and dearer relative still remains in my house, and is sound asleep, I trust, in the very next room, and the name of this gentleman is Mr. Henry Esmond Warrington. Now, do you understand how you come to hear from an old friend? Do not be alarmed, dear madam. I know you are thinking at this moment, my boy is ill. That is why Miss Molly Benson writes to me. No, my dear, Mr. Warrington was ill yesterday, but today he is very comfortable, and our doctor, who is no less a person than my dear husband, Colonel Lambert, has blooded him, has set his shoulder, which was dislocated, and pronounces that in 2 days more Mr. Warrington will be quite ready to take the road. I fear I and my girls are sorry that he is so soon to be well. Yesterday evening, as we were at tea, there came a great ringing at our gate, which disturbed us all, as the bell very seldom sounds in this quiet place, unless a passing beggar pulls it for charity, and the servants, running out, returned with the news, that a young gentleman, who had a fall from his horse, was lying lifeless on the road, surrounded by the friends in whose company he was travelling. At this, my colonel, who is sure the most Samaritan of men, hastens away, to see how he can serve the fallen traveller, and presently, with the aid of the servants, and followed by 2 ladies, brings into the house such a pale, lifeless, beautiful, young man. Ah, my dear, how I rejoice to think that your child has found shelter and succor under my roof. That my husband has saved him from pain and fever, and has been the means of restoring him to you and health. We shall be friends again now, shall we not? I was very ill last year, and 'twas even thought I should die. Do you know, that I often thought of you then, and how you had parted from me in anger so many years ago. I began then a foolish note to you, which I was too sick to finish, to tell you that if I went the way appointed for us all, I should wish to leave the world in charity with every single being I had known in it. Your cousin, the Right Honourable Lady Maria Esmond, showed a great deal of maternal tenderness and concern for her young kinsman after his accident. I am sure she hath a kind heart. The Baroness de Bernstein, who is of an advanced age, could not be expected to feel so keenly as we young people, but was, nevertheless, very much moved and interested until Mr. Warrington was restored to consciousness, when she said she was anxious to get on towards Tunbridge, whither she was bound, and was afraid of all things to lie in a place where there was no doctor at hand. My Esculapius laughingly said, he would not offer to attend upon a lady of quality, though he would answer for his young patient. Indeed, the Colonel, during his campaigns, has had plenty or practice in accidents of this nature, and I am certain, were we to call in all the faculty for 20 miles round, Mr. Warrington could get no better treatment. So, leaving the young gentleman to the care of me and my daughters, the Baroness and her ladyship took their leave of us, the latter very loath to go. When he is well enough, my colonel will ride with him as far as Westerham, but on his own horses, where an old army comrade of Mr. Lambert's resides. And, as this letter will not take the post for Falmouth until, by God's blessing, your son is well and perfectly restored, you need be under no sort of alarm for him whilst under the roof of Madame, your affectionate, humble servant, Mary Lambert. P.S. Thursday. I am glad to hear, Mr. Warrington's coloured gentleman hath informed our people of the gratifying circumstance, that Providence hath blessed Mrs. Esmond with such vast wealth, and with an heir so likely to do credit to it. Our present means are amply sufficient, but will be small when divided amongst our survivors. Ah, dear Madame, I have heard of your calamity of last year. Though the Colonel and I have reared May children, 5, we have lost 2, and a mother's heart can feel for yours. I own to you, mine yearned to your boy today, when, in a manner inexpressibly affecting to me and Mr. Lambert, he mentioned his dear brother. 'Tis impossible to see your son, and not to love and regard him. I am thankful that it has been our lot to succour him in his trouble, and that in receiving the stranger within our gates we should be giving hospitality to the son of an old friend. Nature has written a letter of credit upon some men's faces, which is honoured almost wherever presented. Harry Warrington's countenance was so stamped in his youth. His eyes were so bright, his cheeks so red and healthy, his looks so frank and open, that almost all who beheld him, nay, even those who cheated him, trusted him. Nevertheless, as we have hinted, the lad was by no means the artless stripling he seemed to be. He was knowing enough with all his blushing cheeks, perhaps more wily and wary than he grew to be in after age. Sure, a shrewd and generous man, who has led an honest life and has no secret blushes for his conscience, grows simpler as he grows older, arrives at his sum of right by more rapid processes of calculation, learns to eliminate false arguments more readily, and hits the mark of truth with less previous trouble of aiming, and disturbance of mind. Or is it only a senile delusion, that some of our vanities are cured with our growing years, and that we become more just in our perceptions of our own and our neighbours' shortcomings? I would humbly suggest that young people, though they look prettier, have larger eyes, and not near so many wrinkles about their eyelids, are often as artful as some of their elders. What little monsters of cunning your frank schoolboys are! How they cheat mamma! How they hoodwink papa! How they humbug the housekeeper! How they cringe to the big boy for whom they fag at school! What a long lie and 5 years' hypocrisy and flattery is their conduct towards Dr. Birch. And the little boy's sisters? Are they any better, and is it only after they come out in the world that the little darlings learn a trick or two? You may see, by the above letter of Mrs. Lambert, that she, like all good women, and, indeed, almost all bad women, was a sentimental person, and, as she looked at Harry Warrington laid in her best bed, after the Colonel had bled him and clapped in his shoulder, as holding by her husband's hand she beheld the lad in a sweet slumber, murmuring a faint inarticulate word or two in his sleep, a faint blush quivering on his cheek, she owned he was a pretty lad indeed, and confessed with a sort of compunction that neither of her 2 boys, Jack who was at Oxford, and Charles who was just gone back to school after the Bartholomew-tide holidays, was half so handsome as the Virginian. What a good figure the boy had! And when papa bled him, his arm was as white as any lady's. Yes, as you say, Jack might have been as handsome but for the smallpox, and as for Charlie always took after his papa, my dear Molly, said the Colonel, looking at his own honest face in a little looking-glass with a cut border and a japanned frame, by which the chief guests of the worthy gentleman and lady had surveyed their patches and powder, or shaved their hospitable beards. Did I say so, my love? Whispered Mrs. Lambert, looking rather scared. No, but you thought so, Mrs. Lambert. How can you tell one's thoughts so, Martin? Asks the lady. Because I am a conjurer, and because you tell them yourself, my dear, answered her husband. Don't be frightened. He won't wake after the draught I gave him. Because you never see a young fellow but you are comparing him with your own. Because you never hear of one but you are thinking which of our girls he shall fall in love with and marry. Don't be foolish, sir, says the lady, putting a hand up to the colonel's lips. They have softly trodden out of their guest's bedchamber by this time, and are in the adjoining dressing closet, a snug little wainscoted room looking over gardens, with India curtains, more Japan chests and cabinets, a treasure of china, and a most refreshing odor of fresh lavender. You can't deny it, Mrs. Lambert, the colonel resumes. As you were looking at the young gentleman just now, you were thinking to yourself, which of my girls will he marry? Shall it be Theo, or shall it be Hester? And then you thought of Lucy who is at boarding school. There is no keeping anything from you, Martin Lambert, sighs the wife. There is no keeping it out of your eyes, my dear. What is this burning desire all you women have for selling and marrying your daughters? We men don't wish to part with them. I am sure, for my part, I should not like yonder young fellow half as well if I thought he intended to carry one of my darlings away with him. Sure, Martin, I have been so happy myself, says the fond wife and mother, looking at her husband with her very best eyes, that I must wish my girls to do as I have done, and be happy, too. Then you think good husbands are common, Mrs. Lambert, and that you may walk any day into the road before the house and find one shot out at the gate like a sack of coals? Wasn't it providential, sir, that this young gentleman should be thrown over his horse's head at our very gate, and that he should turn out to be the son of my old schoolfellow and friend? Asked the wife. There is something more than accident in such cases, depend upon that, Mr. Lambert, and this was the stranger you saw in the candle 3 nights running, I suppose, and in the fire, too, sir. Twice a coal jumped out close by Theo. You may sneer, sir, but these things are not to be despised. Did I not see you distinctly coming back from Minorca, and dream of you at the very day and hour when you were wounded in Scotland? How many times have you seen me wounded, when I had not a scratch, my dear? How many times have you seen me ill when I had no sort of hurt? You are always prophesying, and 'twere very hard on you if you were not sometimes right. Come. Let us leave our guest asleep comfortably, and go down and give the girls their French lesson. So saying, the honest gentleman put his wife's arm under his, and they descended together the broad oak staircase of the comfortable old hall, round which hung the effigies of many foregone Lamberts, worthy magistrates, soldiers, country gentlemen, as was the colonel whose acquaintance we have just made. The colonel was a gentleman of pleasant, waggish humour. The French lesson which he and his daughters conned together was a scene out of Monsieur Molière's comedy of Tartuffe, and Papa was pleased to be very facetious with Miss Theo, by calling her madam, and by treating her with a great deal of mock respect and ceremony. The girls read together with their father a scene or two of his favourite author, nor were they less modest in those days, though their tongues were a little more free, and Papa was particularly arch and funny as he read from Organ's part in that celebrated play, Organ. Or sus, nous voilà bien. Jai, Marianne, en vous recoude tout temps un esprit assis du, et de tout temps aussi vous m'avez it Marianne. Je suis fort redevable à cette mort d'après, Organ. Fort bien. Que dites-vous de Tartuffe notre hôte, Marianne? Qui? Moi, Organ. Vous? Voyez bien comme vous répondres, Marianne. Hellas. Chenderai, moi, tout ce que vous voudres. Mademoiselle Marianne laughs and blushes in spite of herself, whilst reading this line, Organ. Cursed par l'assagement. Dites-moi donc, Marfil, tout sa person un hort mérite brille, quil touche votre cœur, et quil vous serot du de la voir parment choix divin votre époux. Have we not read the scene prettily, Elmire? Says the colonel, laughing, and turning round to his wife. Elmira prodigiously admired Organ's reading, and so did his daughters, and almost everything besides which Mr. Lambert said or did. Canst thou, O friendly reader, count upon the fidelity of an artless and tender heart or two, and reckon among the blessings which heaven hath bestowed on thee the love of faithful women? Purify thine own heart, and try to make it worthy theirs. On thy knees, give thanks for the blessing awarded thee. All the prizes of life are nothing compared to that one. All the rewards of ambition, wealth, pleasure, only vanity and disappointment grasped at greedily and fought for fiercely, and, over again, found worthless by the weary winners. but love seems to survive life, and to reach beyond it. I think we take it with us past the grave. Do we not still give it to those who have left us? May we not hope that they feel for us, and that we shall leave it here in one or two fond bosoms, when we also are gone? And whence, or how, or why, pray, this sermon? You see, I know more about this Lambert family than you do to whom I am just presenting them, as how should you who never heard of them before? You may not like my friends, very few people do like strangers to whom they are presented with an outrageous flourish of praises on the part of the introducer. You say, quite naturally, what? Is this all? Are these the people he is so fond of? Why, the girl's not a beauty, the mother is good-natured, and may have been good-looking once, but she has no trace of it now, and, as for the father, he is quite an ordinary man. Granted, but don't you acknowledge that the sight of an honest man, with an honest, loving wife by his side, and surrounded by loving and obedient children, presents something very sweet and affecting to you? If you are made acquainted with such a person, and see the eager kindness of the fond faces round about him, and that pleasant confidence and affection which beams from his own, do you mean to say you are not touched and gratified? If you happen to stay in such a man's house, and at morning or evening see him and his children and domestics gather together in a certain name, do you not join humbly in the petitions of those servants, and close them with a reverent amen? That first night of his stay at Oakhurst, Harry Warrington, who had had a sleeping potion, and was awake sometimes rather feverish, thought he heard the evening hymn, and that his dearest brother George was singing it at home, in which delusion the patient went off again to sleep. Chapter 22. In hospital, sinking into a sweet slumber, and lulled by those harmonious sounds, our young patient passed a night of pleasant unconsciousness, and awoke in the morning to find a summer sun streaming in at the window, and his kind host and hostess smiling at his bed curtains. He was ravenously hungry, and his doctor permitted him straightway to partake of a mess of chicken, which the doctor's wife told him had been prepared by the hands of one of her daughters. One of her daughters? A faint image of a young person, of two young persons with red cheeks and black waving locks, smiling round his couch, and suddenly departing thence, soon after he had come to himself, arose in the young man's mind. Then, there returned the remembrance of a female lovely, it is true, but more elderly, certainly considerably older, and with oh, horror and remorse. He writhed with anguish, as a certain recollection crossed him. An immense gulf of time gaped between him and the past. How long was it since he had heard that those pearls were artificial, that those golden locks were only pinchbeck? A long, long time ago, when he was a boy, an innocent boy. Now he was a man, quite an old man. He had been bled copiously, he had a little fever, he had had nothing to eat for very many hours, he had a sleeping draught, and a long, deep slumber after. What is it, my dear child? Cries kind Mrs. Lambert, as he started. Nothing, madame, a twinge in my shoulder, said the lad. I speak to my host and hostess? Sure, you have been very kind to me, we are old friends, Mr. Warrington. My husband, Colonel Lambert, knew your father, and I and your mamma were schoolgirls together at Kensington. You were no stranger to us when your aunt and cousin told us who you were. Are they here? Asked Harry, looking a little blank. They must have lain at Tunbridge Wells last night. They sent a horseman from Reigate yesterday for news of you. Ah, I remember, says Harry, looking at his bandaged arm. I have made a good cure of you, Mr. Warrington. And now Mrs. Lambert and the cook must take charge of you. Nay, Theo prepared the chicken and rice, Mr. Lambert, said the lady. Will Mr. Warrington get up after he has had his breakfast? We will send your valet to you. If Howling proves fidelity, your man must be a most fond, attached creature, says Mr. Lambert. He let your baggage travel off after all in your aunt's carriage, said Mrs. Lambert. You must wear my husband's linen, which, I dare say, is not so fine as yours. Pish, my dear. My shirts are good shirts enough for any Christian, cries the colonel. They are Theo's and Hester's work, says mamma. At which her husband arches his eyebrows and looks at her. And Theo hath ripped and sewed your sleeve to make it quite comfortable for your shoulder. The lady added, what beautiful roses, cries Harry, looking at a fine china vase full of them that stood on the toilet table, under the Japan-framed glass. My daughter Theo cut them this morning. Well, Mr. Lambert, she did cut them. I suppose the colonel was thinking that his wife introduced Theo too much into the conversation, and trod on Mrs. Lambert's slipper, or pulled her robe, or otherwise nudged her into a sense of propriety, and I fancied I heard someone singing the evening hymn very sweetly last night. Or was it only a dream? Asked the young patient. Theo again, Mr. Warrington, said the colonel, laughing. My servants said your Negro man began to sing it in the kitchen as if he was a church organ. Our people sing it at home, sir. My grandpapa used to love it very much. His wife's father was a great friend of good Bishop Ken, who wrote it, and my dear brother used to love it too, said the boy, his voice dropping. It was then, I suppose, that Mrs. Lambert felt inclined to give the boy a kiss. His little accident, illness and recovery, the kindness of the people round about him, had softened Harry Warrington's heart, and opened it to better influences than those which had been brought to bear on it for some 6 weeks past. He was breathing a purer air than that tainted atmosphere of selfishness, and worldliness, and corruption, into which he had been plunged since his arrival in England. Sometimes the young man's fate, or choice, or weakness, leads him into the fellowship of the giddy and vain. Happy he, whose lot makes him acquainted with the wiser company, whose lamps are trimmed, and whose pure hearts keep modest watch. The pleased matron left her young patient devouring Miss Theo's mess of rice and chicken, and the colonel seated by the lad's bedside. Gratitude to his hospitable entertainers, and contentment after a comfortable meal, caused in Mr. Warrington a very pleasant condition of mind and body. He was ready to talk now more freely than usually was his custom, for, unless excited by a strong interest or emotion, the young man was commonly taciturn and cautious in his converse with his fellows, and was by no means of an imaginative turn. Of books our youth had been but a very remiss student, nor were his remarks on such simple works as he had read, very profound or valuable, but regarding dogs, horses, and the ordinary business of life, he was a far better critic, and, with any person interested in such subjects, conversed on them freely enough. Harry's host, who had considerable shrewdness, and experience of books, and cattle, and men, was pretty soon able to take the measure of his young guest in the talk which they now had together. It was now, for the first time, the Virginian learned that Mrs. Lambert had been an early friend of his mother's, and that the colonel's own father had served with
Harry's grandfather, Colonel Esmond, in the famous wars of Queen Anne. He found himself in a friend's country. He was soon at ease with his honest host, whose manners were quite simple and cordial, and who looked and seemed perfectly a gentleman, though he wore a plain fustian coat, and a waistcoat without a particle of lace. "My boys are both away," said Harry's host, "or they would have shown you the country when you got up, Mr. Warrington. Now you can only have the company of my wife and her daughters. Mrs. Lambert hath told you already about one of them, Theo, our eldest, who made your broth, who cut your roses, and who mended your coat. She is not such a wonder as her mother imagines her to be, but little Theo is a smart little housekeeper, and a very good and cheerful lass, though her father says it. It is very kind of Miss Lambert to take so much care for me, says the young patient. She is no kinder to you than to any other mortal, and doth but her duty." Here the colonel smiled. "I laugh at their mother for praising our children," he said, "and I think I am as foolish about them myself. The truth is, God hath given us very good and dutiful children, and I see no reason why I should disguise my thankfulness for such a blessing. You have never a sister, I think?" "No, sir, I am alone now," Mr. Warrington said. Truly, I ask your pardon for my thoughtlessness. Your man hath told our people what befell last year. I served with Braddock in Scotland, and hope he mended before he died. A wild fellow, sir, but there was a fund of truth about the man, and no little kindness under his rough swaggering manner. Your black fellow talks very freely about his master and his affairs. I suppose you permit him these freedoms as he rescued you." "Rescued me?" cries Mr. Warrington, "from ever so many Indians on that very expedition. My Molly and I did not know we were going to entertain so prodigiously wealthy a gentleman. He saith that half Virginia belongs to you, but if the whole of North America were yours, we could but give you our best. Those Negro boys, sir, lie like the father of all lies. They think it is for our honor to represent us as 10 times as rich as we are. My mother has what will be a vast estate in England, and is a very good one at home. We are as well off as most of our neighbors, sir, but no better, and all our splendor is in Mr. Gumbo's foolish imagination. He never rescued me from an Indian in his life, and would run away at the sight of one, as my poor brother's boy did on that fatal day when he fell. The bravest man will do so at unlucky times," said the colonel. "I myself saw the best troops in the world run at Preston, before a ragged mob of Highland savages. That was because the Highlanders fought for a good cause, sir. Do you think," asks Harry's host, "that the French Indians had the good cause in the fight of last year?
The scoundrels! I would have the scalp of every murderous redskin among 'em!" cried Harry, clenching his fist. They were robbing and invading the British territories, too. But the Highlanders were fighting for their king. We, on our side, were fighting for our king, and we ended by winning the battle, said the colonel, laughing. "Ah!" cried Harry, "if His Royal Highness the Prince had not turned back at Derby, your king and mine, now, would be His Majesty King James III, who made such a Tory of you, Mr. Warrington?" asked Lambert. "Nay, sir. The Esmonds were always loyal," answered the youth. "Had we lived at home, and 20 years sooner, brother and I often agreed that our heads would have been in danger. We certainly would have staked them for the king's cause. Yours is better on your shoulders than on a pole at Temple Bar. I have seen them there, and they don't look very pleasant, Mr. Warrington. I shall take off my hat, and salute them, whenever I pass the gate," cried the young man. "If the king and the whole court are standing by, I doubt whether your relative, my Lord Castlewood, is as staunch a supporter of the king over the water," said Colonel Lambert, smiling, "or your aunt, the Baroness of Bernstein, who left you in our charge. Whatever her old partialities may have been, she has repented of them. She has rallied to our side, landed her nephews in the household, and looks to find a suitable match for her nieces. If you have Tory opinions, Mr. Warrington, take an old soldier's advice, and keep them to yourself." "Why, sir, I do not think that you will betray me," said the boy. "Not I, but others might. You did not talk in this way at Castlewood?" "I mean the old Castlewood which you have just come from. I might be safe amongst my own kinsmen." "Surely, sir," cried Harry, "doubtless. I would not say no. But a man's own kinsmen can play him slippery tricks at times, and he finds himself none the better for trusting them. I mean no offense to you or any of your family, but lackeys have ears as well as their masters.
And they carry about all sorts of stories. For instance, your black fellow is ready to tell all he knows about you, and a great deal more besides."
"As it would appear, hath he told about the broken-kneed horse?" cried out Harry, turning very red. "To say truth, my groom seemed to know something of the story, and said it was a shame a gentleman should sell another such a brute, let alone a cousin. I am not here to play the mentor to you, or to carry about servants' tittle-tattle. When you have seen more of your cousins, you will form your own opinion of them. Meanwhile, take an old soldier's advice, I say again, and be cautious with whom you deal, and what you say." Very soon after this little colloquy, Mr. Lambert's guest rose, with the assistance of Gumbo, his valet, to whom he, for the 100th time at least, promised to sound caning if ever he should hear that Gumbo had ventured to talk about his affairs again in the servants' hall, which prohibition Gumbo solemnly vowed and declared he would forever obey. But I dare say he was chattering the whole of the Castlewood secrets to his new friends of Colonel Lambert's kitchen, for Harry's hostess certainly heard a number of stories concerning him which she could not prevent her housekeeper from telling, though of course I would not accuse that worthy lady, or any of her sex or ours, of undue curiosity regarding their neighbors' affairs. But how can you prevent servants talking, or listening when the faithful attached creatures talk to you? Mr. Lambert's house stood on the outskirts of the little town of Oakhurst, which, if he but travels in the right direction, the patient reader will find on the road between Farnham and Reigate, and Madame Bernstein's
servants naturally pulled at the first bell at
hand, when the young Virginian met with his mishap. A few hundred yards farther was the long street of the little old town, where hospitality might have been found under the great swinging ensigns of a couple of tons, and medical relief was to be had, as a blazing gilt
vessel and mortar
indicated. But what surgeon could have ministered more cleverly to a patient than Harry's host, who tended him without a fee, or what Boniface could make him more comfortably welcome? 2 tall gates, each surmounted by a couple of heraldic monsters, led from the high road up to a neat, broad stone terrace, whereon stood Oakhurst House, a square brick building, with windows faced with stone, and May-high chimneys,
and a tall roof surmounted by a fair balustrade. Behind the house stretched a large garden, where there was plenty of room for cabbages as well as roses to grow. And before the mansion, separated from it by the high road, was a field of many acres, where the colonel's cows and horses were at grass. Over the center window
was a carved shield
supported by the same monsters who pranced around upon the entrance gates, and a coronet over the shield. The fact is, that the house had been originally the jointure house of Oakhurst Castle, which stood hard by, its chimneys and turrets appearing over the surrounding woods, now bronzed with the darkest foliage of summer. Mr. Lambert's was the greatest house in Oakhurst town, but the castle was of more importance than all the town put together. The castle and the jointure house had been friends of many years' date. Their fathers had fought side by side in Queen Anne's wars. There were 2 small pieces of ordnance on the terrace of the jointure house, and 6 before the castle, which had been taken out of the same privateer, which Mr. Lambert and his kinsman and commander, Lord Wrotham, had brought into Harwich in one of their voyages home from Flanders with dispatches from the Great Duke. His toilet completed with Mr. Gumbo's aid, his fair hair neatly dressed by that artist, and his open ribboned sleeve and wounded shoulder supported by a handkerchief which hung from his neck, Harry Warrington made his way out of the sick chamber, preceded by his kind host, who led him first down a broad oak stair, round which hung many pikes and muskets of ancient shape, and so into a square marble-paved room, from which the living rooms of the house branched off. There were more arms in this hall, pikes and halberts of ancient date, pistols and jack-boots of more than a century old, that had done service in Cromwell's wars, a tattered French guidon which had been borne by a French gendarme at Malplaquet, and a pair of cumbrous Highland broadswords, which, having been carried as far as Derby, had been flung away on the fatal field of Culloden. Here were breastplates and black morions of Oliver's troopers, and portraits of stern warriors in buff jerkins and plain bands and short hair. They fought against your grandfathers and King Charles, Mr. Warrington, said Harry's host. I don't hide that. They rode to join the Prince of Orange at Exeter. We were Whigs, young gentlemen, and something more. John Lambert, the Major General, was a kinsman of our house, and we were all more or less partial to short hair and long sermons. You do not seem to like either? Indeed, Harry's face manifested signs of anything but pleasure whilst he examined the portraits of the parliamentary heroes. Be not alarmed, we are very good churchmen now. My eldest son will be in orders ere long. He is now travelling as governor to my Lord Wrotham's son in Italy, and as for our women, they are all for the church, and carry me with them. Every woman is a Tory at heart. Mr. Pope says a rake, but I think t'other is the more charitable word. Come, let us go see them, and, flinging open the dark oak door, Colonel Lambert led his young guest into the parlour where the ladies were assembled. Here is Miss Hester, said the Colonel, and this is Miss Theo, the soup-maker, the tailoress, the harpsichord player, and the songstress, who set you to sleep last night. Make a curtsy to the gentlemen, young ladies. Oh, I forgot, and Theo is the mistress of the roses which you admired a short while since in your bedroom. I think she has kept some of them in her cheeks. In fact, Miss Theo was making a profound curtsy and blushing most modestly as her papa spoke. I am not going to describe her person, though we shall see a great deal of her in the course of this history. She was not a particular beauty. Harry Warrington was not over head and ears in love with her at an instant's warning, and faithless to the other individual with whom, as we have seen, the youth had lately been smitten. Miss Theo had kind eyes and a sweet voice, a ruddy freckled cheek and a round white neck, on which, out of a little cap such as Mrs. wore in those times, fell rich curling clusters of dark brown hair. She was not a delicate or sentimental-looking person. Her arms, which were worn bare from the elbow like other ladies' arms in those days, were very jolly and red. Her feet were not so miraculously small but that you could see them without a telescope. There was nothing waspish about her waist. This young person was 16 years of age, and looked older. I don't know what cause she had to blush so when she made her curtsy to the stranger. It was such a deep ceremonial curtsy as you never see at present. She and her sister both made these cheeses in compliment to the newcomer, and with much stately agility. As Miss Theo rose up out of this salute, her papa tapped her under the chin, which was of the double sort of chins, and laughingly hummed out the line which he had read the day. Eh bien, que dites-vous, ma fille, de notre hote? Nonsense, Mr. Lambert. Cries Mamma. Nonsense is sometimes the best kind of sense in the world,
said Colonel Lambert. His guest looked puzzled. Are you fond of nonsense? The colonel continued to Harry, seeing by the boy's face that the latter had no great love or comprehension of his favorite humor. We consume a vast deal of it in this house. Rabelais is my favorite reading. My wife is all for Mr. Fielding and Theophrastus. I think Theo prefers Tom Brown, and Mrs. Hetty here loves Dean Swift. Our papa is talking what he loves, says Miss Hetty. And what is that, miss? Asks the father of his second daughter. Sure, sir, you said yourself it was nonsense, answers the young lady, with a saucy toss of her head. Which of them do you like best, Mr. Warrington? Asked the honest colonel. Which of whom, sir? The curate of Morden, or the dean of St. Patrick's, or honest Tom, or Mr. Fielding? And what were they, sir? They? Why, they wrote books, indeed, sir. I never heard of either one of them, said Harry, hanging down his head. I fear my book learning was neglected at home, sir. My brother had read every book that ever was wrote, I think. He could have talked to you about 'em for hours together. With this little speech Mrs. Lambert's eyes turned to her daughter, and Miss Theo cast hers down and blushed. Never mind, honesty is better than books any day, Mr. Warrington, cried the jolly colonel. You may go through the world very honorably without reading any of the books I have been talking of, and some of them might give you more pleasure than profit. I know more about horses and dogs than Greek and Latin, sir. We most of us do in Virginia, said Mr. Warrington. You are like the Persians, you can ride and speak the truth. Are the Prussians very good on horseback, sir? I hope I shall see their king and a campaign or two, either with M or against M, remarked Colonel Lambert's guest. Why did Miss Theo look at her mother, and why did that good woman's face assume a sad expression? Why? Because young lasses are bred in humdrum country towns. Do you suppose they never indulge in romances? Because they are modest and have never quitted mother's apron. Do you suppose they have no thoughts of their own? What happens in spite of all those precautions which the king and queen take from their darling princess, those dragons, and that impenetrable forest, and the castle of steel? The fairy prince penetrates the impenetrable forest, finds the weak point in the dragon's scale armor, and gets the better of all the ogres who guard the castle of steel. Away goes the princess to him. She knew him at once. Her bandboxes and portmanteaus are filled with her best clothes and all her jewels. She has been ready ever so long. That is in fairy tales, you understand, where the blessed hour and youth always arrive. The ivory horn is blown at the castle gate, and far off in her beauteous bower the princess hears it, and starts up, and knows that there is the right champion. He is always ready. Look how the giants' heads tumble off as, falchion in hand, he gallops over the bridge on his white charger. How should that virgin, locked up in that inaccessible fortress, where she has never seen any man that was not 80, or humpbacked, or her father, know that there were such beings in the world as young men? I suppose there's an instinct. I suppose there's a season. I never spoke for my part to a fairy princess, or heard as much from any unenchanted or enchanting maiden. Ne'er a one of them has ever whispered her pretty little secrets to me, or perhaps confessed them to herself, her mamma, or her nearest and dearest confidant. But they will fall in love. Their little hearts are constantly throbbing at the window of expectancy on the lookout for the champion. They are always hearing his horn. They are forever on the tower looking out for the hero. Sister Anne, do you see him? Surely 'tis a knight with curling mustachios, a flashing scimitar, and a suit of silver armor. Oh no. It is only a costermonger with his donkey and a pannier of cabbage. Sister Anne, what is that cloud of dust? Oh, it is only a farmer's man driving a flock of pigs from market. Sister Anne, who is that splendid warrior advancing in scarlet and gold? He nears the castle, he clears the drawbridge, he lifts the ponderous hammer at the gate. Army, he knocks twice. 'Tis only the postman with a double letter from Northamptonshire. So it is we make false starts in life. I don't believe there is any such thing known as first love not within man's or woman's memory. No male or female remembers his or her first inclination any more than his or her own christening. What? You fancy that your sweet mistress, your spotless spinster, your blank maiden just out of the schoolroom, never cared for any but you? And she tells you so? Oh, you idiot. When she was 4 years old she had a tender feeling towards the Buttons who brought the coals up to the nursery, or the little sweep at the crossing, or the music master, or never mind whom. She had a secret longing towards her brother's schoolfellow, or the third charity boy at church, and if occasion had served, the comedy enacted with you had been performed along with another. I do not mean to say that she confessed this amatory sentiment, but that she had it. Lay down this page, and think how many and many a time you were in love before you selected the present Mrs. Jones as the partner of your name and affections. So, from the way in which Theo held her head down, and exchanged looks with her mother, when poor unconscious Harry called the Persians the Prussians, and talked of serving a campaign with them, I make no doubt she was feeling ashamed, and thinking within herself, is this the hero with whom my mamma and I have been in love for these 24 hours, and whom we have endowed with every perfection? How beautiful, pale, and graceful he looked yesterday as he lay on the ground. How his curls fell over his face. How sad it was to see his poor white arm, and the blood trickling from it when Papa bled him. And now he is well and amongst us. He is handsome certainly, but oh, is it possible he is stupid? When she lighted the lamp and looked at him, did Psyche find Cupid out, and is that the meaning of the old allegory? The wings of love drop off at this discovery. The fancy can no more soar and disport in sky regions. The beloved object ceases at once to be celestial, and remains plodding on earth, entirely unromantic and substantial. Chapter 23 Holidays. Mrs. Lambert's little daydream was over. Miss Theo and her mother were obliged to confess in their hearts that their hero was but an ordinary mortal. They uttered few words on the subject, but each knew the other's thoughts as people who love each other do, and Mamma, by an extra tenderness and special caressing manner towards her daughter, sought to console her for her disappointment. Never mind, my dear, the maternal kiss whispered on the filial cheek. Our hero has turned out to be but an ordinary mortal, and none such is good enough for my Theo. Thou shalt have a real husband ere long, if there be one in England. Why, I was scarce 15 when your father saw me at the Bury Assembly, and while I was yet at school, I used to vow that I never would have any other man. If heaven gave me such a husband, the best man in the whole kingdom, sure it will bless my child equally, who deserves a king if she fancies him. Indeed, I am not sure that Mrs. Lambert, who, of course, knew the age of the Prince of Wales, and was aware how handsome and good a young prince he was, did not expect that he too would come riding by her gate, and perhaps tumble down from his horse there, and be taken into the house, and be cured, and cause his royal grandpapa to give Martin Lambert a regiment, and fall in love with Theo. The Colonel for his part, and his second daughter, Miss Hetty, were on the laughing, scornful, unbelieving side. Mamma was always matchmaking. Indeed, Mrs. Lambert was much addicted to novels, and cried her eyes out over them with great assiduity. No coach ever passed the gate, but she expected a husband, for her girls would alight from it and ring the bell. As for Miss Hetty, she allowed her tongue to wag in a more than usually saucy way. She made 100 sly allusions to their guest. She introduced Prussia and Persia into their conversation with abominable pertness and frequency. She asked whether the present king of Prussia was called the Shah or the Sophie, and how far it was from Ispahan to Saxony, which his majesty was at present invading, and about which war Papa was so busy with his maps and his newspapers. She brought down the Persian tales from her mamma's closet, and laid them slyly on the table in the parlor where the family sate. She would not marry a Persian prince for her part. She would prefer a gentleman who might not have more than one wife at a time. She called our young Virginian Theo's gentleman, Theo's prince. She asked her mamma if she wished her, Hetty, to take the other visitor, the Black Prince, for herself. Indeed, she rallied her sister and her mother unceasingly on their sentimentalities, and would never stop until she had made them angry, when she would begin to cry herself, and kiss them violently one after the other, and coax them back into good humor. Simple Harry Warrington, meanwhile, knew nothing of all the jokes, the tears, quarrels, reconciliations, hymeneal plans, and so forth, of which he was the innocent occasion. 100 allusions to the Prussians and Persians were shot at him, and those Parthian arrows did not penetrate his hide at all. A Shah? A Sophie? Very likely he thought a Sophie was a lady, and would have deemed it the height of absurdity that a man with a great black beard should have any such name. We fall into the midst of a quiet family, we drop like a stone, say, into a pool, we are perfectly compact and cool, and little know the flutter and excitement we make there, disturbing the fish, frightening the ducks, and agitating the whole surface of the water. How should Harry know the effect which his sudden appearance produced in this little, quiet, sentimental family? He thought quite well enough of himself on many points, but was diffident as yet regarding women, being of that age when young gentlemen require encouragement and to be brought forward, and having been brought up at home in very modest and primitive relations towards the other sex. So Miss Hetty's jokes played round the lad, and he minded them no more than so many summer gnats. It was not that he was stupid, as she certainly thought him. He was simple, too much occupied with himself and his own honest affairs to think of others. Why, what tragedies, comedies, interludes, intrigues, farces, are going on under our noses in friends' drawing rooms where we visit every day, and we remain utterly ignorant, self-satisfied, and blind. As these sisters sate and combed their flowing ringlets of nights, or talked with each other in the great bed where, according to the fashion of the day, they lay together, how should Harry know that he had so great a share in their thoughts, jokes, conversation? 3 days after his arrival, his new and hospitable friends were walking with him in my Lord Rotham's fine park, where they were free to wander, and here, on a piece of water, they came to some swans, which the young ladies were in the habit of feeding with bread. As the birds approached the young women, Hetty said, with a queer look at her mother and sister, and then a glance at her father, who stood by, honest, happy, in a red waistcoat, Hetty said, "Mamma's swans are something like these, Papa." "What swans, my dear?" says Mamma. "Something like, but not quite. They have shorter necks than these, and are, scores of them, on our common," continues Miss Hetty. "I saw Betty plucking one in the kitchen this morning. We shall have it for dinner, with applesauce and—" "Don't be a little goose," says Miss Theo, "and sage and onions. Do you love swan, Mr. Warrington?" "I shot 3 last winter on our river," said the Virginian gentleman. "Ours are not such white birds as these. They eat very well, though." The simple youth had not the slightest idea that he himself was an allegory at that very time, and that Miss Hetty was narrating a fable regarding him. In some exceedingly recondite Latin work I have read that, long before Virginia was discovered, other folks were equally dull of comprehension, so it was a premature sentiment on the part of Miss Theo, that little tender flutter of the bosom which we have acknowledged she felt on first beholding the Virginian, so handsome, pale, and bleeding. This was not the great passion which she knew her heart could feel. Like the birds, it had wakened and begun to sing at a false dawn. "Hop back to thy perch, and cover thy head with thy wing, thou tremulous little fluttering creature. It is not yet light, and roosting is as yet better than singing. Anon will come morning, and the whole sky will redden, and you shall soar up into it and salute the sun with your music." One little phrase, some 33 lines back, perhaps the fair and suspicious reader has remarked, 3 days after his arrival, Harry was walking with, etc. etc. If he could walk, which it appeared he could do perfectly well, what business had he to be walking with anybody but Lady Maria Esmond on the Pantiles, Tunbridge Wells? His shoulder was set, his health was entirely restored, he had not even a change of coats, as we have seen, and was obliged to the Colonel for his raiment. Surely a young man in such a condition had no right to be lingering on at Oakhurst, and was bound by every tie of duty and convenience, by love, by relationship, by a gentle heart waiting for him, by the washerwoman finally, to go to Tunbridge. Why did he stay behind, unless he was in love with either of the young ladies, and we say he wasn't? Could it be that he did not want to go? Hath the gracious reader understood the meaning of the mystic S with which the last chapter commences, and in which the designer has feebly endeavored to depict the notorious sin by the sailor, surmounted by that odious old man of the sea? What if Harry Warrington should be that sailor, and his faith that choking, deadening, inevitable old man? What if for 2 days past he has felt those knees throttling him round the neck? If his freelance purpose is answered, and if his late love is killed as dead by her poisonous communications as fair Rosamond was by her royal and legitimate rival? Is Hero then lighting the lamp up, and getting ready the supper, whilst Leander is sitting comfortably with some other party, and never in the least thinking of taking to the water? Ever since that coward's blow was struck in Lady Maria's back by her own relative, surely kind hearts must pity her ladyship. I know she was false, say, and wears false hair and false never mind what. But a woman in distress, shall we not pity her? A lady of a certain age, are we going to laugh at her because of her years? Between her old aunt and her unhappy delusion, be sure my Lady Maria Esmond is having no very pleasant time of it at Tunbridge Wells. There is no one to protect her. Madame Beatrix has her all to herself. Lady Maria is poor, and hopes for money from her aunt. Lady Maria has a secret or two which the old woman knows, and brandishes over her. I for one am quite melted and grow soft-hearted as I think of her. Imagine her alone, and a victim to that old woman. Paint to yourself that antique Andromeda, if you please. We will allow that rich flowing head of hair to fall over her shoulders, chained to a rock on Mount Ephraim, and given up to that dragon of a baroness. Succor, Perseus. Come quickly with thy winged feet and flashing falchion. Perseus is not in the least hurry. The dragon has her will of Andromeda for day after day. Harry Warrington, who would not have allowed his dislocated and mended shoulder to keep him from going out hunting, remained day after day contentedly at Oakhurst, with each day finding the kindly folks who welcomed him more to his liking. Perhaps he had never, since his grandfather's death, been in such good company. His lot had lain amongst fox-hunting Virginian squires, with whose society he had put up very contentedly, riding their horses, living their lives, and sharing their punch bowls. The ladies of his own and mother's acquaintance were very well bred, and decorous, and pious, no doubt, but somewhat narrow-minded. It was but a little place, his home, with its pompous ways, small etiquettes and punctilios, small flatteries, small conversations and scandals. Until he had left the place, some time after, he did not know how narrow and confined his life had been there. He was free enough personally. He had dogs and horses, and might shoot and hunt for scores of miles round about, but the little lady mother domineered at home, and when there he had to submit to her influence and breathe her air. Here the lad found himself in the midst of a circle where everything about him was incomparably gayer, brighter, and more free. He was living with a man and woman who had seen the world, though they lived retired from it, who had both of them happened to enjoy from their earliest times the use not only of good books, but of good company, those live books, which are such pleasant and sometimes such profitable reading. Society has this good at least, that it lessens our conceit, by teaching us our insignificance, and making us acquainted with our betters. If you are a young person who read this, depend upon it, sir or madam, there is nothing more wholesome for you than to acknowledge and to associate with your superiors. If I could, I would not have my son Thomas first Greek and Latin prize boy, first Tor, and cock of the school. Better for his soul's and body's welfare that he should have a good place, not the first fair set of competitors round about him, and a good thrashing now and then, with a hearty shake afterwards of the hand which administered the beating. What honest man that can choose his lot would be a prince, let us say, and have all society walking backwards before him, only obsequious household gentlemen to talk to, and all mankind mum except when your high mightiness asks a question and gives permission to speak. One of the great benefits which Harry Warrington received from this family, before whose gate fate had shot him, was to begin to learn that he was a profoundly ignorant young fellow, and that there were many people in the world far better than he knew himself to be. Arrogant a little with some folks, in the company of his superiors he was magnanimously docile. We have seen how faithfully he admired his brother at home, and his friend, the gallant young colonel of Mount Vernon, of the gentleman, his kinsman at Castlewood. He had felt himself at least the equal. In his new acquaintance at Oakhurst he found a man who had read far more books than Harry could pretend to judge of, who had seen the world and come unwounded out of it, as he had out of the dangers and battles which he had confronted, and who had goodness and honesty written on his face and breathing from his lips, for which qualities our brave lad had always an instinctive sympathy and predilection. As for the women, they were the kindest, merriest, most agreeable he had as yet known. They were pleasanter than Parson Broadbent's black-eyed daughter at home, whose laugh carried as far as a gun. They were quite as well-bred as the Castlewood ladies, with the exception of Madame Beatrix, who, indeed, was as grand as an empress on some occasions. But somehow, after a talk with Madame Beatrix, and vast amusement and interest in her stories, the lad would come away as with a bitter taste in his mouth, and fancy all the world wicked round about him. They were not in the least squeamish, and laughed over pages of Mr. Fielding, and cried over volumes of Mr. Richardson, containing jokes and incidents which would make Mrs. Grundy's hair stand on end, yet their merry prattle left no bitterness behind it, their tales about this neighbour and that were droll, not malicious. The curtsies and salutations with which the folks of the little neighbouring town received them, how kindly and cheerful. Their bounties how cordial. Of a truth it is good to be with good people. How good Harry Warrington did not know at the time, perhaps, or until subsequent experience showed him contrasts, or caused him to feel remorse. Here was a tranquil, sunshiny day of a life that was to be agitated and stormy, a happy hour or two to remember. Not much happened during the happy hour or two. It was only sweet sleep, pleasant waking, friendly welcome, serene pastime. The gates of the old house seemed to shut the wicked world out somehow, and the inhabitants within to be better, and purer, and kinder than other people. He was not in love, oh no. Not the least, either with saucy Hetty or generous Theodosia, but when the time came for going away, he fastened on both their hands, and felt an immense regard for them. He thought he should like to know their brothers, and that they must be fine fellows, and as for Mrs. Lambert, I believe she was as sentimental at his departure as if he had been the last volume of Clarissa Harlowe. "He is very kind and honest," said Theo, gravely, as, looking from the terrace, they saw him and their father and servants riding away on the road to Westerham. "I don't think him stupid at all now," said little Hetty, "and, Mamma, I think he is very like a swan indeed. It felt just like one of the boys going to school," said Mamma. "Just like it," said Theo, sadly. I am glad he has got Papa to ride with him to Westerham, resumed Miss Hetty, and that he bought Farmer Briggs's horse. I don't like his going to those Castlewood people. I am sure that Madame Bernstein is a wicked old woman. I expected to see her ride away on her crooked stick. Hush, Hetty, do you think she would float if they tried her in the pond, as poor old Mother Helly did at Elmhurst? The other old woman seemed fond of him, I mean the one with the fair tour. She looked very melancholy when she went away, but Madame Bernstein whisked her off with her crutch, and she was obliged to go. I don't care, Theo. I know she is a wicked woman. You think everybody good, you do, because you never do anything wrong yourself. My Theo is a good girl, says the mother, looking fondly at both her daughters. Then why do we call her a miserable sinner? We are all so, my love, said Mamma. What, Papa too? You know you don't think so, cries Miss Hester. And to allow this was almost more than Mrs. Lambert could afford. What was it you told John to give to Mr. Warrington's black man? Mamma owned, with some shamefacedness. It was a bottle of her cordial water and a cake which she had bid Betty make. I feel quite like a mother to him, my dears. I can't help owning it, and you know both our boys still like one of our cakes to take to school or college with them. Chapter 24 From Oakhurst to Tunbridge. Having her lily handkerchief in token of adieu to the departing travellers, Mrs. Lambert and her girls watched them pacing leisurely on the first few hundred yards of their journey, and until such time as a tree-clumped corner of the road hid them from the ladies' view. Behind that clump of limes the good matron had many a time watched those she loved best disappear. Husband departing to battle and danger, sons to school, each after the other had gone on his way behind yonder green trees, returning as it pleased heaven's will at his good time, and bringing pleasure and love back to the happy little family. Besides their own instinctive nature, which to be sure aids wonderfully in the matter, the leisure and contemplation attendant upon their home life serve to foster the tenderness and fidelity of our women. The men gone, there is all day to think about them, and tomorrow when there certainly will be a letter and so on. There is the vacant room to go look at, where the boy slept last night, and the impression of his carpet bag is still on the bed. There is his whip hung up in the hall, and his fishing rod and basket, mute memorials of the brief bygone pleasures. At dinner there comes up that cherry tart, half of which our darling ate at 2 o'clock in spite of his melancholy, and with a choking little sister on each side of him. The evening prayer is said without that young scholar's voice to utter the due responses. Midnight and silence come, and the good mother lies wakeful, thinking how one of the dear accustomed brood is away from the nest. Morn breaks, home and holidays have passed away, and toil and labor have begun for him. So those rustling limes formed, as it were, a screen between the world and our ladies of the house at Oakhurst. Kind-hearted Mrs. Lambert always became silent and thoughtful, if by chance she and her girls walked up to the trees in the absence of the men of the family. She said she would like to carve their names up on the grey silver trunks, in the midst of true lovers' knots, as was then the kindly fashion, and Miss Theo, who had an exceeding elegant turn that way, made some verses regarding the trees, which her delighted parent transmitted to a periodical of those days. Now we are out of sight of the ladies, says Colonel Lambert, giving a parting salute with his hat, as the pair of gentlemen trotted past the limes in question. I know my wife always watches at her window until we are round this corner. I hope we shall have you seeing the trees and the house again, Mr. Warrington, and the boys being at home. Mayhap there will be better sport for you. I never want to be happier, sir, than I have been, replied Mr. Warrington, and I hope you will let me say, that I feel as if I am leaving quite old friends behind me. The friend at whose house we shall sup tonight hath a son, who is an old friend of our family, too, and my wife, who is an inveterate marriage-monger, would have made a match between him and one of my girls, but that the colonel hath chosen to fall in love with somebody else. Ah, sighed Mr. Warrington, other folks have done the same thing. There were brave fellows before Agamemnon. I beg your pardon, sir. Is the gentleman's name Aga? I did not quite gather it, meekly inquired the young traveller. No. His name is James Wolfe, cried the colonel, smiling. He is a young fellow still, or what we call so, being scarce 30 years old. He is the youngest lieutenant colonel in the army, unless, to be sure, we except a few scores of our nobility, who take rank before us common folk. Of course, says the colonel's young companion with true colonial notions of aristocratic precedence, and I have seen him commanding captains, and very brave captains, who were 30 years his seniors, and who had neither his merit nor his good fortune. But, lucky as he hath been, no one envies his superiority, for, indeed, most of us acknowledge that he is our superior. He is beloved by every man of our old regiment and knows every one of them. He is a good scholar as well as a consummate soldier, and a master of many languages. "Ah, sir," said Harry Warrington, with a sigh of great humility, "I feel that I have neglected my own youth sadly, and am come to England but in ignoramus. Had my dear brother been alive, he would have represented our name and our colony, too, better than I can do. George was a scholar, George was a musician, George could talk with the most learned people in our country, and I make no doubt would have held his own here. Do you know, sir, I am glad to have come home, and to you especially, if but to learn how ignorant I am. If you know that well, 'tis a great gain already," said the colonel, with a smile. "At home, especially of late, and since we lost my brother, I used to think myself a mighty fine fellow, and have no doubt that the folks round about flattered me. I am wiser now, that is, I hope I am, though perhaps I am wrong, and only bragging again. But you see, sir, the gentry in our colony don't know very much, except about dogs and horses, and betting and games. I wish I knew more about books, and less about them. Nay, dogs and horses are very good books, too, in their way, and we may read a deal of truth out of them. Some men are not made to be scholars, and may be very worthy citizens and gentlemen in spite of their ignorance. What call have all of us to be especially learned or wise, or to take a first place in the world? His Royal Highness is commander, and Martin Lambert is colonel, and Jack Hunt, who rides behind yonder, was a private soldier, and is now a very honest, worthy groom. So as we all do our best in our station, it matters not much whether that be high or low. Nay, how do we know what is high and what is low? And whether Jack's currycomb, or my epaulets, or his Royal Highness's baton, may not turn out to be pretty equal? When I began life, et militavi nonce, I never mind what I dreamed of success and honor. Now I think of duty, and yonder folks, from whom we parted a few hours ago. Let us trot on, else we shall not reach Westerham before nightfall." At Westerham the two friends were welcomed by their hosts, a stately matron, an old soldier, whose recollections and services were of 45 years back, and the son of this gentleman and lady, the lieutenant colonel of Kingsley's regiment, that was then stationed at Maidstone, whence the colonel had come over on a brief visit to his parents. Harry looked with some curiosity at this officer, who, young as he was, had seen so much service, and obtained a character so high. There was little of the beautiful in his face. He was very lean and very pale, his hair was red, his nose and cheekbones were high, but he had a fine courtesy towards his elders, a cordial greeting towards his friends, and an animation in conversation which caused those who heard him to forget, even to admire, his homely looks. Mr. Warrington was going to Tunbridge? There James would bear him company, the lady of the house said, and whispered something to Colonel Lambert at supper, which occasioned smiles and a knowing wink or two from that officer. He called for wine, and toasted Miss Lowther. "With all my heart," cried the enthusiastic Colonel James, and drained his glass to the very last drop. Mamma whispered her friend how James and the lady were going to make a match, and how she came of the famous Lowther family of the north. "If she was the daughter of King Charlemagne," cries Lambert, "she is not too good for James Wolfe, or for his mother's son." Mr. Lambert would not say so if he knew her, the young colonel declared. "Oh, of course, she is the priceless pearl? And you are nothing," cries Mamma. "No. I am of Colonel Lambert's opinion, and, if she brought all Cumberland to you for a jointure, I should say it was my James's due. That is the way with them, Mr. Warrington. We tend our children through fevers, and measles, and whooping cough, and smallpox. We send them to the army and can't sleep at night for thinking. We break our hearts at parting with them, and have them at home only for a week or two in the year, or maybe 10 years, and, after all our care, there comes a lass with a pair of bright eyes, and away goes our boy, and never cares a fig for us afterwards. And pray, my dear, how did you come to marry James's papa?" said the elder Colonel Wolfe. "And why didn't you stay at home with your parents?" "Because James's papa was gouty, and wanted somebody to take care of him, I suppose, not because I liked him a bit," answers the lady, and so with much easy talk and kindness the evening passed away. On the morrow, and with many expressions of kindness and friendship for his late guest, Colonel Lambert gave over the young Virginian to Mr. Wolfe's charge, and turned his horse's head homewards, while the two gentlemen sped towards Tunbridge Wells. Wolfe was in a hurry to reach the place. Harry Warrington was, perhaps, not quite so eager. Nay, when Lambert rode towards his own home, Harry's thoughts followed him with a great deal of longing desire to the parlour at Oakhurst, where he had spent 3 days in happy calm. Mr. Wolfe agreed in all Harry's enthusiastic praises of Mr. Lambert, and of his wife, and of his daughters, and of all that excellent family. To have such a good name, and to live such a life as Colonel Lambert's, said Wolfe, seemed to me now the height of human ambition. And glory and honor? Asked Warrington, are those nothing? And would you give up the whining of them? They were my dreams once, answered the colonel, who had now different ideas of happiness, and now my desires are much more tranquil. I have followed arms ever since I was 14 years of age. I have seen almost every kind of duty connected with my calling. I know all the garrison towns in this country, and have had the honor to serve wherever there has been work to be done during the last 10 years. I have done pretty near the whole of a soldier's duty, except, indeed, the command of an army, which can hardly be hoped for by one of my years, and now, methinks, I would like quiet, books to read, a wife to love me, and some children to dandle on my knee. I have imagined some such Elysium for myself, Mr. Warrington. True love is better than glory, and a tranquil fireside, with the woman of your heart seated by it, the greatest good the gods can send to us. Harry imagined to himself the picture which his comrade called up. He said yes, in answer to the other's remark, but, no doubt, did not give a very cheerful assent, for his companion observed upon the expression of his face, you say yes as if a fireside and a sweetheart were not particularly to your taste. Why, look you, Colonel, there are other things which a young fellow might like to enjoy. You have had 16 years of the world, and I am but a few months away from my mother's apron strings. When I have seen a campaign or 2, or 6, as you have, when I have distinguished myself like Mr. Wolfe, and made the world talk of me, I then may think of retiring from it. To these remarks, Mr. Wolfe, whose heart was full of a very different matter, replied by breaking out in a further encomium of the joys of marriage, and a special rhapsody upon the beauties and merits of his mistress, a theme intensely interesting to himself, though not so, possibly, to his hearer, whose views regarding a married life, if he permitted himself to entertain any, were somewhat melancholy and despondent. A pleasant afternoon brought them to the end of their ride, nor did any accident or incident accompany it, save, perhaps, a mistake which Harry Warrington made at some few miles' distance from Tunbridge Wells, where 2 horsemen stopped them, whom Harry was for charging, pistol in hand, supposing them to be highwaymen. Colonel Wolfe, laughing, bade Mr. Warrington reserve his fire, for these folks were only innkeepers' agents, and not robbers, except in their calling. Gumbo, whose horse ran away with him at this particular juncture, was brought back after a great deal of bawling on his master's part, and the 2 gentlemen rode into the little town, alighted at their inn, and then separated, each in quest of the ladies whom he had come to visit. Mr. Warrington found his aunt installed in handsome lodgings, with a guard of London lacqueys in her ante-room, and to follow her chair when she went abroad. She received him with the utmost kindness. His cousin, my Lady Maria, was absent when he arrived. I don't know whether the young gentleman was unhappy at not seeing her, or whether he disguised his feelings, or whether Madame de Bernstein took any note regarding them. A beau in a rich-figured suit, the first specimen of the kind Harry had seen, and 2 dowagers with voluminous hoops and plenty of rouge, were on a visit to the Baroness when her nephew made his bow to her. She introduced the young man to these personages as her nephew, the young Croesus out of Virginia, of whom they had heard. She talked about the immensity of his estate, which was as large as Kent, and, as she had read, infinitely more fruitful. She mentioned how her half-sister, Madame Esmond, was called Princess Pocahontas in her own country. She never tired in her praises of mother and son, of their riches and their good qualities. The beau shook the young man by the hand, and was delighted to have the honor to make his acquaintance. The ladies praised him to his aunt so loudly that the modest youth was fain to blush at their compliments. They went away to inform the Tunbridge Society of the news of his arrival. The little place was soon buzzing with accounts of the wealth, the good breeding, and the good looks of the Virginian. You could not have come at a better moment, my dear, the Baroness said to her nephew, as her visitors departed with many curtsies and congees. Those 3 individuals have the most active tongues in the Wells. They will trumpet your good qualities in every company where they go. I have introduced you to 100 people already, and, heaven help me, have told all sorts of fibs about the geography of Virginia in order to describe your estate. It is a prodigious large one, but I am afraid I have magnified it. I have filled it with all sorts of wonderful animals, gold mines, spices. I am not sure I have not said diamonds. As for your Negroes, I have given your mother armies of them, and, in fact, represented her as a sovereign princess reigning over a magnificent dominion. So she has a magnificent dominion. I cannot tell to a few £100,000 how much her yearly income is, but I have no doubt it is a very great one. And you must prepare, sir, to be treated here as the heir apparent of this royal lady. Do not let your head be turned. From this day forth you are going to be flattered as you have never been flattered in your life. And to what end, ma'am? Asked the young gentleman. I see no reason why I should be reputed so rich, or get so much flattery. In the first place, sir, you must not contradict your old aunt, who has no desire to be made a fool of before her company. And as for your reputation, you must know we found it here almost ready-made on our arrival. A London newspaper has somehow heard of you, and come out with a story of the immense wealth of a young gentleman from Virginia lately landed, and a nephew of my Lord Castlewood. Immensely wealthy you are, and can't help yourself. All the world is eager to see you. You shall go to church tomorrow morning, and see how the whole congregation will turn away from its books and prayers, to worship the golden calf in your person. You would not have had me undeceive them, would you, and speak ill of my own flesh and blood? But how am I bettered by this reputation for money? Asked Harry. You are making your entry into the world, and the gold key will open most of its doors to you. To be thought rich is as good as to be rich. You need not spend much money. People will say that you hoard it, and your reputation for avarice will do you good rather than harm. You'll see how the mothers will smile upon you, and the daughters will curtsy. Don't look surprised. When I was a young woman myself I did as all the rest of the world did, and tried to better myself by more than one desperate attempt at a good marriage. Your poor grandmother, who was a saint upon earth to be sure, bating a little jealousy, used to scold me, and called me worldly. Worldly, my dear. So is the world worldly, and we must serve it as it serves us, and give it nothing for nothing. Mr. Henry Esmond Warrington, I can't help loving the two first names, sir, old woman as I am, and that I tell you on coming here or to London, would have been nobody. Our protection would have helped him but little. Our family has little credit, and, in Tanu, not much reputation. I suppose you know that Castlewood was more than suspected in '45, and hath since ruined himself by play? Harry had never heard about Lord Castlewood or his reputation. He never had much to lose, but he has lost that and more. His wretched estate is eaten up with mortgages. He has been at all sorts of schemes to raise money, my dear. He has been so desperate at times, that I did not think my diamonds were safe with him, and have travelled to and from Castlewood without them. Terrible, isn't it, to speak so of one's own nephew? But you are my nephew, too, and not spoiled by the world yet, and I wish to warn you of its wickedness. I heard of your play-doings with Will and the chaplain, but they could do you no harm, nay, I am told you had the better of them. Had you played with Castlewood, you would have had no such luck, and you would have played, had not an old aunt of yours warned my Lord Castlewood to keep his hands off you. What, ma'am, did you interfere to preserve me? I kept his clutches off from you. Be thankful that you are come out of that ogre's den with any flesh on your bones. My dear, it has been the rage and passion of all our family. My poor silly brother played, both his wives played, especially the last one, who has little else to live upon now but her nightly assemblies in London, and the money for the cards. I would not trust her at Castlewood alone with you. The passion is too strong for them, and they would fall upon you, and fleece you, and then fall upon each other, and fight for the plunder. But for his place about the court my poor nephew hath nothing, and that is Will's fortune, too, sir, and Maria's and her sisters, and are they, too, fond of the cards? No, to do poor Molly justice, gaming is not her passion, but when she is amongst them in London, little Fanny will bet her eyes out of her head. I know what the passion is, sir, do not look so astonished. I have had it, as I had the measles when I was a child. I am not cured quite. For a poor old woman there is nothing left but that. You will see some high play at my card tables tonight. Hush. My dear. It was that I wanted, and without which I moped so at Castlewood. I could not win of my nieces or their mother. They would not pay if they lost. 'Tis best to warn you, my dear, in time, lest you should be shocked by the discovery. I can't live without the cards, there's a truth. A few days before, and while staying with his Castlewood relatives, Harry, who loved cards, and cockfighting, and betting, and every conceivable sport himself, would have laughed very lightly at this confession. Amongst that family into whose society he had fallen, many things were laughed at, over which some folks looked grave. Faith and honor were laughed at, pure lives were disbelieved, selfishness was proclaimed as common practice, sacred duties were sneeringly spoken of, and vice flippantly condoned. These were no Pharisees, they professed no hypocrisy of virtue, they flung no stones at discovered sinners: they smiled, shrugged their shoulders, and passed on. The members of this family did not pretend to be a whit better than their neighbors, whom they despised heartily. They lived quite familiarly with the folks about whom and whose wives they told such wicked, funny stories. They took their share of what pleasure or plunder came to hand, and lived from day to day till their last day came for them. Of course there are no such people now, and human nature is very much changed in the last 100 years. At any rate, card playing is greatly out of mode, about that there can be no doubt, and very likely there are not 6 ladies of fashion in London who know the difference between Spadle and Manille. How dreadfully dull you must have found those humdrum people at that village where we left you, but the savages were very kind to you, child," said Madame de Bernstein, patting the young man's cheek with her pretty old hand. "They were very kind, and it was not at all dull, ma'am, and I think they are some of the best people in the world," said Harry, with his face flushing up. His aunt's tone jarred upon him. He could not bear that anyone should speak or think lightly of the new friends whom he had found. He did not want them in such company. The old lady, imperious and prompt to anger, was about to resent the check she had received, but a second thought made her pause. "Those 2 girls," she thought, "a sick bed and interesting stranger, of course he has been falling in love with one of them." Madame Bernstein looked round with a mischievous glance at Lady Maria, who entered the room at this juncture. Chapter 25 New Acquaintances. Cousin Maria made her appearance, attended by a couple of gardeners' boys bearing baskets of flowers, with which it was proposed to decorate Madame de Bernstein's drawing-room against the arrival of her ladyship's company. 3 footmen in livery, gorgeously laced with worsted, set out twice as many card tables. A major-domo in black and a bag, with fine lace ruffles, and looking as if he ought to have a sword by his side, followed the lacqueys bearing fasces of wax candles, which he placed a pair on each card table, and in the silver sconces on the wainscoted wall that was now gilt with the slanting rays of the sun, as was the prospect of the green common beyond, with its rocks and clumps of trees and houses twinkling in the sunshine. Groups of many-coloured figures in hoops and powder and brocade sauntered over the green, and dappled the plain with their shadows. On the other side from the Baroness's windows you saw the Pantiles, where a perpetual fair was held, and heard the clatter and buzzing of the company. A band of music was here performing for the benefit of the visitors to the Wells. Madame Bernstein's chief sitting-room might not suit a recluse or a student, but for those who liked bustle, gaiety, a bright cross-light, and a view of all that was going on in the cheery busy place, no lodging could be pleasanter. And when the windows were lighted up, the passengers walking below were aware that her ladyship was at home and holding a card assembly, to which an introduction was easy enough. By the way, in speaking of the past, I think the night-life of society 100 years since was rather a dark life. There was not one wax candle for 10 which we now see in a lady's drawing-room, let alone gas and the wondrous new illuminations of clubs. Horrible guttering tallow smoked and stunk in passages. The candle snuffer was a notorious officer in the theatre. See Hogarth's pictures, how dark they are, and how his feasts are, as it were, begrimed with tallow. In Marriage a Lamb mode, in Lord Viscount Squanderfield's grand saloons, where he and his wife are sitting yawning before the horror-stricken steward when their party is over, there are but 8 candles, 1 on each card table, and half a dozen in a brass chandelier. If Jack Briefless convoked his friends to oysters and beer in his chambers, Pump Court, he would have twice as many. Let us comfort ourselves by thinking that Louis Quatorze in all his glory held his revels in the dark, and bless Mr. Price and other luciferous benefactors of mankind, for banishing the abominable mutton of our youth. So Maria with her flowers, herself the fairest flower, popped her roses, sweet williams, and so forth, in vases here and there, and adorned the apartment to the best of her art. She lingered fondly over this bowl and that dragon jar, casting but slight timid glances the while at young cousin Harry, whose own blush would have become any young woman, and you might have thought that she possibly intended to outstay her aunt, but that Baroness, seated in her armchair, her crooked tortoise-shell stick in her hand, pointed the servants imperiously to their duty, rated one and the other soundly, Tom for having a dun in his stocking, John for having greased his locks too profusely out of the candle-box, and so forth, keeping a stern domination over them. Another remark concerning poor Jeemes of 100 years ago: Jeemes slept 2 in a bed, 4 in a room, and that room a cellar very likely, and he washed in a trough such as you would hardly see anywhere in London now out of the barracks of Her Majesty's Foot Guards. If Maria hoped a present interview, her fond heart was disappointed. "Where are you going to dine, Harry?" asks Madame de Bernstein. "My niece Maria and I shall have a chicken in the little parlour. I think you should go to the best ordinary. There is one at the White Horse at 3, we shall hear his bell in a minute or 2. And you will understand, sir, that you ought not to spare expense, but behave like Princess Pocahontas's son. Your trunks have been taken over to the lodging I have engaged for you." It is not good for a lad to be always hanging about the aprons of two old women. Is it, Maria? No, says her ladyship, dropping her meek eyes, whilst the other ladies glared in triumph. I think Andromeda had been a good deal exposed to the dragon in the course of the last 5 or 6 days, and if Perseus had cut the latter's cruel head off he would have committed not unjustifiable monstricide. But he did not bear sword or shield, he only looked mechanically at the lacqueys in tawny and blue as they creaked about the room. And there are good mercers and tailors from London always here to wait on the company at the Wells. You had better see them, my dear, for your suit is not of the very last fashion, a little lace. I can't go out of mourning, ma'am, said the young man, looking down at his sables. Ha, sir, cried the lady, rustling up from her chair and rising on her cane, wear black for your brother till you are as old as Methuselah, if you like. I am sure I don't want to prevent you. I only want you to dress, and to do like other people, and make a figure worthy of your name. Madame, said Mr. Warrington with great state, I have not done anything to disgrace it that I know. Why did the old woman stop and give a little start as if she had been struck? Let bygones be bygones. She and the boy had a score of little passages of this kind in which swords were crossed and thrusts rapidly dealt or parried. She liked Harry none the worse for his courage in facing her. Sure, a little finer linen than that shirt you wear will not be a disgrace to you, sir, she said, with rather a forced laugh. Harry bowed and blushed. It was one of the homely gifts of his Oakhurst friends. He felt pleased somehow to think he wore it, thought of the new friends, so good, so pure, so simple, so kindly, with immense tenderness, and felt, while invested in this garment, as if evil could not touch him. He said he would go to his lodging, and make a point of returning arrayed in the best linen he had. Come back here, sir, said Madame Bernstein, and if our company has not arrived, Maria and I will find some ruffles for you. And herewith, under a footman's guidance, the young fellow walked off to his new lodgings. Harry found not only handsome and spacious apartments provided for him, but a groom in attendance waiting to be engaged by his honor, and a second valet, if he was inclined to hire one to wait upon Mr. Gumbo. Ere he had been many minutes in his rooms, emissaries from a London tailor and bootmaker waited him with the cards and compliments of their employers, Messrs. Rainier and Tull. The best articles in his modest wardrobe were laid out by Gumbo, and the finest linen with which his thrifty Virginian mother had provided him. Visions of the snow-surrounded home in his own country, of the crackling logs and the trim quiet ladies working by the fire, rose up before him. For the first time a little thought that the homely clothes were not quite smart enough, the home-worked linen not so fine as it might be, crossed the young man's mind. That he should be ashamed of anything belonging to him or to Castlewood. That was strange. The simple folks there were only too well satisfied with all things that were done, or said, or produced at Castlewood, and Madame Esmond, when she sent her son forth on his travels, thought no young nobleman need be better provided. The clothes might have fitted better and been of a later fashion, to be sure, but still the young fellow presented a comely figure enough when he issued from his apartments, his toilet over, and Gumbo calling a chair, marched beside it, until they reached the ordinary where the young gentleman was to dine. Here he expected to find the beau whose acquaintance he had made a few hours before at his aunt's lodging, and who had indicated to Harry that the White Horse was the most modish place for dining at the Wells, and he mentioned his friend's name to the host, but the landlord and waiters leading him into the room with many smiles and bows assured his honor that his honor did not need any other introduction than his own, helped him to hang up his coat and sword on a peg, asked him whether he would drink Burgundy, Pontac, or champagne to his dinner, and led him to a table. Though the most fashionable ordinary in the village, the White Horse did not happen to be crowded on this day. Monsieur Barbe, the landlord, informed Harry that there was a great entertainment at Summerhill, which had taken away most of the company. Indeed, when Harry entered the room, there were but 4 other gentlemen in it. 2 of these guests were drinking wine, and had finished their dinner. The other 2 were young men in the midst of their meal, to whom the landlord, as he passed, must have whispered the name of the newcomer, for they looked at him with some appearance of interest, and made him a slight bow across the table as the smiling host bustled away for Harry's dinner. Mr. Warrington returned the salute of the 2 gentlemen, who bade him welcome to Tunbridge, and hoped he would like the place upon better acquaintance. Then they smiled and exchanged waggish looks with each other, of which Harry did not understand the meaning, nor why they cast knowing glances at the 2 other guests over their wine. One of these persons was in a somewhat tarnished velvet coat with a huge queue and bag, and voluminous ruffles and embroidery. The other was a little beetle-browed, hook-nosed, high-shouldered gentleman, whom his opposite companion addressed as Miller, or my lord, in a very high voice. My lord, who was sipping the wine before him, barely glanced at the newcomer, and then addressed himself to his own companion. "And so you know the nephew of the old woman the Croesus who comes to arrive? You're thrown out there, Jack," says one young gentleman to the other. "Never could manage the lingo," said Jack. The two elders had begun to speak in the French language. "But assuredly, my dear lord," says the gentleman with the long queue, "you have shown energy, my dear Baron. He has been here but 2 hours. My people told me of him only as I came to dinner. I knew him before ! I have met him often in London with the Baroness and my lord, his cousin," said the Baron. A smoking soup for Harry here came in, borne by the smiling host. "Behold, sir. Behold a pottage of my fashion," says my landlord, laying down the dish and whispering to Harry the celebrated name of the nobleman opposite. Harry thanked Monsieur Barbe in his own language, upon which the foreign gentleman, turning round, grinned most graciously at Harry, and said, "Faust possedes notre langue parfaitement, monsieur." Mr. Warrington had never heard the French language pronounced in that manner in Canada. He bowed in return to the foreign gentleman. "Tell me more about the Croesus, my good Baron," continued his lordship, speaking rather superciliously to his companion, and taking no notice of Harry, which perhaps somewhat nettled the young man. "What will you, that I tell you, my dear lord? Croesus is a youth like other youths, he is tall, like other youths, he is awkward, like other youths, he has black hair, as they all have who come from the Indies. Lodgings have been taken for him at Mrs. Rose's toy shop." "I have lodgings there too," thought Mr. Warrington. "Who is Croesus they are talking of? How good the soup is." "He travels with a large retinue," the Baron continued, 4 servants, 2 post-chaises, and a pair of outriders. "His chief attendant is a black man who saved his life from the savages in America, and who will not hear, on any account, of being made free. He persists in wearing mourning for his elder brother from whom he inherits his principality. Could anything console you for the death of yours, Chevalier?" cried out the elder gentleman, Miller. "His property might," said the Chevalier, "which you know is not small. Your brother lives on his patrimony which you have told me is immense. You by your industry, my dear Chevalier, Miller," cries the individual addressed as Chevalier, "by your industry or your esprit, how much more noble. Shall you be at the Baroness's tonight? She ought to be a little of your parents, Chevalier." "Again I fail to comprehend your lordship," said the other gentleman, rather sulkily. "Why, she is a woman of great wit, she is of noble birth, she has undergone strange adventures, she has but little principle, though you happily have the advantage of her. But what care we men of the world? You intend to go and play with a young Creole, no doubt, and get as much money from him as you can. By the way, Baron, suppose he should be a get-halfpence, that young Creole? Suppose our excellent friend has invented him up in London, and brings him down with his character for wealth to prey upon the innocent folks here? Gai 7 Miller, says the little Baron, placing his finger to his nose very knowingly, "that Baroness is capable of anything. A Baroness, que voulez-vous, my friend? I mean the late lamented husband. Do you know who he was? Intimately. A more notorious villain never dealt a card. At Venice, at Brussels, at Spa, at Vienna, the jails of every one of which places he knew. I knew the man, my lord. I thought you would. I saw him at The Hague, where I first had the honor of meeting you, and a more disreputable rogue never entered my doors. A minister must open them to all sorts of people, Baron, spies, sharpers, ruffians of every sort. Parbley, Miller, how you treat them," says my lord's companion, "a man of my rank, my friend of the rank I held then of course, must see all sorts, or people interrupt as your acquaintance. What his wife could want with such a name as his I can't conceive. Apparently, it was better than the lady's own, effectively. So I have heard of my friend Paddy changing clothes with the Scarecrow. I don't know which name is the most distinguished, that of the English bishop or the German baron, my lord," cried the other gentleman, rising and laying his hand on a large star on his coat. "You forget that I, too, am a baron and a chevalier of the Holy Roman Order of the Spur! Not in the least, my dear knight and baron. You will have no more wine? We shall meet at Madame de Bernstein's tonight." The knight and baron quitted the table, felt in his embroidered pockets, as if for money to give the waiter, who brought him his great laced hat, and waving that menial off with a hand surrounded by large ruffles and blazing rings, he stalked away from the room. It was only when a person addressed as my lord had begun to speak of the bishop's widow and the German baron's wife that Harry Warrington was aware how his aunt and himself had been the subject of the two gentlemen's conversation. Ere the conviction had settled itself on his mind, one of the speakers had quitted the room, and the other, turning to a table at which two gentlemen sate, said, What a little sharper it is. Everything I said about Bernstein relates mutato nomine to him. I knew the fellow to be a spy and a rogue. He has changed his religion I don't know how many times. I had him turned out of The Hague myself when I was ambassador, and I know he was caned in Vienna. I wonder my Lord Chesterfield associates with such a villain," called out Harry from his table. The other couple of diners looked at him. To his surprise the nobleman so addressed went on talking. "There cannot be a more fiefkokwin than this Poelnitz. Why, heaven be thanked, he has actually left me my snuff-box. You laugh ? The fellow is capable of taking it." And my lord thought it was his own satire at which the young men were laughing. "You are quite right, sir," said one of the two diners, turning to Mr. Warrington, "though, saving your presence, I don't know what business it is of yours. My lord will play with anybody who will set him. Don't be alarmed, he is as deaf as a post, and did not hear a word that you said, and that's why my lord will play with anybody who will put a pack of cards before him, and that is the reason why he consorts with this rogue. Faith, I know other noblemen who are not particular as to their company," says Mr. Jack. "Do you mean because I associate with you? I know my company, my good friend, and I defy most men to have the better of me." Not having paid the least attention to Mr. Warrington's angry interruption, my lord opposite was talking in his favorite French with Monsieur Barbe, the landlord, and graciously complimenting him on his dinner. The host bowed again and again, was enchanted that His Excellency was satisfied, had not forgotten the art which he had learned when he was a young man in His Excellency's Kingdom of Ireland. The salmi was to my lord's liking. He had just served a dish to the young American seigneur who sat opposite, the gentleman from Virginia, to whom? My lord's pale face became red for a moment, as he asked this question, and looked towards Harry Warrington, opposite to him, to the young gentleman from Virginia who has just arrived, and who perfectly possesses our beautiful language. Says Mr. Barbe, thinking to kill two birds, as it were, with this one stone of a compliment, and to whom your lordship will be answerable for language reflecting upon my family, and uttered in the presence of these gentlemen, cried out Mr. Warrington, at the top of his voice, determined that his opponents should hear. "You must go and call into his ear, and then he may perchance hear you," said one of the younger guests. "I will take care that his lordship shall understand my meaning, one way or other," Mr. Warrington said, with much dignity, "and will not suffer calumnies regarding my relatives to be uttered by him or any other man." Whilst Harry was speaking, the little nobleman opposite to him did not hear him, but had time sufficient to arrange his own reply. He had risen, passing his handkerchief once or twice across his mouth, and laying his slim fingers on the table. "Sir," said he, "you will believe, on the word of a gentleman, that I had no idea before whom I was speaking, and it seems that my acquaintance, Monsieur de Poelnitz, knew you no better than myself. Had I known you, believe me that I should have been the last man in the world to utter a syllable that should give you annoyance, and I tender you my regrets and apologies, before my Lord March and Mr. Morris here present." To these words, Mr. Warrington could only make a bow, and mumble out a few words of acknowledgement, which speech having made believe to hear, my lord made Harry another very profound bow, and saying he should have the honor of waiting upon Mr. Warrington at his lodgings, saluted the company, and went away. Chapter 26, in which we are at a very great distance from Oakhurst, within the precinct of the White Horse Tavern, and coming up to the windows of the eating room, was a bowling green, with a table or two, where guests might sit and partake of punch or tea. The three gentlemen having come to an end of their dinner about the same time, Mr. Morris proposed that they should adjourn to the green, and drink a cool bottle. Jack Morris would adjourn to the dust hole, as a pretext for a fresh drink, said my lord. On which Jack said he supposed each gentleman had his own favourite way of going to the deuce. His weakness, he owned, was a bottle. My Lord Chesterfield's deuce is deuce ace, says my Lord March. His lordship can't keep away from the cards or dice. My Lord March has not one devil, but several devils. He loves gambling, he loves horse racing, he loves betting, he loves drinking, he loves eating, he loves money, he loves women, and you have fallen into bad company, Mr. Warrington, when you lighted upon his lordship. He will play you for every acre you have in Virginia, with the greatest pleasure in life, Mr. Warrington. Interposes my lord, and for all your tobacco, and for all your spices, and for all your slaves, and for all your oxen and asses, and for everything that is yours. Shall we begin now? Jack, you are never without a dice box or a bottle screw. I will set Mr. Warrington for what he likes. Unfortunately, my lord, the tobacco, and the slaves, and the asses, and the oxen, are not mine, as yet. I am just of age, and my mother, scarce 20 years older, has quite as good chance of long life as I have. I will bet you that you survive her. I will pay you a sum now against 4 times the sum to be paid at her death. I will set you a fair sum over this table against the reversion of your estate in Virginia at the old lady's departure. What do you call your place, Castlewood? A principality, I hear it is. I will bet that its value has been exaggerated 10 times at least amongst the quidnuncs here. How came you by the name of Castlewood? You are related to my lord. Oh, stay, I know, my lady, your mother, descends from the real head of the house. He took the losing side in 15. I have had the story a dozen times from my old duchess. She knew your grandfather. He was friend of Addison and Steele, and Pope and Milton, I dare say, and the bigwigs. It is a pity he did not stay at home, and transport the other branch of the family to the plantations. I have just been staying at Castlewood with my cousin there, remarked Mr. Warrington. Did you play with him? He's fond of pasteboard and bones, never, but for sixpences and a pool of commerce with the ladies, so much the better for both of you. But you played with Will Esmond if he was at home? I will lay 10 to 1 you played with Will Esmond. Harry blushed, and owned that of an evening his cousin and he had had a few games at cards. And Tom Sampson, the chaplain, cried Jack Morris, was he of the party? I wager that Tom made a third, and the Lord deliver you from Tom and Will Esmond together. Nay, the truth is, I won of both of them, said Mr. Warrington. And they paid you? Well, miracles will never cease. I did not say anything about miracles, remarked Mr. Harry, smiling over his wine. And you don't tell tales out of school the volto ciolto, hey, Mr. Warrington? Says my lord. I beg your pardon, said downright Harry. French is the only language besides my own of which I know a little. My Lord March has learned Italian at the opera, and a pretty penny his lessons have cost him, remarked Jack Morris. We must show him the opera, mustn't we, March, must we, Morris? Said my lord, as if he only half liked the other's familiarity. Both of the two gentlemen were dressed alike, in small scratch wigs without powder, in blue frocks with plate buttons, in buckskins and riding boots, in little hats with a narrow cord of lace, and no outward mark of fashion. I don't care about the opera much, my lord, says Harry, warming with his wine, but I should like to go to Newmarket, and long to see a good English hunting field. We will show you Newmarket and the hunting field, sir. Can you ride pretty well? I think I can, Harry said, and I can shoot pretty well. And jump some. What's your weight? I bet you we weigh even, or I weigh most. I bet you Jack Morris beats you at birds or a mark, at 25 paces. I bet you I jump farther than you on flat ground, here on this green. I don't know Mr. Morris's shooting. I never saw either gentleman before, but I take your bets, my lord, at what you please, cries Harry, who by this time was more than warm with Burgundy. Ponies on each, cried my lord. Done and done, cried my lord and Harry together. The young man thought it was for the honor of his country not to be ashamed of any bet made to him. We can try the last bet now, if your feet are pretty steady, said my lord, springing up, stretching his arms and limbs, and looking at the crisp, dry grass. He drew his boots off, then his coat and waistcoat, buckling his belt round his waist, and flinging his clothes down to the ground. Harry had a more respect for his garments. It was his best suit. He took off the velvet coat and waistcoat, folded them up daintily, and, as the 2 or 3 tables round were slopped with drink, went to place the clothes on a table in the eating room, of which the windows were open. Here a new guest had entered, and this was no other than Mr. Wolfe, who was soberly eating a chicken and salad, with a modest pint of wine. Harry was in high spirits. He told the colonel he had a bet with my Lord March. Would Colonel Wolfe stand him halves? The colonel said he was too poor to bet. Would he come out and see fair play? That he would with all his heart. Colonel Wolfe set down his glass, and stalked through the open window after his young friend. Who is that tallow-faced put with the carroty hair? Says Jack Morris, on whom the Burgundy had had its due effect. Mr. Warrington explained that this was Lieutenant Colonel Wolfe, of the 20th Regiment, your humble servant, gentlemen. Says the colonel, making the company a rigid military bow. Never saw such a figure in my life, cries Jack Morris. Did you march? I beg your pardon, I think you said march, said the colonel, looking very much surprised. I'm the Earl of March, sir, at Colonel Wolfe's service, said the nobleman, bowing. My friend, Mr. Morris, is so intimate with me, that, after dinner, we are quite like brothers. Why is not all Tunbridge Wells by to hear this? Thought Morris. And he was so delighted that he shouted out, 2 to 1 on my lord. Done. Calls out Mr. Warrington, and the enthusiastic Jack was obliged to cry done. 2, take him, Colonel, Harry whispers to his friend, but the colonel said he could not afford to lose, and therefore could not hope to win. I see you have won one of our bets already, Mr. Warrington, my Lord March remarked. I am taller than you by an inch or two, but you are broad around the shoulders. Pooh, my dear Will. I bet you weigh twice as much as he does, cries Jack Morris. Done, Jack, says my lord, laughing. The bets are all ponies. Will you take him, Mr. Warrington? No, my dear fellow, one's enough, says Jack. Very good, my dear fellow, says my lord, and now we will settle the other wager. Having already arrayed himself in his best silk stockings, black satin net breeches, and neatest pumps, Harry did not care to take off his shoes as his antagonist had done, whose heavy riding boots and spurs were, to be sure, little calculated for leaping. They had before them a fine even green turf of some 30 yards in length, enough for a run and enough for a jump. A gravel walk ran around this green, beyond which was a wall and gate sign a field azure, bearing the Hanoverian white horse rampant between two skittles proper, and for motto the name of the landlord and of the animal depicted. My lord's friend laid a handkerchief on the ground as the mark whence the leapers were to take their jump, and Mr. Wolf stood at the other end of the grass plat to note the spot where each came down. My lord went first, writes Mr. Warrington, in a letter to Mrs. Mountain, at Castlewood, Virginia, still extant. He was for having me take the lead, but, remembering the story about the Battle of Fontenoy which my dearest George used to tell, I says, Munson locumt, tires la premiere, Silvaus play. So he took his run in his stocking feet, and for the honour of old Virginia, I had the gratification of beating his lordship by more than 2 feet, viz., 2 feet 9 inches, me jumping 21 feet 3 inches, by the draws measured tape, and his lordship only 18.6. I had won from him about my weight before, which I knew the moment I set my eye upon him. So he and Mr. Jack paid me these 2 bets. And with my best duty to my mother, she will not be displeased with me, for I bet for the honour of the Old Dominion, and my opponent was a nobleman of the first quality, himself holding 2 earldoms, and heir to a duke. Betting is all the rage here, and the bloods and young fellows of fashion are betting away from morning till night. I told them, and that was my mischief perhaps, that there was a gentleman at home who could beat me by a good foot, and when they asked who it was, and I said Cole G. Washington, of Mount Vernon, as you know he can, and he's the only man in his county or mine that can do it. Mr. Wolf asked me ever so many questions about Cole G. W., and showed that he had heard of him, and talked over last year's unhappy campaign as if he knew every inch of the ground, and he knew the names of all our rivers, only he called the Potomac Potomac, at which we had a good laugh at him. My Lord of March and Ruglen was not in the least ill humour about losing, and he and his friend handed me notes out of their pocket-books, which filled mine that was getting very empty, for the vails to the servants at my cousin Castlewood's house and buying a horse at Oakhurst have very nearly put me on the necessity of making another draft upon my honoured mother or her London or Bristol agent. These feats of activity over, the 4 gentlemen now strolled out of the tavern garden into the public walk, where, by this time, a great deal of company was assembled, upon whom Mr. Jack, who was of a frank and free nature, with a loud voice, chose to make remarks that were not always agreeable. And here, if my Lord March made a joke, of which his lordship was not sparing, Jack roared, "Oh, ho, ho! Oh, good gad! Oh, my dear Earl! Oh, my dear Lord, you'll be the death of me!" It seemed as if he wished everybody to know, writes Harry sagaciously to Mrs. Mountain, that his friend and companion was an Earl. There was, indeed, a great variety of characters who passed. M. Poelnitz, no finer dressed than he had been at dinner, grinned, and saluted with his great laced hat and tarnished feathers. Then came by my Lord Chesterfield, in a pearl-coloured suit, with his blue ribbon and star, and saluted the young men in his turn. I will back the old boy for taking his hat off against the whole kingdom, and France either, says my Lord March. He has never changed the shape of that hat of his for 20 years. Look at it. There it goes again. Do you see that great, big, awkward, pockmarked, snuff-coloured man, who hardly touches his clumsy beaver in reply? D. his confounded impudence. Do you know who that is? No, curse him. Who is it, March? Asks Jack, with an oath. It's one Johnson, a dictionary maker, about whom my Lord Chesterfield wrote some most capital papers, when his dictionary was coming out, to patronize the fellow. I know they were capital. I've heard Horry Walpole say so, and he knows all about that kind of thing. Confound the impudent schoolmaster, hang him, he ought to stand in the pillory. Roars Jack. That fat man he's walking with is another of your writing fellows, a printer, his name is Richardson, he wrote Clarissa, you know. Great heavens! My lord, is that the great Richardson? Is that the man who wrote Clarissa? Called out Colonel Wolfe and Mr. Warrington, in a breath. Harry ran forward to look at the old gentleman toddling along the walk with a train of admiring ladies surrounding him. Indeed, my very dear sir, one was saying, you are too great and good to live in such a world, but sure you were sent to teach it virtue. Ah, my Miss Mulso. Who shall teach the teacher? Said the good, fat old man, raising a kind, round face skywards. Even he has his faults and errors. Even his age and experience does not prevent him from stumble. Heaven bless my soul, Mr. Johnson. I ask your pardon if I have trodden on your corn. You have done both, sir. You have trodden on the corn, and received the pardon, said Mr. Johnson, and went on mumbling some verses, swaying to and fro, his eyes turned towards the ground, his hands behind him, and occasionally endangering with his great stick the honest, meek eyes of his companion author. They do not see very well, my dear Mulso, he says to the young lady, but such as they are, I would keep my lash from Mr. Johnson's cudgel. Your servant, sir. Here he made a low bow, and took her off his hat to Mr. Warrington, who shrank back with many blushes, after saluting the great author. The great author was accustomed to be adored. A gentler wind never puffed mortal vanity. Enraptured spinsters flung tea leaves round him, and incensed him with the coffee pot. Matrons kissed the slippers they had worked for him. There was a halo of virtue round his nightcap. All Europe had thrilled, panted, admired, trembled, wept, over the pages of the immortal little, kind, honest man with the round paunch. Harry came back quite glowing and proud at having a bow from him. Ah, says he, my lord, I am glad to have seen him. Why, damme, you may see him any day in his shop, I suppose. Says Jack, with a laugh. My brother declared that he, and Mr. Fielding, I think, was the name, were the greatest geniuses in England, and often used to say, that when he came to Europe, his first pilgrimage would be to Mr. Richardson, cried Harry, always impetuous, honest, and tender, when he spoke of the dearest friend. Your brother spoke like a man, cried Mr. Wolfe, too, his pale face likewise flushing up. I would rather be a man of genius, than a peer of the realm, every man to his taste, Colonel, says my lord, much amused. Your enthusiasm, I don't mean anything personal, refreshes me, on my honor it does, so it does me, by gad, perfectly refreshes me, cries Jack, so it does Jack, you see it actually refreshes Jack. I say, Jack, which would you rather be? A fat old printer, who has written a story about a confounded girl and a fellow that ruins her, or a peer of Parliament with 10,000 a year. March, my lord, march. Do you take me for a fool? Says Jack, with a tearful voice. Have I done anything to deserve this language from you? I would rather win honor than honors, I would rather have genius than wealth. I would rather make my name than inherit it, though my father's, thank God, is an honest one, said the young colonel. But pardon me, gentlemen, and here making them a hasty salutation, he ran across the parade towards a young and elderly lady and a gentleman, who were now advancing. It is the beautiful Miss Lowther. I remember now, says my lord. See. He takes her arm. The report is, he is engaged to her. You don't mean to say such a fellow is engaged to any of the Lowthers of the North? Cries out Jack. Curse me, what is the world come to, with your printers, and your half-pay ensigns, and your schoolmasters, and your infernal nonsense? The dictionary maker, who had shown so little desire to bow to my Lord Chesterfield, when that famous nobleman courteously saluted him, was here seen to take off his beaver, and bow almost to the ground, before a florid personage in a large round hat, with bands and a gown, who made his appearance in the walk. This was my Lord Bishop of Salisbury, wearing complacently the blue riband and badge of the Garter, of which noble order his lordship was prelate. Mr. Johnson stood, hat in hand, during the whole time of his conversation with Dr. Gilbert, who made many flattering and benedictory remarks to Mr. Richardson, declaring that he was the supporter of virtue, the preacher of sound morals, the mainstay of religion, of all which points the honest printer himself was perfectly convinced. Do not let any young lady trip to her grandpapa's bookcase in consequence of this eulogium, and rashly take down Clarissa from the shelf. She would not care to read the volumes, over which her pretty ancestresses wept and thrilled 100 years ago, which were commended by divines from pulpits and belauded all Europe over. I wonder, are our women more virtuous than their grandmothers, or only more squeamish? If the former, then Miss Smith of New York is certainly more modest than Miss Smith of London, who still does not scruple to say that tables, pianos, and animals have legs. Oh, my faithful, good old Samuel Richardson. Hath the news yet reached thee in Hades that thy sublime novels are huddled away in corners, and that our daughters may no more read Clarissa than Tom Jones? Go up, Samuel, and be reconciled with thy brother scribe, whom in life thou didst hate so. I wonder whether a century hence the novels of today will be hidden behind locks and wires, and make pretty little maidens blush. Who is yonder queer person in the high headdress of my grandmother's time, who stops and speaks to Mr. Richardson? Asked Harry, as a fantastically dressed lady came up, and performed a curtsy and a compliment to the bowing printer. Jack Morris nervously struck Harry a blow in the side with the butt end of his whip. Lord March laughed. Yonder queer person is my gracious kinswoman, Catherine, Duchess of Dover and Queensberry, at your service, Mr. Warrington. She was a beauty price. She is changed now, isn't she? What an old gorgon it is. She is a great patroness of your bookmen, and when that old frump was young, they actually made verses about her. The Earl quitted his friends for a moment to make his bow to the old Duchess, Jack Morris explaining to Mr. Warrington how, at the Duke's death, my Lord of March and Rugalen would succeed to his cousin's dukedoms. I suppose, says Harry, simply, his lordship is here in attendance upon the old lady? Jack burst into a loud laugh. Oh yes. Very much. Exactly. Says he. Why, my dear fellow, you don't mean to say you haven't heard about the little opera dancer? I am but lately arrived in England, Mr. Morris, said Harry, with a smile, and in Virginia, I own, we have not heard much about the little opera dancer. Luckily for us, the secret about the little opera dancer never was revealed, for the young men's conversation was interrupted by a lady in a cardinal cape, and a hat by no means unlike those lovely headpieces which have returned into vogue 100 years after the date of our present history, who made a profound curtsy to the two gentlemen and received their salutation in return. She stopped opposite to Harry. She held out her hand, rather to his wonderment. Have you so soon forgotten me, Mr. Warrington? She said. Off went Harry's hat in an instant. He started, blushed, stammered, and called out good heavens. As if there had been any celestial wonder in the circumstance. It was Lady Maria come out for a walk. He had not been thinking about her. She was, to say truth, for the moment so utterly out of the young gentleman's mind, that her sudden re-entry there and appearance in the body startled Mr. Warrington's faculties, and caused those guilty blushes to crowd into his cheeks. No. He was not even thinking of her. A week ago, a year, 100 years ago, it seemed he would not have been surprised to meet her anywhere. Appearing from amidst darkling shrubberies, gliding over green garden terraces, loitering on stairs or corridors, hovering even in his dreams, all day or all night, bodily or spiritually, he had been accustomed to meet her. A week ago his heart used to beat. A week ago, and at the very instant when he jumped out of his sleep, there was her idea smiling on him. And it was only last Tuesday that his lover was stabbed and slain, and he not only had left off mourning for her, but had forgotten her. You will come and walk with me a little? She said. Or would you like the music best? I dare say you will like the music best. You know, said Harry, I don't care about any music much, except he was thinking of the evening hymn except of your playing. He turned very red again as he spoke. He felt he was perjuring himself horribly. The poor lady was agitated herself by the flutter and agitation which she saw in her young companion. Gracious heaven! Could that tremor and excitement mean that she was mistaken, and that the lad was still faithful? Give me your arm, and let us take a little walk, she said, waving round a curtsy to the other two gentlemen. My aunt is asleep after her dinner. Harry could not but offer the arm, and press the hand that lay against his heart. Maria made another fine curtsy to Harry's bowing companions, and walked off with her prize. In her griefs, in her ages, in the pains and anguish of wrong and desertion, how a woman remembers to smile, curtsy, caress, dissemble. How resolutely they discharge the social proprieties, how they have a word, or a hand, or a kind little speech or reply for the passing acquaintance who crosses unknowing the path of the tragedy, drops a light airy remark or two, happy self-satisfied rogue, and passes on. He passes on, and thinks the woman was rather pleased with what I said. That joke I made was rather neat. I do really think Lady Maria looks rather favourably at me, and she's a devilish fine woman, begad she is. Oh, you wiseacre. Such was Jack Morris's observation and case as he walked away leaning on the arm of his noble friend, and thinking the whole society of the Wells was looking at him. He had made some exquisite remarks about a particular run of cards at Lady Flushington's the night before, and Lady Maria had replied graciously and neatly, and so away went Jack perfectly happy. The absurd creature. I declare we know nothing of anybody, but that for my part one know better and better every day. You enter smiling to see your new acquaintance, Mrs. A. and her charming family. You make your bow in the elegant drawing room of Mr. and Mrs. B. I tell you that in your course through life you are forever putting your great clumsy foot upon the mute invisible wounds of bleeding tragedies. Mrs. B.'s closets for what you know are stuffed with skeletons. Look there under the sofa cushion. Is that merely Missy's doll, or is it the limb of a stifled Cupid peeping out? What do you suppose are those ashes smouldering in the great question mark? Very likely a suttee has been offered up just before you came in, a faithful heart has been burned out upon a callous corpse, and you are looking on the sinner idoloso. You see B. and his wife receiving their company before dinner. Gracious powers! Do you know that that bouquet which she wears is a signal to Captain C, and that he will find a note under the little bronze Shakespeare on the mantelpiece in the study? And with all this you go up and say some uncommonly neat thing, as you fancy, to Mrs. B. about the weather, clever dog, or about Lady E.'s last party, fashionable buck, or about the dear children in the nursery, insinuating rogue. Heaven and earth, my good sir, how can you tell that B. is not going to pitch all the children out of the nursery window this very night, or that his lady has not made an arrangement for leaving them, and running off with the captain? How do you know that those footmen are not disguised bailiffs? That yonder large-looking butler, really a skeleton, is not the pawnbroker's man? And that there are not skeleton rotis and entrees under every one of the covers? Look at their feet peeping from under the tablecloth. Mind how you stretch out your own lovely little slippers, madame, lest you knock over a rib or two. Remark the death's head moths fluttering among the flowers. See, the pale winding sheets gleaming in the wax candles. I know it is an old story, and especially that this preacher has yelled vanitas vanitatum 500 times before. I can't help always falling upon it, and cry out with particular loudness and wailing, and become especially melancholy, when I see a dead love tied to a live love. Ha! I look up from my desk, across the street, and there come in Mr. and Mrs. D. from their walk in Kensington Gardens. How she hangs on him! How jolly and happy he looks, as the children frisk round. My poor dear benighted Mrs. D., there is a Regent's Park as well as a Kensington Gardens in the world. Go in, fond wretch. Smilingly lay before him what you know he likes for dinner. Show him the children's copies and the reports of their masters. Go with Missy to the piano, and play your artless duet together, and fancy you are happy. Go Harry and Maria taking their evening walk on the common, away from the village which is waking up from its after-dinner siesta, and where the people are beginning to stir and the music to play. With the music Maria knows Madame de Bernstein will waken, with the candles she must be back to the tea-table and the cards. Never mind. Here is a minute. It may be my love is dead, but here is a minute to kneel over the grave and pray by it. He certainly was not thinking about her. He was startled and did not even know her. He was laughing and talking with Jack Morris and my Lord March. He is 20 years younger than she. Never mind. Today is today in which we are all equal. This moment is ours. Come, let us walk a little way over the heath, Harry. She will go, though she feels a deadly assurance that he will tell her all is over between them, and that he loves the dark-haired girl at Oakhurst. Chapter 27 Plinius Opus Alii. Let me hear about those children, child, whom I saw running about at the house where they took you in, poor dear boy, after your dreadful fall, says Maria, as they paced the common. Oh, that fall, Harry. I thought I should have died when I saw it. You needn't squeeze one's arm so. You know you don't care for me. The people are the very best, kindest, dearest people I have ever met in the world, cries Mr. Warrington. Mrs. Lambert was a friend of my mother when she was in Europe for her education. Colonel Lambert is a most accomplished gentleman, and has seen service everywhere. He was in Scotland with His Royal Highness, in Flanders, at Minorca. No natural parents could be kinder than they were to me. How can I show my gratitude to them? I want to make them a present. I must make them a present, says Harry, clapping his hand into his pocket, which was filled with the crisp spoils of Morris and March. We can go to the toy shop, my dear, and buy a couple of dolls for the children, says Lady Maria. You would offend the parents by offering anything like payment for their kindness. Dolls for Hester and Theo. Why, do you think a woman is not woman till she is 40, Maria? The arm under Harry's hair gave a wince, perhaps ever so slight a wince. I can tell you Miss Hester by no means considers herself a child, and Miss Theo is older than her sister. They know ever so many languages. They have read books so. Piles and piles of books. They play on the harpsichord and sing together admirable. and Theo composes and sings songs of her own. Indeed, I scarcely saw them. I thought they were children. They looked quite childish. I had no idea they had all these perfections, and were such wonders of the world. That's just the way with you women. At home, if me or George praised a woman, Mrs. Esmond, and Mountain, too, would be sure to find fault with her. Cries Harry, I am sure I would find fault with no one who is kind to you, Mr. Warrington, sighed Maria, though you are not angry with me for envying them because they had to take care of you when you were wounded and ill whilst I had to leave you, you dear good Maria. No, Harry. I am not dear and good. There, sir, you needn't be so pressing in your attentions. Look. There is your black man walking with a score of other wretches in livery. The horrid creatures are going to fuddle at the tea garden, and get tipsy like their masters. That dreadful Mr. Morris was perfectly tipsy when I came to you, and frightened you so. I had just won great bets from both of them. What shall I buy for you, my dear cousin? And Harry narrated the triumphs which he had just achieved. He was in high spirits, he laughed, he bragged a little. For the honor of Virginia I was determined to show them what jumping was, he said. With a little practice I think I could leap 2 foot farther. Maria was pleased with the victories of her young champion. But you must beware about play, child, she said. You know it hath been the ruin of our family. My brother Castlewood, Will, our poor father, our aunt, Lady Castlewood herself, they have all been victims to it. As for my Lord March, he is the most dreadful gambler and the most successful of all the nobility. I don't intend to be afraid of him, nor of his friend Mr. Jack Morris neither, says Harry, again fingering the delightful notes. What do you play at Aunt Bernstein's? Cribbage, all fours, brag, whist, commerce, piquet, quadrille. I'm ready at any of them. What o'clock is that striking short 'tis 7, and you want to begin now, said the plaintive Maria. You don't care about walking with your poor cousin. Not long ago you did. Hey. Youth is youth, cousin, cried Mr. Harry, tossing up his head, and a young fellow must have his fling. And he strutted by his partner's side, confident, happy, and eager for pleasure. Not long ago he did like to walk with her. Only yesterday, he liked to be with Theo and Hester, and good Mrs. Lambert, but pleasure, life, gaiety, the desire to shine and to conquer, had also their temptations for the lad, who seized the cup like other lads, and did not care to calculate on the headache in store for the morning. Whilst he and his cousin were talking, the fiddles from the open orchestra on the parade made a great tuning and squeaking, preparatory to their usual evening concert. Maria knew her aunt was awake again, and that she must go back to her slavery. Harry never asked about that slavery, though he must have known it, had he taken the trouble to think. He never pitied his cousin. He was not thinking about her at all. Yet when his mishap befell him, she had been wounded far more cruelly than he was. He had scarce ever been out of her thoughts, which of course she had to bury under smiling hypocrisies, as is the way with her sex. I know, my dear Mrs. Grundy, you think she was an old fool? Ah. Do you suppose fools' caps do not cover grey hair, as well as jet or auburn? Bear gently with our elderly Fradanes, oh you Minerva of a woman. Or perhaps you are so good and wise that you don't read novels at all. This I know, that there are late crops of wild oats, as well as early harvests of them, and, from observation of self and neighbour, I have an idea that the of infatua grows up to the very last days of the year. Like worldly parents anxious to get rid of a troublesome child, and go out to their evening party, Madame Bernstein and her attendants had put the sun to bed, whilst it was as yet light, and had drawn the curtains over it, and were busy about their cards and their candles, and their tea and negus, and other refreshments. One chair after another landed ladies at the Baroness's door, more or less painted, patched, brocaded. To these came gentlemen in gala raiment. Mr. Polnitz's star was the largest, and his coat the most embroidered of all present. My Lord of March and Vugelen, when he made his appearance, was quite changed from the individual with whom Harry had made acquaintance at the White Horse. His tight brown scratch was exchanged for a neatly curled feather top, with a bag and grey powder, his jockey dress and leather breeches replaced by a rich and elegant French suit. Mr. Jack Morris had just such another wig and a suit of stuff as closely as possible resembling his lordship's. Mr. Wolfe came in attendance upon his beautiful mistress, Miss Lothair, and her aunt who loved cards, as all the world did. When my Lady Maria Esmond made her appearance, 'tis certain that her looks belied Madame Bernstein's account of her. Her shape was very fine, and her dress showed a great deal of it. Her complexion was by nature exceeding fair, and a dark frilled ribbon, clasped by a jewel, round her neck, enhanced its snowy whiteness. Her cheeks were not redder than those of other ladies present, and the roses were pretty openly purchased by everybody at the perfumery shops. An artful patch or two, it was supposed, added to the luster of her charms. Her hoop was not larger than the iron contrivances which ladies of the present day hang round their persons, and we may pronounce that the costume, if absurd in some points, was pleasing altogether. Suppose our ladies took to wearing of bangles and nose rings? I dare say we should laugh at the ornaments, and not dislike them, and lovers would make no difficulty about lifting up the ring to be able to approach the rosy lips underneath. As for the Baroness de Bernstein, when that lady took the pains of making a grand toilette, she appeared as an object, handsome still, and magnificent, but melancholy, and even somewhat terrifying to behold. You read the past in some old faces, while some others lapse into mere meekness and content. The fires go quite out of some eyes, as the crow's feet pucker round them, they flash no longer with scorn, or with anger, or love, they gaze, and no one is melted by their sapphire glances, they look, and no one is dazzled. My fair young reader, if you are not so perfect a beauty as the peerless Lindamira, queen of the ball, if, at the end of it, as you retire to bed, you meekly own that you have had but 2 or 3 partners, whilst Lindamira has had a crowd round her all that night, console yourself with thinking that, at 50, you will look as kind and pleasant as you appear now at 18. You will not have to lay down your coach and 6 of beauty and see another step into it, and walk yourself through the rest of life. You will have to forego no longer accustomed homage, you will not witness and own the depreciation of your smiles. You will not see fashion forsake your quarter, and remain all dust, gloom, cobwebs within your once splendid saloons, and placards in your sad windows, gaunt, lonely, and to let. You may not have known any grandeur, but you won't feel any desertion. You will not have enjoyed millions, but you will have escaped bankruptcy. Our hostess, said my Lord Chesterfield to his friend in a confidential whisper, of which the utterer did not in the least know the loudness, puts me in mind of Covent Garden in my youth. Then it was the court end of the town, and inhabited by the highest fashion. Now, a nobleman's house is a gaming house, or you may go in with a friend and call for a bottle. Hey! A bottle and a tavern are good things in their way, says my Lord March, with a shrug of his shoulders. I was not born before the Georges came in, though I intend to live to 100. I never knew the Bernstein but as an old woman, and if she ever had beauty, hang me if I know how she spent it. No, hang me, how did she spend it? Laughs out Jack Morris. Here's a table. Shall we sit down and have a game? ? Don't let the Frenchman come in. He won't pay. Mr. Warrington, will you take a card? Mr. Warrington and my Lord Chesterfield found themselves partners against Mr. Morris and the Earl of March. You have come too late, Baron, says the elder nobleman to the other nobleman who is advancing. We have made our game. What, have you forgotten Mr. Warrington of Virginia, the young gentleman whom you met in London? The young gentleman whom I met at Arthur's chocolate house had black hair, a little cocked nose, and was by no means so fortunate in his personal appearance as Mr. Warrington, said the Baron, with much presence of mind. Warrington, Dorrington, Harrington? We of the continent cannot retain your insular names. I certify that this gentleman is not the individual of whom I spoke at dinner. And, glancing kindly upon him, the old beau sidled away to a farther end of the room, where Mr. Wolfe and Miss Lowther were engaged in deep conversation in the embrasure of a window. Here the Baron thought fit to engage the Lieutenant Colonel upon the Prussian manual exercise, which had lately been introduced into King George II's army, a subject with which Mr. Wolfe was thoroughly familiar, and which no doubt would have interested him at any other moment but that. Nevertheless the old gentleman uttered his criticisms and opinions, and thought he perfectly charmed the 2 persons to whom he communicated them. At the commencement of the evening the Baroness received her guests personally, and as they arrived engaged them in talk and introductory courtesies. But as the rooms and tables filled, and the parties were made up, Madame de Bernstein became more and more restless, and finally retreated with 3 friends to her own corner, where a table specially reserved for her was occupied by her major domo. And here the old lady sate down resolutely, never changing her place or quitting her game till cockcrow. The charge of receiving the company devolved now upon my Lady Maria, who did not care for cards, but dutifully did the honours of the house to her aunt's guests, and often rustled by the table where her young cousin was engaged with his 3 friends. Come and cut the cards for us, said my Lord March to her ladyship as she passed on one of her wistful visits. Cut the cards and bring us luck, Lady Maria. We have had none tonight, and Mr. Warrington is winning everything. I hope you are not playing high, Harry? Said the lady, timidly. Oh no, only 6pences, cried my lord, dealing. Only 6pences, echoed Mr. Morris, who was Lord March's partner. But Mr. Morris must have been very keenly alive to the value of sixpence, if the loss of a few such coins could make his round face look so dismal. My Lord Chesterfield sat opposite Mr. Warrington, sorting his cards. No one could say, by inspecting that calm physiognomy, whether good or ill fortune was attending his lordship. Some word, not altogether indicative of delight, slipped out of Mr. Morris's lips, on which his partner cried out, "Hang it, Morris, play your cards, and hold your tongue." Considering they were only playing for sixpences, his lordship, too, was strangely affected. Maria, still fondly lingering by Harry's chair, with her hand at the back of it, could see his cards, and that a whole covey of trumps was ranged in one corner. She had not taken away his luck. She was pleased to think she had cut that pack which had dealt him all those pretty trumps. As Lord March was dealing, he had said in a quiet voice to Mr. Warrington, "The bet as before, Mr. Warrington, or shall we double it?" "Anything you like, my lord," said Mr. Warrington, very quietly. "We will say, then, shillings." "Yes, shillings," says Mr. Warrington, and the game proceeded. The end of the days, and some succeeding days' sport may be gathered from the following letter, which was never delivered to the person to whom it was addressed, but found its way to America in the papers of Mr. Henry Warrington. Tunbridge Wells, August 10, 1756. Dear George, as White's 2 bottles of Burgundy and a pack of cards constitute all the joys of your life, I take for granted that you are in London at this moment, preferring smoke and faro to fresh air and fresh haystacks. This will be delivered to you by a young gentleman with whom I have lately made acquaintance, and whom you will be charmed to know. He will play with you at any game for any stake, up to any hour of the night, and drink any reasonable number of bottles during the play. Mr. Warrington is no other than the fortunate youth about whom so many stories have been told in the Public Advertiser and other prints. He has an estate in Virginia as big as Yorkshire, with the encumbrance of a mother, the reigning sovereign, but, as the country is unwholesome, and fevers plentiful, let us hope that Mrs. Esmond will die soon, and leave this virtuous lad in undisturbed possession. She is aunt of that Polison of a Castlewood, who never pays his play debts, unless he is more honourable in his dealings with you than he has been with me. Mr. W. is de bon race. We must have him of our society, if it be only that I may win my money back from him. He has had the devil's luck here, and has been winning everything, whilst his old card-playing beldam of an aunt has been losing. A few nights ago, when I first had the ill luck to make his acquaintance, he beat me in jumping, having practised the art amongst the savages, and running away from bears in his native woods. He won bets off me and Jack Morris about my weight, and at night, when we sat down to play, at old Bernstein's, he won from us all round. If you can settle our last Epsom account, please hand over to Mr. Warrington £350, which I still owe him, after pretty well emptying my pocket-book. Chesterfield has dropped 600 to him, too, but his lordship does not wish to have it known, having sworn to give up play and live cleanly. Jack Morris, who has not been hit as hard as either of us, and can afford it quite as well, for the fat chuff has no houses nor train to keep up, and all his misbegotten father's money in hand, roars like a bull of Bashan about his losses. We had a second night's play, and Petty Comite, and Bob served us a fair dinner in a private room. Mr. Warrington holds his tongue like a gentleman, and none of us have talked about our losses, but the whole place does, for us. Yesterday the Katerina looked as sulky as thunder, because I would not give her a diamond necklace, and says I refuse her because I have lost 5,000 to the Virginian. My old Duchess of Q has the very same story, besides knowing to a fraction what Chesterfield and Jack have lost. Warrington treated the company to breakfast and music at the rooms, and you should have seen how the women tore him to pieces. That fiend of a Katerina ogled him out of my vis-a-vis, and under my very nose, yesterday, as we were driving to Penshurst, and I have no doubt has sent him a billet doux ere this. He shot Jack Morris all to pieces at a mark. We shall try him with partridges when the season comes. He is a fortunate fellow, certainly. He has youth, which is not debauched by evil courses in Virginia, as ours is in England. He has good health, good looks, and good luck. In a word, Mr. Warrington has won our money in a very gentlemanlike manner, and, as I like him, and wish to win some of it back again, I put him under your worship's saintly guardianship. Adieu. I am going to the north, and shall be back for Doncaster. Yours ever, dear George, M. et R. to George Augustus Selwyn, Esquire, at White's Chocolate House, St. James's Street. Chapter 28. The Way of the World. Our young Virginian found himself, after 2 or 3 days at Tunbridge Wells, by far the most important personage in that merry little watering place. No nobleman in the place inspired so much curiosity. My Lord Bishop of Salisbury himself was scarce treated with more respect. People turned round to look after Harry as he passed, and country folks stared at him as they came into market. At the rooms, matrons encouraged him to come round to them, and found means to leave him alone with their daughters, most of whom smiled upon him. Everybody knew, to an acre and a shilling, the extent of his Virginian property, and the amount of his income. At every tea table in the Wells, his winnings at play were told and calculated. Wonderful is the knowledge which our neighbours have of our affairs. So great was the interest and curiosity which Harry inspired, that people even smiled upon his servant, and took Gumbo aside and treated him with ale and cold meat, in order to get news of the young Virginian. Mr. Gumbo fattened under the diet, became a leading member of the Society of Valets in the place, and lied more enormously than ever. No party was complete unless Mr. Warrington attended it. The lad was not a little amused and astonished by this prosperity, and bore his new honours pretty well. He had been bred at home to think too well of himself, and his present good fortune no doubt tended to confirm his self-satisfaction. But he was not too much elated. He did not brag about his victories or give himself any particular airs. In engaging in play with the gentleman who challenged him, he had acted up to his queer code of honour. He felt as if he was bound to meet them when they summoned him, and that if they invited him to a horse race, or a drinking bout, or a match at cards, for the sake of old Virginia he must not draw back. Mr. Harry found his new acquaintances ready to try him at all these sports and contests. He had a strong head, a skillful hand, a firm seat, an unflinching nerve. The representative of old Virginia came off very well in his friendly rivalry with the mother country, Madame de Bernstein, who got her fill of cards every night, and, no doubt, repaired the ill fortune of which we heard in the last chapter, was delighted with her nephew's victories and reputation. He had shot with Jack Morris and beat him. He had ridden a match with Mr. Scamper and won it. He played tennis with Captain Batts, and, though the boy had never tried the game before, in a few days he held his own uncommonly well. He had engaged in play with those celebrated gamesters, my lords of Chesterfield and March, and they both bore testimony to his coolness, gallantry, and good breeding. At his books Harry was not brilliant certainly, but he could write as well as a great number of men of fashion, and the naivete of his ignorance amused the old lady. She had read books in her time, and could talk very well about them with bookish people. She had a relish for humour and delighted in Molière and Mr. Fielding, but she loved the world far better than the library, and was never so interested in any novel but that she would leave it for a game of cards. She superintended with fond pleasure the improvements of Harry's toilette, rummaged out fine laces for his ruffles and shirt, and found a pretty diamond brooch for his frill. He attained the post of prime favourite of all her nephews and kinsfolk. I fear Lady Maria was only too well pleased at the lad's successes, and did not grudge him his superiority over her brothers, but those gentlemen must have quaked with fear and envy when they heard of Mr. Warrington's prodigious successes, and the advance which he had made in their wealthy aunt's favour. After a fortnight of Tunbridge, Mr. Harry had become quite a personage. He knew all the good company in the place. Was it his fault if he became acquainted with the bad likewise? Was he very wrong in taking the world as he found it, and drinking from that sweet sparkling pleasure cup, which was filled for him to the brim? The old aunt enjoyed his triumphs, and for her part only bade him pursue his enjoyments. She was not a rigorous old moralist, nor, perhaps, a very wholesome preceptress for youth. If the Caterina wrote him billets to, I fear Aunt Bernstein would have bade him accept the invitations, but the lad had brought with him from his colonial home a stock of modesty which he still wore along with the honest homespun linen. Libertinism was rare in those thinly peopled regions from which he came. The vices of great cities were scarce known or practiced in the rough towns of the American continent. Harry Warrington blushed like a girl at the daring talk of his new European associates. Even Aunt Bernstein's conversation and jokes astounded the young Virginian, so that the worldly old woman would call him Joseph, or simpleton. But, however innocent he was, the world gave him credit for being as bad as other folks. How was he to know that he was not to associate with that saucy Caterina? He had seen my Lord March driving her about in his lordship's phaeton. Harry thought there was no harm in giving her his arm, and parading openly with her in the public walks. She took a fancy to a trinket at the toy shop, and, as his pockets were full of money, he was delighted to make her a present of the locket, which he coveted. The next day it was a piece of lace. Again Harry gratified her. The next day it was something else. There was no end to Madame Caterina's fancies, but here the young gentleman stopped, turning off her request with a joke and a laugh. He was shrewd enough, and not reckless or prodigal, though generous. He had no idea of purchasing diamond drops for the petulant little lady's pretty ears, but who was to give him credit for his modesty? Old Bernstein insisted upon believing that her nephew was playing Don Juan's part, and supplanting my Lord March. She insisted the more when poor Maria was by, loving to stab the tender heart of that spinster, and enjoying her niece's piteous silence and discomfiture. "Why, my dear," says the Baroness, "boys will be boys, and I don't want Harry to be the first milksop in his family." The bread which Maria ate at her aunt's expense choked her sometimes. Oh me, how hard and indigestible some women know how to make it. Mr. Wolfe was forever coming over from Westerham to pay court to the lady of his love, and, knowing that the Colonel was entirely engaged in that pursuit, Mr. Warrington scarcely expected to see much of him, however much he liked that officer's conversation and society. It was different from the talk of the ribald people round about Harry. Mr. Wolfe never spoke of cards, or horses' pedigrees, or bragged of his performances in the hunting field, or boasted of the favors of women, or retailed any of the innumerable scandals of the time. It was not a good time. That old world was more dissolute than ours. There was an old king with mistresses openly in his train, to whom the great folks of the land did honor. There was a nobility, many of whom were mad and reckless in the pursuit of pleasure. There was a looseness of words and acts which we must note, as faithful historians, without going into particulars, and needlessly shocking honest readers. Our young gentleman had lighted upon some of the wildest of these wild people, and had found an old relative who lived in the very midst of the rout. Harry then did not remark how Colonel Wolfe avoided him, or when they casually met, at first, notice the Colonel's cold and altered demeanor. He did not know the stories that were told of him. Who does know the stories that are told of him? Who makes them? Who are the fathers of those wondrous lies? Poor Harry did not know the reputation he was getting, and that, whilst he was riding his horse and playing his game and taking his frolic, he was passing amongst many respectable persons for being the most abandoned and profligate and godless of young men. Alas, and alas! To think that the lad whom we liked so, and who was so gentle and quiet when with us, so simple and so easily pleased, should be a hardened profligate, a spendthrift, a confirmed gamester, a frequenter of abandoned women. These stories came to an honest Colonel Lambert at Oakhurst, first one bad story, then another, then crowds of them, till the good man's kind heart was quite filled with grief and care, so that his family saw that something annoyed him. At first he would not speak on the matter at all, and put aside the wife's fond queries. Mrs. Lambert thought a great misfortune had happened, that her husband had been ruined, that he had been ordered on a dangerous service, that one of the boys was ill, disgraced, dead. Who can resist an anxious woman, or escape the cross-examination of the conjugal pillow? Lambert was obliged to tell a part of what he knew about Harry Warrington. The wife was as much grieved and amazed as her husband had been. From Papa's and Mamma's bedroom the grief, after being stifled for a while under the bedpillows there, came downstairs. Theo and Hester took the complaint after their parents, and had it very bad. Oh kind, little, wounded hearts. At first Hester turned red, flew into a great passion, clenched her little fists, and vowed she would not believe a word of the wicked stories, but she ended by believing them. Scandal almost always does master people, especially good and innocent people. Oh, the serpent they had nursed by their fire. Oh, the wretched, wretched boy. To think of his walking about with that horrible painted Frenchwoman, and giving her diamond necklaces, and parading his shame before all the society at the Wells. The three ladies having cried over the story, and the father being deeply moved by it, took the parson into their confidence. In vain he preached at church next Sunday his favourite sermon about scandal, and inveighed against our propensity to think evil. We repent we promise to do so no more, but when the next bad story comes about our neighbour we believe it. So did those kind, wretched Oakhurst folks believe what they heard about poor Harry Warrington. Harry Warrington meanwhile was a great deal too well pleased with himself to know how ill his friends were thinking of him, and was pursuing a very idle and pleasant, if unprofitable, life, without having the least notion of the hubbub he was creating, and the dreadful repute in which he was held by many good men. Coming out from a match at tennis with Mr. Batts, and pleased with his play and all the world, Harry overtook Colonel Wolfe, who had been on one of his visits to the lady of his heart. Harry held out his hand, which the Colonel took, but the latter's salutation was so cold, that the young man could not help remarking it, and especially noting how Mr. Wolfe, in return for a fine bow from Mr. Batts's hat, scarcely touched his own with his forefinger. The tennis captain walked away looking somewhat disconcerted, Harry remaining behind to talk with his friend of Westerham. Mr. Wolfe walked by him for a while, very erect, silent, and cold, "I have not seen you these many days," says Harry. "You have had other companions," remarks Mr. Wolf, curtly. "But I had rather be with you than any of them," cries the young man. "Indeed I might be better company for you than some of them," says the other. "Is it Captain Bats you mean?" asked Harry. "He is no favorite of mine, I own. He bore a rascally reputation when he was in the army, and I doubt has not mended it since he was turned out. You certainly might find a better friend than Captain Bats." "Pardon the freedom which I take in saying so," says Mr. Wolf, grimly. "Friend? He is no friend, he only teaches me to play tennis. He is hand in glove with my lord, and all the people of fashion here who play. I am not a man of fashion," says Mr. Wolf. "My dear Colonel, what is the matter? Have I angered you in any way? You speak almost as if I had, and I am not conscious of having done anything to forfeit your regard," said Mr. Warrington. "I will be free with you, Mr. Warrington," said the Colonel, gravely, "and tell you with frankness that I don't like some of your friends." "Why, sure. They are men of the first rank and fashion in England," cries Harry, not choosing to be offended with his companion's bluntness. "Exactly. They are men of too high a rank and too great fashion for a hard-working poor soldier like me, and if you continue to live with such, believe me, you will find numbers of us humdrum people can't afford to keep such company. I am here, Mr. Warrington, paying my addresses to an honorable lady. I met you yesterday openly walking with a French ballet dancer, and you took off your hat. I must frankly tell you, that I had rather you would not take off your hat when you go out in such company." "Sir," said Mr. Warrington, growing very red, "do you mean that I am to forego the honor of Colonel Wolf's acquaintance altogether?" "I certainly shall request you to do so when you are in company with that person," said Colonel Wolf, angrily, but he used a word not to be written at present, though Shakespeare puts it in the mouth of Othello. "Great heavens! What a shame it is to speak so of any woman!" cries Mr. Warrington. "How dare any man say that that poor creature is not honest? You ought to know best, sir," says the other, looking at Harry with some surprise, "or the world belies you very much. What ought I to know best? I see a poor little French dancer who has come hither with her mother, and is ordered by the doctors to drink the waters. I know that a person of my rank in life does not ordinarily keep company with people of hers. But really, Colonel Wolf, are you so squeamish? Have I not heard you say that you did not value birth, and that all honest people ought to be equal? Why should I not give this little unprotected woman my arm? There are scarce half a dozen people here who can speak a word of her language. I can talk a little French, and she is welcome to it, and if Colonel Wolf does not choose to touch his hat to me, when I am walking with her, by George he may leave it alone," cried Harry, flushing up. "You don't mean to say," says Mr. Wolf, eyeing him, "that you don't know the woman's character?" "Of course, sir, she is a dancer, and, I suppose, no better or worse than her neighbors. But I mean to say that, had she been a duchess, or your grandmother, I couldn't have respected her more. You don't mean to say that you did not win her at dice, from Lord March?" "At what?" "At dice, from Lord March. Everybody knows the story. Not a person at the Wells is ignorant of it. I heard it but now, in the company of that good old Mr. Richardson, and the ladies were saying that you would be a character for a colonial Lovelace. What on earth else have they said about me?" asked Harry Warrington, and such stories as he knew the Colonel told. The most alarming accounts of his own wickedness and profligacy were laid before him. He was a corrupter of virtue, an habitual drunkard and gamester, a notorious blasphemer and freethinker, a fitting companion for my Lord March, finally, and the company into whose society he had fallen. "I tell you these things," said Mr. Wolf, "because it is fair that you should know what is said of you, and because I do heartily believe, from your manner of meeting the last charge brought against you, that you are innocent of most of the other counts. I feel, Mr. Warrington, that I, for one, have been doing you a wrong, and sincerely ask you to pardon me." Of course, Harry was eager to accept his friend's apology, and they shook hands with sincere cordiality this time. In respect of most of the charges brought against him, Harry rebutted them easily enough. As for the play, he owned to it. He thought that a gentleman should not refuse a fair challenge from other gentlemen, if his means allowed him, and he never would play beyond his means. After winning considerably at first, he could afford to play large stakes, for he was playing with other people's money. Play, he thought, was fair, it certainly was pleasant. Why, did not all England, except the Methodists, play? Had he not seen the best company at the Wells over the cards, his aunt amongst them? Mr. Wolf made no immediate comment upon Harry's opinion as to the persons who formed the best company at the Wells, but he frankly talked with the young man, whose own frankness had won him, and warned him that the life he was leading might be the pleasantest, but surely was not the most profitable of lives. "It can't be, sir," said the colonel, "that a man is to pass his days at horse racing and tennis, and his nights carousing or at cards. Sure, every man was made to do some work, and a gentleman, if he has none, must make some. Do you know the laws of your country, Mr. Warrington? Being a great proprietor, you will doubtless one day be a magistrate at home. Have you travelled over the country, and made yourself acquainted with its trades and manufactures? These are fit things for a gentleman to study, and may occupy him as well as a cockfight or a cricket match. Do you know anything of our profession? That, at least, you will allow, is a noble one, and, believe me, there is plenty in it to learn, and suited, I should think, to you. I speak of it rather than of books and the learned professions, because, as far as I can judge, your genius does not lie that way. But honor is the aim of life," cried Mr. Wolf, "and every man can serve his country one way or the other. Be sure, sir, that idle bread is the most dangerous of all that is eaten, that cards and pleasure may be taken by way of pastime after work, but not instead of work, and all day. And do you know, Mr. Warrington, instead of being the fortunate youth, as all the world calls you, I think you are rather Warrington the unlucky, for you are followed by daily idleness, daily flattery, daily temptation, and the Lord, I say, send you a good deliverance out of your good fortune." But Harry did not like to tell his aunt that afternoon why it was he looked so grave. He thought he would not drink, but there were some jolly fellows at the ordinary who passed the bottle round, and he meant not to play in the evening, but a fourth was wanted at his aunt's table, and how could he resist? He was the old lady's partner several times during the night, and he had somebody's own luck to be sure, and once more he saw the dawn, and feasted on chickens and champagne at sunrise. Chapter 29, in which Harry continues to enjoy otium sine dignitate. Whilst there were card players enough to meet her at her lodgings and the assembly rooms, Madame de Bernstein remained pretty contentedly at the Wells, scolding her niece, and playing her rubber. At Harry's age almost all places are pleasant, where you can have lively company, fresh air, and your share of sport and diversion. Even all pleasure is pleasant at 20. We go out to meet it with alacrity, speculate upon its coming, and when its visit is announced, count the days until it and we shall come together. How very gently and coolly we regard it towards the close of life's long season. Madame, don't you recollect your first ball, and does not your memory stray towards that happy past, sometimes, as you sit ornamenting the wall whilst your daughters are dancing? I, for my part, can remember when I thought it was delightful to walk 3 miles and back in the country to dine with old Captain Jones. Fancy liking to walk 3 miles, now, to dine with Jones and drink his half-pay port. No doubt it was bought from the little country town wine merchant, and cost but a small sum, but was offered with a kindly welcome, and youth gave it a flavour which no age of wine or man can impart to it nowadays. Vixima snooper. I am not disposed to look so severely upon young Harry's conduct and idleness, as his friend the stern colonel of the 20th Regiment. Oh blessed idleness! Divine lazy nymph! Reach me a novel as I lie in my dressing gown at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, compound a sherry cobbler for me, and bring me a cigar. Dear slatternly, smiling enchantress! They may assail thee with bad names, swear thy character away, and call thee the mother of evil, but, for all that, thou art the best company in the world. My Lord of March went away to the north, and my Lord Chesterfield, finding the Tunbridge waters did no good to his deafness, returned to his solitude at Blackheath, but other gentlemen remained to sport and take their pleasure, and Mr. Warrington had quite enough of companions at his ordinary at the White Horse. He soon learned to order a French dinner as well as the best man of fashion out of St. James's, could talk to Monsieur Barbe, in Monsieur B.'s native language, much more fluently than most other folks, discovered a very elegant and decided taste in wines, and could distinguish between Clos Vougeot and Romande with remarkable skill. He was a young king of the Wells, of which the general frequenters were easy-going men of the world, who were by no means shocked at that reputation for gallantry and extravagance which Harry had got, and which had so frightened Mr. Wolf. Though our Virginian lived amongst the revellers, and swam and sported in the same waters with the loose fish, the boy had a natural shrewdness and honesty which kept him clear of the snares and baits which are commonly set for the unwary. He made very few foolish bets with the jolly idle fellows round about him, and the oldest hands found it difficult to take him in. He engaged in games outdoors and in, because he had a natural skill and aptitude for them, and was good to hold almost any match with any fair competitor. He was scrupulous to play only with those gentlemen whom he knew, and always to settle his own debts on the spot. He would have made but a very poor figure at a college examination, though he possessed prudence and fidelity, keen, shrewd perception, great generosity, and dauntless personal courage. And he was not without occasions for showing of what stuff he was made. For instance, when that unhappy little Katerina, who had brought him into so much trouble, carried her importunities beyond the mark at which Harry thought his generosity should stop, he withdrew from the advances of the opera house siren with perfect coolness and skill, leaving her to exercise her blandishments upon some more easy victim. In vain the mermaid's hysterical mother waited upon Harry, and vowed that a cruel bailiff had seized all her daughter's goods for debt, and that her venerable father was at present languishing in a London jail. Harry declared that between himself and the bailiff there could be no dealings, and that because he had had the good fortune to become known to Mademoiselle Katerina, and to gratify her caprices by presenting her with various trinkets and knickknacks for which she had a fancy, he was not bound to pay the past debts of her family, and must decline being bail for her papa in London, or settling her outstanding accounts at Tunbridge. The Katerina's mother first called him a monster and an ingrate, and then asked him, with a veteran smirk, why he did not take pay for the services he had rendered to the young person. At first, Mr. Warrington could not understand what the nature of the payment might be, but when that matter was explained by the old woman, the honest lad rose up in horror. To think that a woman should traffic in her child's dishonor, told her that he came from a country where the very savages would recoil from such a bargain, and, having bowed the old lady ceremoniously to the door, ordered Gumbo to mark her well, and never admit her to his lodgings again. No doubt she retired breathing vengeance against the Iroquois. No Turk or Persian, she declared, would treat a lady so, and she and her daughter retreated to London as soon as their anxious landlord would let them. Then Harry had his perils of gaming, as well as his perils of gallantry. A man who plays at bowls, as the phrase is, must expect to meet with rubbers. After dinner at the ordinary, having declined to play piquet any further with Captain Batts, and being roughly asked his reason for refusing, Harry fairly told the captain that he only played with gentlemen who paid, like himself, but expressed himself so ready to satisfy Mr. Batts, as soon as their outstanding little account was settled, that the captain declared himself satisfied d'avance, and straightway left the Wells without paying Harry or any other creditor. Also he had an occasion to show his spirit by beating a chairman who was rude to old Miss Whiffler one evening as she was going to the assembly, and finding that the calumny regarding himself and that unlucky opera dancer was repeated by Mr. Hector Buckler, one of the fiercest frequenters of the Wells. Mr. Warrington stepped up to Mr. Buckler in the pump room, where the latter was regaling a number of water drinkers with the very calumny, and publicly informed Mr. Buckler that the story was a falsehood, and that he should hold any person accountable to himself who henceforth uttered it. So that though our friend, being at Rome, certainly did as Rome did, yet he showed himself to be a valorous and worthy Roman, and, halant avec les loups, was acknowledged by Mr. Wolfe himself to be as brave as the best of the wolves. If that officer had told Colonel Lambert the stories which had given the latter so much pain, we may be sure that when Mr. Wolfe found his young friend was innocent, he took the first opportunity to withdraw the odious charges against him. And there was joy among the Lamberts, in consequence of the lad's acquittal, something, doubtless, of that pleasure, which is felt by higher natures than ours, at the recovery of sinners. Never had the little family been so happy, no, not even when they got the news of brother Tom winning his scholarship, as when Colonel Wolfe rode over with the account of the conversation which he had with Harry Warrington. "Hadst thou brought me a regiment, James, I think I should not have been better pleased," said Mr. Lambert. Mrs. Lambert called to her daughters who were in the garden, and kissed them both when they came in, and cried out the good news to them. Hattie jumped for joy, and Theo performed some uncommonly brilliant operations upon the harpsichord that night, and when Dr. Boyle came in for his backgammon, he could not, at first, account for the illumination in all their faces, until the three ladies, in a happy chorus, told him how right he had been in his sermon, and how dreadfully they had wronged that poor dear, good young Mr. Warrington. "What shall we do, my dear?" says the colonel to his wife. "The hay is in. The corn won't be cut for a fortnight, the horses have nothing to do. Suppose we—" and here he leans over the table and whispers in her ear, "My dearest Martin." "The very thing," cries Mrs. Lambert, taking her husband's hand and pressing it. "What's the very thing, mother?" cries young Charlie, who is home for his Bartholomewtide holidays. "The very thing is to go to supper. Come, doctor. We will have a bottle of wine tonight, and drink repentance to all who think evil." "Amen," says the doctor, "with all my heart." And with this the worthy family went to their supper. Chapter 30 contains a letter to Virginia. Having repaired one day to his accustomed dinner at the White Horse Ordinary, Mr. Warrington was pleased to see amongst the faces round the table the jolly, good-looking countenance of Parson Sampson, who was regaling the company when Harry entered, with stories and bons mots, which kept them in roars of laughter. Though he had not been in London for some months, the parson had the latest London news, or what passed for such with the folks at the ordinary, what was doing in the King's house at Kensington, and what in the Duke's in Pall Mall, how Mr. Barr was behaving in prison, and who came to him, what were the odds at Newmarket, and who was the last training toast in Covent Garden. The jolly chaplain could give the company news upon all these points, common news that might not be very accurate indeed, but it was as good as if it were for the country gentleman who heard it. For suppose that my Lord Viscount Squanderfield was ruining himself for Mrs. Polly, and Sampson called her Mrs. Lucy? That it was Lady Jane who was in love with the actor, and not Lady Mary? That it was Harry Hilton, of the Horse Grenadiers, who had the quarrel with Chevalier Solingen, at Marybone Garden, and not Tommy Raffler, of the Foot Guards. The names and dates did not matter much. Provided the stories were lively and wicked, their correctness was of no great importance, and Mr. Sampson laughed and chattered away amongst his country gentlemen, charmed them with his spirits and talk, and drank his share of one bottle after another, for which his delighted auditory persisted in calling. 100 years ago, the Abbey parson, the clergyman who frequented the theatre, the tavern, the racecourse, the world of fashion, was no uncommon character in English society. His voice might be heard the loudest in the hunting field, he could sing the jolliest song at the Rose or the Bedford Head, after the play was over at Covent Garden, and could call a main as well as any at the gaming table. It may have been modesty, or it may have been claret, which caused his reverence's rosy face to redden deeper, but when he saw Mr. Warrington enter, he whispered Maxima de Betcher to the laughing country squire who sat next him in his drab coat and gold-laced red waistcoat, and rose up from his chair and ran, nay, stumbled forward, in his haste to greet the Virginian. My dear sir, my very dear sir, my conqueror of spades, and clubs, and hearts, too, I am delighted to see your honour looking so fresh and well, cries the chaplain. Harry returned the clergyman's greeting with great pleasure. He was glad to see Mr. Sampson. He could also justly compliment his reverence upon his cheerful looks and rosy gills. The squire in the drab coat knew Mr. Warrington. He made a place beside himself. He called out to the parson to return to his seat on the other side, and to continue his story about Lord Ogill and the grocer's wife in Dash. Where he did not say, for his sentence was interrupted by a shout and an oath addressed to the parson for treading on his gouty toe. The chaplain asked pardon, hurriedly turned round to Mr. Warrington, and informed him, and the rest of the company indeed, that my Lord Castlewood sent his affectionate remembrances to his cousin, and had given special orders to him, Mr. Sampson, to come to Tunbridge Wells and look after the young gentleman's morals, that my Lady Viscountess and my Lady Fanny were gone to Harrogate for the waters, that Mr. Will had won his money at Newmarket, and was going on a visit to my Lord Duke, that Molly the housemaid was crying her eyes out about Gumbo, Mr. Warrington's valet in fine, all the news of Castlewood and its neighbourhood. Mr. Warrington was beloved by all the country round, Mr. Sampson told the company, managing to introduce the names of some persons of the very highest rank into his discourse. All Hampshire had heard of his successes at Tunbridge, successes of every kind, says Mr. Sampson, looking particularly arch. My lord hoped, their ladyships hoped, Harry would not be spoiled for his quiet Hampshire home. The guests dropped off one by one, leaving the young Virginian to his bottle of wine and the chaplain. Though I have had plenty, says the jolly chaplain, that is no reason why I should not have plenty more, and he drank toast after toast, and bumper after bumper, to the amusement of Harry, who always enjoyed his society. By the time when Sampson had had his plenty more, Harry, too, was become specially generous, warm-hearted, and friendly. A lodging. Why should Mr. Sampson go to the expense of an inn, when there was a room at Harry's quarters? The chaplain's trunk was ordered thither. Gumbo was bidden to make Mr. Sampson comfortable, most comfortable. Nothing would satisfy Mr. Warrington but that Sampson should go down to his stables and see his horses. He had several horses now, and when at the stable Sampson recognized his own horse which Harry had won from him, and the fond beast whinnied with pleasure, and rubbed his nose against his old master's coat. Harry rapped out a brisk energetic expression or two, and vowed by Jupiter that Sampson should have his old horse back again. He would give him to Sampson, that he would, a gift which the chaplain accepted by seizing Harry's hand, and blessing him, by flinging his arms round the horse's neck, and weeping for joy there, weeping tears of Bordeaux and gratitude. Arm in arm the friends walked to Madame Bernstein's from the stable, of which they brought the odours into her ladyship's apartment. Their flushed cheeks and brightened eyes showed what their amusement had been. Many gentlemen's cheeks were in the habit of flushing in those days, and from the same cause, Madame Bernstein received her nephew's chaplain kindly enough. The old lady relished Samson's broad jokes and rattling talk from time to time, as she liked a highly spiced dish or a new entree composed by her cook, upon its 2 or 3 first appearances. The only amusement of which she did not grow tired, she owned, was cards. "The cards don't cheat," she used to say. "A bad hand tells you the truth to your face, and there is nothing so flattering in the world as a good suite of trumps." And when she was in a good humor, and sitting down to her favorite pastime, she would laughingly bid her nephew's chaplain say grace before the meal. Honest Samson did not at first care to take a hand at Tunbridge Wells. Her ladyship's play was too high for him, he would own, slapping his pocket with a comical piteous look, and its contents had already been handed over to the fortunate youth at Castlewood. Like most persons of her age, and indeed her sex, Madame Bernstein was not prodigal of money. I suppose it must have been from Harry Warrington, whose heart was overflowing with generosity as his purse with guineas, that the chaplain procured a small stock of ready coin, with which he was presently enabled to appear at the card table. Our young gentleman welcomed Mr. Samson to his coin, as to all the rest of the good things which he had gathered about him. 'Twas surprising how quickly the young Virginian adapted himself to the habits of life of the folks amongst whom he lived. His suits were still black, but of the finest cut and quality. With a star and ribbon, and his stocking down, and his hair over his shoulder, he would make a pretty Hamlet, said the gay old Duchess Queensberry. And I make no doubt he has been the death of a dozen Ophelias already, here and amongst the Indians, she added, thinking not at all the worse of Harry for his supposed successes among the fair. Harry's lace and linen were as fine as his aunt could desire. He purchased fine shaving plate of the toy shop women, and a couple of magnificent brocade bedgowns, in which his worship lolled at ease, and sipped his chocolate of a morning. He had swords and walking canes, and French watches with painted backs and diamond settings, and snuff-boxes enamelled by artists of the same cunning nation. He had a levy of grooms, jockeys, tradesmen, daily waiting in his ante-room, and admitted one by one to him and Parson Samson, over his chocolate, by Gumbo, the groom of the chambers. We have no account of the number of men whom Mr. Gumbo now had under him. Certain it is that no single negro could have taken care of all the fine things which Mr. Warrington now possessed, let alone the horses and the post-chaise which his honour had bought. Also Harry instructed himself in the arts which became a gentleman in those days. A French fencing master, and a dancing master of the same nation, resided at Tunbridge during that season when Harry made his appearance. These men of science the young Virginian sedulously frequented, and acquired considerable skill and grace in the peaceful and warlike accomplishments which they taught. Ere many weeks were over he could handle the foils against his master or any frequenter of the fencing school common, and, with a sigh, Lady Maria, who danced very elegantly herself, owned that there was no gentleman at court who could walk a minuet more gracefully than Mr. Warrington. As for riding, though Mr. Warrington took a few lessons on the great horse from a riding master who came to Tunbridge, he declared that their own Virginian manner was well enough for him, and that he saw no one amongst the fine folks and the jockeys who could ride better than his friend Colonel George Washington of Mount Vernon. The obsequious Samson found himself in better quarters than he had enjoyed for ever so long a time. He knew a great deal of the world, and told a great deal more, and Harry was delighted with his stories, real or fancied. The man of 20 looks up to the man of 30, admires the latter's old jokes, stale puns, and tarnished anecdotes, that are slopped with the wine of 100 dinner tables. Samson's town and college pleasantries were all new and charming to the young Virginian. 100 years ago, no doubt there are no such people left in the world now. There used to be grown men in London who loved to consort with fashionable youths entering life, to tickle their young fancies with merry stories, to act as Covent Garden mentors and masters of ceremonies at the roundhouse, to accompany lads to the gaming table, and perhaps have an understanding with the punters, to drink lemonade to Master Hopeful's Burgundy, and to stagger into the streets with perfectly cool heads when my young lord reeled out to beat the watch. Of this, no doubt, extinct race, Mr. Samson was a specimen, and a great comfort it is to think, to those who choose to believe the statement, that in Queen Victoria's reign there are no flatterers left, such as existed in the reign of her royal great-grandfather, no parasites pandering to the follies of young men, in fact, that all the toads have been eaten off the face of the island, except 1 or 2 that are found in stones, where they have lain perdu these 100 years, and the toad-eaters have perished for lack of nourishment. With some sources, as I read, the above-mentioned animals are said to be exceedingly fragrant, wholesome, and savory eating. Indeed, no man could look more rosy and healthy, or flourish more cheerfully, than friend Samson upon the diet. He became our young friend's confidential leader, and, from the following letter, which is preserved in the Warrington correspondence, It will be seen that Mr. Harry not only had dancing and fencing masters, but likewise a tutor, chaplain, and secretary to Mrs. Esmond Warrington of Castlewood at her house at Richmond, Virginia, Mrs. Bliggs Lodgings, Pantiles, Tunbridge Wells. August 25, 1756. Honoured Madam, your honoured letter of 20 June, from Mr. Trail of Bristol, has been forwarded to me duly, and I have to thank your goodness and kindness for the good advice which you are pleased to give me, as also for the remembrances of dear home, which I shall love never the worse for having been to the home of our ancestors in England. I wrote you a letter by the last monthly packet, informing my honoured mother of the little accident I had on the road hither, and of the kind friends who I found and whom took me in. Since then I have been profiting of the fine weather and the good company here, and have made many friends among our nobility, whose acquaintance I am sure you will not be sorry that I should make. Among their lordships I may mention the famous Earl of Chesterfield, late Ambassador to Holland, and Viceroy of the Kingdom of Ireland, the Earl of March and Bugalen, who will be Duke of Queensberry at the death of his Grace, and her Grace the Duchess, a celebrated beauty of the Queen's time, when she remembers my grandpapa at court. These and many more persons of the first fashion attend my aunt's assemblies, which are the most crowded at this crowded place. Also on my way hither I stayed at Westerham, at the house of an officer, Lieutenant Gen. Wolfe, who served with my grandfather and General Webb in the famous wars of the Duke of Marlborough. Mr. Wolfe has a son, Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, engaged to be married to a beautiful lady now in this place, Miss Lowther of the North, and though but 30 years old he is looked up to as much as any officer in the whole army, and has served with honour under His Royal Highness the Duke wherever our arms have been employed. I thank my honoured mother for announcing to me that a quarter's allowance of 52 litres, 10s, will be paid me by Mr. Trail. I am in no present want of cash, and by practising a rigid economy, which will be necessary, as I do not disguise, for the maintenance of horses, gumbo, and the equipage and apparel requisite for a young gentleman of good family, hope to be able to maintain my credit without unduly trespassing upon yours. The linen and clothes which I brought with me will with due care last for some years, as you say. 'Tis not quite so fine as worn here by persons of fashion, and I may have to purchase a few very fine shirts for great days, but those I have are excellent for daily wear. I am thankful that I have been quite without occasion to use your excellent family pills. Gumbo hath taken them with great benefit, who grows fat and saucy upon English beef, ale, and air. He sends his humble duty to his mistress, and prays Mrs. Mountain to remember him to all his fellow servants, especially Dinah and Lily, for whom he has bought posy rings at Tunbridge Fair. Besides partaking of all the pleasures of the place, I hope my honoured mother will believe that I have not been unmindful of my education. I have had masters in fencing and dancing, and my Lord Castlewood's chaplain, the Reverend Mr. Sampson, having come hither to drink the waters, has been so good as to take a vacant room at my lodging. Mr. S. breakfasts with me, and we read together of a morning, he saying that I am not quite such a dunce as I used to appear at home. We have read in Mr. Rapin's history, Dr. Barrow's sermons, and, for amusement, Shakespeare, Mr. Pope's Homer, and, in French, the translation of an Arabian work of tales, very diverting. Several men of learning have been staying here besides the persons of fashion, and amongst the former was Mr. Richardson, the author of the famous books which you and Mountain and my dearest brother used to love so. He was pleased when I told him that his works were in your closet in Virginia, and begged me to convey his respectful compliments to my lady mother. Mr. R. is a short fat man, with little of the fire of genius visible in his eye or person. My aunt and my cousin, the Lady Maria, desire their affectionate compliments to you, and with best regards for Mountain, to whom I enclose a note. I am, honoured madam, your dutiful son, H. Esmond Warrington. Note in Madam Esmond's handwriting. From my son. Received October 15th at Richmond. Sent 16 jars preserved peaches, £224 best tobacco, 24 finest hams, per Royal William of Liverpool, 8 jars peaches, 12 hams for my nephew, the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlewood, 4 jars, 6 hams for the Baroness Bernstein, ditto for Mrs. Lambert of Oakhurst, Surrey, and 1/2 hundredweight. Tobacco. Packet of infallible family pills for Gumbo. My papa's large silver gilt shoe buckles for H, and red silver laced saddle cloth, 2. Enclosed in No. I, for Mrs. Mountain. What do you mean, you silly old Mountain, by sending an order for your poor old dividends due at Christmas? I'd have you to know I don't want your 7 litres, 10, and have all your order up into 1,000 bits. I've plenty of money, but I'm obliged to you all same. A kiss to Fanny from your loving Harry. Note in Madame Esmond's handwriting. This note, which I desired to show to me, proves that she hath a good heart, and that she wished to show her gratitude to the family, by giving up her half-yearly dived on L 503 per CT, to my boy. Hence I reprimanded her very slightly for daring to send money to Mr. E. Warrington, unknown to his mother. Note to Mountain not so well spelt as letter to me, ma'am. To write to Reverend Mr. Sampson desire to know what theologue books he reads with H. Recommend law, Baxter, Drawline Court. Request H. To say his catechism to Mr. S., which he has never quite been able to master. By next ship peaches, 3, tobacco 1/2 hundredweight. Hams for Mr. S. The mother of the Virginians and her sons have long since passed away. So how are we to account for the fact, that of a couple of letters sent under one enclosure and by one packet, one should be well spelt, and the other not entirely orthographical? Had Harry found some wonderful instructor, such as exists in the present lucky times, and he would improve his writing in 6 lessons. My view of the case, after deliberately examining the 2 notes, is this: number 1, in which there appears a trifling grammatical slip, the kind, friends who I found and whom took me in, must have been rewritten from a rough copy which had probably undergone the supervision of a tutor or friend. The more artless composition, number 2, was not referred to the scholar who prepared number 1 for the maternal eye, and to whose corrections of who and whom Mr. Warrington did not pay very close attention. Who knows how he may have been disturbed? A pretty milliner may have attracted Harry's attention out of window. A dancing bear with pipe and tabor may have passed along the common. A jockey come under his windows to show off a horse there. There are some days when any of us may be ungrammatical and spell ill. Finally, suppose Harry did not care to spell so elegantly for Mrs. Mountain as for his lady mother, what affair is that of the present biographer, century, reader? And as for your objection that Mr. Warrington, in the above communication to his mother, showed some little hypocrisy and reticence in his dealings with that venerable person, I dare say, young folks, you in your time have written more than one prim letter to your papas and mammas in which not quite all the transactions of your lives were narrated, or if narrated, were exhibited in the most favorable light for yourselves. I dare say, old folks, you, in your time, were not altogether more candid. There must be a certain distance between me and my son Jackie. There must be a respectful, an amiable, a virtuous hypocrisy between us. I do not in the least wish that he should treat me as his equal, that he should contradict me, take my armchair, read the newspaper first at breakfast, ask unlimited friends to dine when I have a party of my own, and so forth. No, where there is not equality there must be hypocrisy. Continue to be blind to my faults, to hush still as mice when I fall asleep after dinner, to laugh at my old jokes, to admire my sayings, to be astonished at the impudence of those unbelieving reviewers, to be dear filial humbugs, O my children. In my castle I am king. Let all my royal household back before me. 'Tis not their natural way of walking, I know, but a decorous, becoming, and modest behavior highly agreeable to me. Away from me they may do, nay, they do, what they like. They may jump, ship, dance, trot, tumble over heads and heels, and kick about freely, when they are out of the presence of my majesty. Do not then, my dear young friends, be surprised at your mother and aunt when they cry out, "Oh, it was highly immoral and improper of Mr. Warrington to be writing home humdrum demure letters to his dear mamma, when he was playing all sorts of merry pranks." But drop a curtsy, and say, "Yes, dear grandmamma, or aunt, as may be. It was very wrong of him, and I suppose you never had your fun when you were young." Of course, she didn't. And the sun never shone, and the blossoms never budded, and the blood never danced, and the fiddles never sang, in her springtime. Babette. Man later de Piletman bonnet de knew it. Ha, Betty. My gruel and my slippers. And go, ye frisky, merry little souls. And dance, and have your merry little supper of cakes and ale. Chapter 31. The Bear and the Leader. Our candid readers know the real state of the case regarding Harry Warrington and that luckless Caterina, but a number of the old ladies at Tunbridge Wells supposed the Virginian to be as dissipated as any young English nobleman of the highest quality, and Madame de Bernstein was especially incredulous about her nephew's innocence. It was the old lady's firm belief that Harry was leading not only a merry life, but a wicked one, and her wish was further to the thought that the lad might be no better than his neighbors. An old Roman herself, she liked her nephew to do as Rome did. All the scandal regarding Mr. Warrington's Lovelace adventures she eagerly and complacently accepted. We have seen how, on 1 or 2 occasions, he gave tea and music to the company at the Wells, and he was so gallant and amiable to the ladies, to ladies of a much better figure and character than the unfortunate Katerina, that Madame Bernstein ceased to be disquieted regarding the silly love affair which had had a commencement at Castlewood, and relaxed in her vigilance over Lady Maria. Some folks, many old folks, are too selfish to interest themselves long about the affairs of their neighbours. The Baroness had her trumps to think of, her dinners, her twinges of rheumatism, and her suspicions regarding Maria and Harry, lately so lively, now dozed, and kept a careless, unobservant watch. She may have thought that the danger was over, or she may have ceased to care whether it existed or not, or that artful Maria, by her conduct, may have quite cajoled, soothed, and misguided the old dragon, to whose charge she was given over. At Maria's age, nay, earlier indeed, maidens have learnt to be very sly, and at Madame Bernstein's time of life dragons are not so fierce and alert. They cannot turn so readily, some of their old teeth have dropped out, and their eyes require more sleep than they needed in days when they were more active, venomous, and dangerous. I, for my part, know a few female dragons, de par le monde, and, as I watch them and remember what they were, admire the softening influence of years upon these whilom destroyers of man and womankind. Their scales are so soft that any knight with a moderate power of thrust can strike them. Their claws, once strong enough to tear out 1,000 eyes, only fall with a feeble pat that scarce raises the skin. Their tongues, from their toothless old gums, dart a venom which is rather disagreeable than deadly. See them trailing their languid tails, and crawling home to their caverns at roosting time. How weak are their powers of doing injury! Their maleficence how feeble! How changed are they since the brisk days when their eyes shot wicked fire, their tongues spat poison, their breath blasted reputation, and they gobbled up a daily victim at least. If the good folks at Oakhurst could not resist the testimony which was brought to them regarding Harry's ill-doings, why should Madame Bernstein, who in the course of her long days had had more experience of evil than all the Oakhurst family put together, be less credulous than they? Of course every single old woman of her ladyship's society believed every story that was told about Mr. Harry Warrington's dissipated habits, and was ready to believe as much more ill of him as you please. When the little dancer went back to London, as she did, it was because that heartless Harry deserted her. He deserted her for somebody else, whose name was confidently given, whose name ? Whose half-dozen names the society at Tunbridge Wells would whisper about, where there congregated people of all ranks and degrees, women of fashion, women of reputation, of demi-reputation, of virtue, of no virtue, all mingling in the same rooms, dancing to the same fiddles, drinking out of the same glasses at the Wells, and alike in search of health, or society, or pleasure. A century ago, and our ancestors, the most free or the most straight-laced, met together at a score of such merry places as that where our present scene lies, and danced, and frisked, and gamed, and drank at Epsom, Bath, Tunbridge, Harrogate, as they do at Homburg and Baden now. Harry's bad reputation, then, comforted his old aunt exceedingly, and eased her mind in respect to the boy's passion for Lady Maria. So easy was she in her mind, that when the chaplain said he came to escort her ladyship home, Madame Bernstein did not even care to part from her niece. She preferred rather to keep her under her eye, to talk to her about her wicked young cousin's wild extravagances, to whisper to her that boys would be boys, to confide to Maria her intention of getting a proper wife for Harry, someone of a suitable age, someone with a suitable fortune, all which pleasantries poor Maria had to bear with as much fortitude as she could muster. There lived, during the last century, a certain French duke and marquis, who distinguished himself in Europe, and America likewise, and has obliged posterity by leaving behind him a choice volume of memoirs, which the gentle reader is specially warned not to consult. Having performed the part of Don Juan in his own country, in ours, and in other parts of Europe, he has kindly noted down the names of many court beauties who fell victims to his powers of fascination, and very pleasant reading no doubt it must be for the grandsons and descendants of the fashionable persons amongst whom our brilliant nobleman moved, to find the names of their ancestresses adorning Le Duc's sprightly pages, and their frailties recorded by the candid writer who caused them. In the course of the peregrinations of this nobleman, he visited North America, and, as had been his custom in Europe, proceeded straightway to fall in love. And curious it is to contrast the elegant refinements of European society, where, according to Munson, he had but to lay siege to a woman in order to vanquish her, with the simple lives and habits of the colonial folks, amongst whom this European enslaver of hearts did not, it appears, make a single conquest. Had he done so, he would as certainly have narrated his victories in Pennsylvania and New England, as he described his successes in this and his own country. Travelers in America have cried out quite loudly enough against the rudeness and barbarism of transatlantic manners. Let the present writer give the humble testimony of his experience that the conversation of American gentlemen is generally modest, and, to the best of his belief, the lives of the women pure. We have said that Mr. Harry Warrington brought his colonial modesty along with him to the old country, and though he could not help hearing the free talk of the persons amongst whom he lived, and who were men of pleasure and the world, he sat pretty silent himself in the midst of their rattle, never indulged in double entendre in his conversation with women, had no victories over the sex to boast of, and was shy and awkward when he heard such narrated by others. This youthful modesty Mr. Sampson had remarked during his intercourse with the lad at Castlewood, where Mr. Warrington had more than once shown himself quite uneasy whilst Cousin Will was telling some of his choice stories, and my lord had curtly rebuked his brother, bidding him keep his jokes for the ushers' table at Kensington, and not give needless offence to their kinsman. Hence the exclamation of reverential puris, which the chaplain had addressed to his neighbour at the ordinary on Harry's first appearance there. Mr. Sampson, if he had not strength sufficient to do right himself, at least had grace enough not to offend innocent young gentlemen by his cynicism. The chaplain was touched by Harry's gift of the horse, and felt a genuine friendliness towards the lad. "You see, sir," says he, "I am of the world, and must do as the rest of the world does. I have led a rough life, Mr. Warrington, and can't afford to be more particular than my neighbours. Video meliora, didere or sequa, as we said at college. I have got a little sister, who is at boarding school, not very far from here, and, as I keep a decent tongue in my head when I am talking with my little Patty, and expect others to do as much, sure I may try and do as much by you." The chaplain was loud in his praises of Harry to his aunt, the old Baroness. She liked to hear him praised. She was as fond of him as she could be of anything, was pleased in his company, with his good looks, his manly courageous bearing, his blushes, which came so readily, his bright eyes, his deep youthful voice. His shrewdness and simplicity constantly amused her. She would have wearied of him long before, had he been clever, or learned, or witty, or other than he was. "We must find a good wife for him, chaplain," she said to Mr. Sampson. "I have one or two in my eye, who, I think, will suit him. We must set him up here. He never will bear going back to his savages again, or to live with his little Methodist of a mother." Now about this point Mr. Sampson, too, was personally anxious, and had also a wife in his eye for Harry. I suppose he must have had some conversations with his lord at Castlewood, whom we have heard expressing some intention of complimenting his chaplain with a good living or other provision, in event of his being able to carry out his lordship's wishes regarding a marriage for Lady Maria. If his good offices could help that anxious lady to a husband, Sampson was ready to employ them, and he now waited to see in what most effectual manner he could bring his influence to bear. Sampson's society was most agreeable, and he and his young friend were intimate in the course of a few hours. The parson rejoiced in high spirits, good appetite, good humour, pretended to no sort of squeamishness, and indulged in no sanctified hypocritical conversation. Nevertheless, he took care not to shock his young friend by any needless outbreaks of levity or immorality of talk, initiating his pupil, perhaps from policy, perhaps from compunction, only into the minor mysteries, as it were, and not telling him the secrets with which the unlucky adept himself was only too familiar. With Harry, Sampson was only a brisk, lively, jolly companion, ready for any drinking bout, or any sport, a cockfight, a shooting match, a game at cards, or a gallop across the common, but his conversation was decent, and he tried much more to amuse the young man, than to lead him astray. The chaplain was quite successful. He had immense animal spirits as well as natural wit, and aptitude as well as experience in that business of toad-eater which had been his calling and livelihood from his very earliest years, ever since he first entered college as a servitor, and cast about to see by whose means he could make his fortune in life. That was but satire just now, when we said there were no toad-eaters left in the world. There are many men of Sampson's profession now, doubtless, nay, little boys at our public schools are sent thither at the earlier stage, instructed by their parents, and put out apprentices to toad-eating. But the flattery is not so manifest as it used to be 100 years since. Young men and old have hangers-on, and led captains, but they assume an appearance of equality, borrow money, or swallow their toads in private, and walk abroad arm in arm with a great man, and call him by his name without his title. In those good old times, when Harry Warrington first came to Europe, a gentleman's toad-eater pretended to no airs of equality at all, openly paid court to his patron, called him by that name to other folks, went on his errands for him, any sort of errands which the patron might devise, called him sir in speaking to him, stood up in his presence until bidden to sit down, and flattered him ex officio. Mr. Sampson did not take the least shame in speaking of Harry as his young patron, as a young Virginian nobleman recommended to him by his other noble patron, the Earl of Castlewood. He was proud of appearing at Harry's side, and as his humble retainer, in public talked about him to the company, gave orders to Harry's tradesmen, from whom, let us hope, he received a percentage in return for his recommendations, performed all the functions of aide de camp others, if our young gentleman demanded them from the obsequious divine, who had gaily discharged the duties of ami du prince to ever so many young men of fashion, since his own entrance into the world. It must be confessed that, since his arrival in Europe, Mr. Warrington had not been uniformly lucky in the friendships which he had made. What a reputation, sir, they have made for you in this place, cries Mr. Sampson, coming back from the coffee-house to his patron. Monsieur de Richelieu was nothing to you. How do you mean, Monsieur de Richelieu? Never was at Minorca in my life, says downright Harry, who had not heard of those victories at home, which made the French Duke famous. Mr. Sampson explained. The pretty widow Patcham who had just arrived was certainly desperate about Mr. Warrington. Her way of going on at the rooms, the night before, proved that. As for Mrs. Hooper, that was a known case, and the alderman had fetched his wife back to London for no other reason. It was the talk of the whole world. Who says so? Cries out Harry, indignantly. I should like to meet the man who dares say so, and confound the villain. I should not like to show him to you, says Mr. Sampson, laughing. It might be the worse for him. It's a shame to speak with such levity about the character of ladies or of gentlemen neither, continues Mr. Warrington, pacing up and down the room in a fume. So I told them, says the chaplain, wagging his head and looking very much moved and very grave, though, if the truth were known, it had never come into his mind at all to be angry at hearing charges of this nature against Harry. It's a shame, I say, to talk away the reputation of any man or woman as people do here. Do you know, in our country, a fellow's ears would not be safe, and a little before I left home, 3 brothers shot down a man, for having spoken ill of their sister. Serve the villain right, cries Sampson. Already they have had that calumny about me set a-going here, Sampson, about me and the poor little French dancing girl, I have heard, says Mr. Sampson, shaking powder out of his wig. Wicked, wasn't it? Abominable. They said the very same thing about my Lord March. Isn't it shameful? Indeed it is, says Mr. Sampson, preserving a face of wonderful gravity. I don't know what I should do if these stories were to come to my mother's ears. It would break her heart, I do believe it would. Why, only a few days before you came, a military friend of mine, Mr. Wolfe, told me how the most horrible lies were circulated about me. Good heavens! What do they think a gentleman of my name and country can be capable of, a seducer of women? They might as well say I was a horse stealer or a housebreaker. I vow if I hear any man say so, I'll have his ears. I have read, sir, that the Grand Seigneur of Turkey has bushels of ears sometimes sent into him, says Mr. Sampson, laughing. If you took all those that had heard scandal against you or others, what baskets full you would fill, and so I would, Sampson, as soon as look at any fellows who said a word against a lady or a gentleman of honor. Cries the Virginian, if you'll go down to the well, you'll find a harvest of 'em. I just came from there. It was the high tide of scandal. Detraction was at its height. And you may see the nymphas descents and the macutors, cries the chaplain, with a shrug of his shoulders. That may be as you say, Sampson, Mr. Warrington replies, but if ever I hear any man speak against my character I'll punish him. Mark that, I shall be very sorry for his sake, that I should, for you'll mark him in a way he won't like, sir, and I know you are a man of your word, you may be sure of that, Sampson. And now shall we go to dinner, and afterwards to my Lady Trumpington's tea? You know, sir, I can't resist a card or a bottle, says Mr. Sampson. Let us have the last first and then the first shall come last. And with this the 2 gentlemen went off to their accustomed place of refection. That was an age in which wine-bibbing was more common than in our politer time, and, especially since the arrival of General Braddock's army in his native country, our young Virginian had acquired rather a liking for the filling of bumpers and the calling of toasts, having heard that it was a point of honor among the officers never to decline a toast or a challenge. So Harry and his chaplain drank their claret in peace and plenty, naming, as the simple custom was, some favorite lady with each glass. The chaplain had reasons of his own for desiring to know how far the affair between Harry and my Lady Maria had gone, whether it was advancing, or whether it was ended, and he and his young friend were just warm enough with the claret to be able to talk with that great eloquence, that candor, that admirable friendliness, which good wine taken in rather injudicious quantity inspires. O kindly harvests of the Aquitanian grape! O sunny banks of Garonne! O friendly caves of Gladstone and Murrell, where the dusky flasks lie recondite! May we not say a word of thanks for all the pleasure we owe you? Are the temperance men to be allowed to shout in the public places? Are the vegetarians to bellow cabbage forever? And may we modest enophilists not sing the praises of our favorite plant? After the drinking of good Bordeaux wine, there is a point, I do not say a pint, at which men arrive, when all the generous faculties of the soul are awakened and in full vigor, when the wit brightens and breaks out in sudden flashes, when the intellects are keenest, when the pent-up words and confined thoughts get a night rule, and rush abroad and disport themselves, when the kindliest affection, come out and shake hands with mankind, and the timid truth jumps up naked out of his well and proclaims himself to all the world. How, by the kind influence of the wine cup, we succor the poor and humble. How bravely we rush to the rescue of the oppressed. I say, in the face of all the pumps which ever spouted, that there is a moment in a bout of good wine at which, if a man could but remain, wit, wisdom, courage, generosity, eloquence, happiness were his, but the moment passes, and that other glass somehow spoils the state of beatitude. There is a headache in the morning, we are not going into Parliament for our native town, we are not going to shoot those French officers who have been speaking disrespectfully of our country, and poor Jeremy Diddler calls about 11 o'clock for another half-sovereign, and we are unwell in bed, and can't see him, and send him empty away. Well, then, as they sate over their generous cups, the company having departed, and the bottle of claret being brought in by Monsieur Barbe, the chaplain found himself in an eloquent state, with a strong desire for inculcating sublime moral precepts, whilst Harry was moved by an extreme longing to explain his whole private history, and to impart all his present feelings to his new friend. Mark that fact. Why must a man say everything that comes uppermost in his noble mind? Because, forsooth, he has swallowed a half-pint more wine than he ordinarily drinks. Suppose I had committed a murder, of course I allow the sherry and champagne at dinner. Should I announce that homicide somewhere about the third bottle, in a small party of men, of claret at dessert? Of course, and hence the fidelity to what Gruel announced a few pages back. I am glad to hear what your conduct has really been with regard to the Caterina, Mr. Warrington. I am glad from my soul, says the impetuous chaplain. The wine is with you. You have shown that you can bear down calumny, and resist temptation. Ah, my dear sir, men are not all so fortunate. What famous good wine this is! And he sucks up a glass with a toast from you, my dear sir, if you please. I give you Miss Fanny Mountain, of Virginia, says Mr. Warrington, filling a bumper as his thoughts fly straightway, ever so many thousand miles, to home. One of your American conquests, I suppose? Says the chaplain. Nay, she is but 10 years old, and I have never made any conquests at all in Virginia, Mr. Sampson, says the young gentleman. You are like a true gentleman, and don't kiss and tell, sir. I neither kiss nor tell. It isn't the custom of our country, Sampson, to ruin girls, or frequent the society of low women. We Virginian gentlemen honor women, we don't wish to bring them to shame, cries the young toper, looking very proud and handsome. The young lady whose name I mentioned hath lived in our family since her infancy, and I would shoot the man who did her a wrong by heaven, I would. Your sentiments do you honor. Let me shake hands with you. I will shake hands with you, Mr. Warrington, cried the enthusiastic Sampson. And let me tell you 'tis the grasp of honest friendship offered you, and not merely the poor retainer paying court to the wealthy patron. No. With such liquor as this, all men are equal faith, all men are rich, whilst it lasts. And Tom Sampson is as wealthy with his bottle as your honor with all the acres of your principality. Let us have another bottle of riches, says Harry, with a laugh. Encore du cachet journey, mon bon Monsieur Barbe. And exit Monsieur Barbe to the caves below, another bottle of riches. Capital, capital. How beautifully you speak French, Mr. Harry. I do speak it well, says Harry. At least, when I speak, Monsieur Barbe understands me well enough. You do everything well, I think. You succeed in whatever you try. That is why they have fancied here you have won the hearts of so many women, sir. There you go again about the women. I tell you I don't like these stories about women. Confound me, Sampson, why is a gentleman's character to be blackened so? Well, at any rate, there is one, unless my eyes deceive me very much indeed, sir. Cries the chaplain. Whom do you mean? Asked Harry, flushing very red. Nay, I name no names. It isn't for a poor chaplain to meddle with his betters' doings, or to know their thoughts, says Mr. Sampson. Thoughts? What thoughts, Sampson? I fancied I saw, on the part of a certain lovely and respected lady at Castlewood, a preference exhibited. I fancied, on the side of a certain distinguished young gentleman, a strong liking manifested itself, but I may have been wrong, and ask pardon. Oh, Sampson, Sampson, broke out the young man. I tell you I'm miserable. I tell you I have been longing for someone to confide in, or ask advice of. You do know, then, that there has been something going on, something between me and help Mr. Sampson, Monsieur Barband and someone else? I have watched it this month past, says the chaplain. Confound me, sir, do you mean you have been a spy on me? Says the other hotly. A spy? You made little disguise of the matter, Mr. Warrington, and her ladyship wasn't a much better hand at deceiving. You were always together. In the shrubberies, in the walks, in the village, in the galleries of the house, you always found a pretext for being together, and plenty of eyes besides mine watched you. Gracious powers! What did you see, Sampson? Cries the lad. Nay, sir, 'tis forbidden to kiss and tell. I say so again, says the chaplain. The young man turned very red. Oh, Sampson, he cried, can I confide in you? Dearest sir, dear generous youth, you know I would shed my heart's blood for you, exclaimed the chaplain, squeezing his patron's hand, and turning a brilliant pair of eyes ceilingwards. Oh, Sampson, I tell you I'm miserable. With all this play and wine, whilst I have been here, I tell you I have been trying to drive away care. I own to you that when we were at Castlewood there were things passed between a certain lady and me. The parson gave a slight whistle over his glass of Bordeaux, and they've made me wretched, those things have. I mean, you see, that if a gentleman has given his word, why, it's his word, and he must stand by it, you know. I mean that I thought I loved her, and so I do very much, and she's a most dear, kind, darling, affectionate creature, and very handsome, too, quite beautiful, but then, you know, our ages, Sampson. Think of our ages, Sampson. She's as old as my mother, who would never forgive you. I don't intend to let anybody meddle in my affairs, not Madame Esmond nor anybody else, cries Harry, but you see, Sampson, she is old and, oh, hang it. Why did Aunt Bernstein tell me? Tell you what? Something I can't divulge to anybody, something that tortures me. Not about the chaplain paused. He was going to say about her ladyship's little affair with a French dancing master, about other little anecdotes affecting her character. But he had not drunk wine enough to be quite candid, or too much, and was past the real moment of virtue. Yes, yes, every one of 'em false, every one of 'em. Shrieks out Harry. Great powers, what do you mean? Asks his friend. These, sir, these, says Harry, beating a tattoo on his own white teeth. I didn't know it when I asked her. I swear I didn't know it. Oh, it's horrible, it's horrible. And it has caused me nights of agony, Sampson. My dear old grandfather had a set of Frenchmen at Charleston, made them for him, and we used to look at 'em grinning in a tumbler, and when they were out, his jaws used to fall in. I never thought she had 'em. Had what, sir? Again asked the chaplain. Confound it, sir, don't you see I mean teeth? Says Harry, rapping the table. Nay, only two, and how the devil do you know, sir? Asks the young man, fiercely. I had it from her maid. She had 2 teeth knocked out by a stone which cut her lip a little, and they have been replaced. Oh, Sampson, do you mean to say they ain't all sham ones? Cries the boy. But 2, sir, at least so Peggy told me, and she would just as soon have blabbed about the whole 32. The rest are as sound as yours, which are beautiful, and her hair, Sampson, is that all right, too? Asks the young gentleman. 'Tis lovely, I have seen that. I can take my oath to that. Her ladyship can sit upon it, and her figure is very fine, and her skin is as white as snow, and her heart is the kindest that ever was, and I know, that is I feel sure, it is very tender about you, Mr. Warrington. Oh, Sampson. Heaven bless you. What a weight you've taken off my mind with those never mind them. Oh, Sam. How happy that is. No, Ob, how miserable I am. She's as old as Madame Esmond, by George she's as old as my mother. You wouldn't have a fellow marry a woman as old as his mother? It's too bad, by George it is. It's too bad. And here, I am sorry to say, Harry Esmond Warrington, Esquire, of Castlewood, in Virginia, began to cry. The delectable point, you see, must have been passed several glasses ago. You don't want to marry her, then? Asks the chaplain. What's that to you, sir? I've promised her, and an Esmond a Virginia Esmond. Mind that Mr. What's-your-name Sampson has but his word. The sentiment was noble, but delivered by Harry with rather a doubtful articulation. Mind you, I said a Virginia Esmond, continued poor Harry, lifting up his finger. I don't mean the younger branch here. I don't mean Will, who robbed me about the horse, and whose bones I'll break. I give you Lady Maria, heaven bless her, and heaven bless you, Sampson, and you deserve to be a bishop, old boy. There are letters between you, I suppose? Says Sampson. Letters? Dammy, she's always writing me letters! Never lets me into a window but she sticks one in my cuff. Letters? That is a good idea. Look here. Here's letters. And he threw down a pocketbook containing a heap of papers of the poor lady's composition. Those are letters, indeed. What a postbag! Says the chaplain, but any man who touches them dies on the spot. Shrieks Harry, starting from his seat, and reeling towards his sword, which he draws, and then stamps with his foot, and says, ha, ha, and then lunges at Barb, who skips away from the lunge behind the chaplain, who looks rather alarmed. I know we could have had a much more exciting picture than either of those we present of Harry this month, and the lad, with his hair dishevelled, raging about the room flambergo vent, and pinking the affrighted innkeeper and chaplain, would have afforded a good subject for the pencil. But oh, to think of him stumbling over a stool, and prostrated by an enemy who has stole away his brains. Come, Gumbo, and help your master to bed. Chapter 32, in which a family coach is ordered. Our pleasing duty now is to divulge the secret which Mr. Lambert whispered in his wife's ear at the close of the antepenultimate chapter, and the publication of which caused such great pleasure to the whole of the Oakhurst family. As the hay was in, the corn not ready for cutting, and by consequence the farm horses disengaged, why, asked Colonel Lambert, should they not be put into the coach, and should we not all pay a visit to Tunbridge Wells, taking friend Wilford Westerham on our way? Mamma embraced this proposal, and I dare say the honest gentleman who made it. All the children jumped for joy. The girls went off straightway to get together their best killimancos, paduasoys, falbalas, furbelows, gapes, cardinals, sacks, negligees, solitaires, caps, ribbons, mantuas, clocked stockings, and high-heeled shoes, and I know not what articles of toilet. Mamma's best robes were taken from the presses, whence they only issued on rare, solemn occasions, retiring immediately afterwards to lavender and seclusion. The brave colonel produced his laced hat and waistcoat and silver-hilted hanger. Charlie rejoiced in a racy holiday suit of his father's, in which the colonel had been married, and which Mrs. Lambert cut up, not without a pang. Ball and Dumpling had their tails and manes tied with ribbon, and Chump, the old white cart horse, went as unicorn leader, to help the carriage horses up the first hilly 5 miles of the road from Oakhurst to Westerham. The carriage was an ancient vehicle, and was believed to have served in the procession which had brought George I. from Greenwich to London, on his first arrival to assume the sovereignty of these realms. It had belonged to Mr. Lambert's father, and the family had been in the habit of regarding it, ever since they could remember anything, as one of the most splendid coaches in the 3 kingdoms. Brian, coachman, and must it also be owned ploughman, of the Oakhurst family, had a place on the box, with Mr. Charlie by his side. The precious clothes were packed in imperials on the roof. The colonel's pistols were put in the pockets of the carriage, and the blunderbuss hung behind the box, in reach of Brian, who was an old soldier. No highwayman, however, molested the convoy, not even an innkeeper levied contributions on Colonel Lambert, who, with a slender purse and a large family, was not to be plundered by those or any other depredators on the King's highway, and a reasonable cheap modest lodging had been engaged for them by young Colonel Wolfe, at the house where he was in the habit of putting up, and whither he himself accompanied them on horseback. It happened that these lodgings were opposite Madame Bernstein's, and as the Oakhurst family reached their quarters on a Saturday evening, they could see chair after chair discharging powdered bow and patched and brocaded beauties at the Baroness's door, who was holding one of her many card parties. The sun was not yet down, for our ancestors began their dissipations at early hours, and were at meat, drink, or cards, any time after 3 o'clock in the afternoon until any time in the night or morning, and the young country ladies and their mother from their window could see the various personages as they passed into the Bernstein route. Colonel Wolfe told the ladies who most of the characters were. 'Twas almost as delightful as going to the party themselves, Hetty and Theo thought, for they not only could see the guests arriving, but look into the Baroness's open casements and watch many of them there. Of a few of the personages we have before had a glimpse. When the Duchess of Queensberry passed, and Mr. Wolfe explained who she was, Martin Lambert was ready with a score of lines about Kitty, beautiful and young, from his favorite Matt Pryor. Think that old lady was once like you, girls. Cries the Colonel. Like us, Papa? Well, certainly we never set up for being beauties. Says Miss Hetty, tossing up her little head. Yes, like you little baggage, like you at this moment, who want to go to that drum yonder : inflamed with rage at sad restraint which wise Mamma ordained, and sorely vexed to play the saint whilst wit and beauty reigned. We were never invited, Papa, and I am sure if there's no beauty more worth seeing than that, the wit can't be much worth the hearing, again says the satirist of the family. Oh, but he's a rare poet, Matt Pryor. Continues the Colonel, though, mind you, girls, you'll skip over all the poems I have marked with a cross. A rare poet. And to think you should see one of his heroines. Fondness prevailed, Mamma's gave way, she always will, Mrs. Lambert. Fondness prevailed, Mamma's gave way, Kitty at Heart's Desire obtained the chariot for a day, and set the world on fire. I am sure it must have been very inflammable, says Mamma. So it was, my dear, 20 years ago, much more inflammable than it is now, remarks the Colonel. Nonsense, Mr. Lambert, is Mamma's answer. Look, cries Hetty, running forward and pointing to the little square, and the covered gallery, where was the door leading to Madame Bernstein's apartments, and round which stood a crowd of street urchins, idlers, and yokels, watching the company. It's Harry Warrington, exclaims Theo, waving a handkerchief to the young Virginian, but Warrington did not see Miss Lambert. The Virginian was walking arm in arm with a portly clergyman in a crisp rustling silk gown, and the two went into Madame de Bernstein's door. I heard him preach a most admirable sermon here last Sunday, says Mr. Wolfe, a little theatrical, but most striking and eloquent. You seem to be here most Sundays, James, says Mrs. Lambert, and Monday, and soon till Saturday, adds the Colonel. See, Harry has beautified himself already, hath his hair in buckle, and I have no doubt is going to the drum too. I had rather sit quiet generally of a Saturday evening, says sober Mr. Wolfe, at any rate, away from card-playing and scandal. But I own, dear Mrs. Lambert, I am under orders. Shall I go across the way and send Mr. Warrington to you? No, let him have his sport. We shall see him tomorrow. He won't care to be disturbed amidst his fine folks by us country people, said meek Mrs. Lambert. I am glad he is with a clergyman who preaches so well, says Theo, softly, and her eyes seem to say, you see, good people, he is not so bad as you thought him, and as I, for my part, never believed him to be. The clergyman has a very kind, handsome face. Here comes a greater clergyman, cries Mr. Wolfe. It is my Lord of Salisbury, with his blue ribbon, and a chaplain behind him, and whom a mercy's name have we here? Breaks in Mrs. Lambert, as a sedan chair, covered with gilding, topped with no less than 5 earls' coronets, carried by bearers in richly laced clothes, and preceded by 3 footmen in the same splendid livery, now came up to Madame de Bernstein's door. The bishop, who had been about to enter, stopped, and ran back with the most respectful bows and curtsies to the sedan chair, giving his hand to the lady who stepped thence. Who on earth is this? Asks Mrs. Lambert. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ah, mein Herr. Nichts Verstand, says the waggish Colonel. Pooh, Martin. Well, if you can't understand High Dutch, my love, how can I help it? Your education was neglected at school. Can you understand heraldry ? I know you can, I make. Cries Charlie, reciting the shield, 3 Merions on a field or, with an earl's coronet, a countess's coronet, my son. The Countess of Yarmouth, my son, and pray who is she? It hath ever been the custom of our sovereigns to advance persons of distinction and honor, continues the Colonel, gravely, and this eminent lady hath been so promoted by our gracious monarch, to the rank of Countess of this kingdom. But why, Papa? Asked the daughters together. Never mind, girls, said Mamma, but that incorrigible Colonel would go on. Why, my children, is one of the last and the most awkward letters of the whole alphabet. When I tell you stories, you are always saying why. Why should my Lord Bishop be cringing to that lady? Look at him rubbing his fat hands together, and smiling into her face. It's not a handsome face any longer. It is all painted red and white like Scaramouches in the pantomime. See, there comes another blue riband, as I live. My Lord Bamborough, the descendant of the Hotspurs, the proudest man in England. He stops, he bows, he smiles. He is hat in hand, too. See, she taps him with her fan. Get away, you crowd of little blackguard boys, and don't tread on the robe of the lady whom the king delights to honor. But why does the king honor her? Ask the girls once more. There goes that odious last letter but one. Did you ever hear of Her Grace the Duchess of Kendal? No. Of the Duchess of Portsmouth? Non plus. Of the Duchess of Lavalliere? A fair Rosamond, then? Hush, Papa. There is no need to bring blushes on the cheeks of my dear ones, Martin Lambert," said the mother, putting her finger to her husband's lips. "'Tis not I, it is their sacred majesties who are the cause of the shame," cries the son of the old republican. "Think of the bishops of the church and the proudest nobility of the world cringing and bowing before that painted High Dutch Jezebel. Oh, it's a shame. A shame, confusion." Here broke out Colonel Wolfe, and making a dash at his hat, ran from the room. He had seen the young lady whom he admired and her guardian walking across the Pantiles on foot to the Baroness's party, and they came up whilst the Countess of Yarmouth Walmoden was engaged in conversation with the two lords spiritual and temporal, and these two made the lowest reverences and bows to the Countess, and waited until she had passed in at the door on the bishop's arm. Theo turned away from the window with a sad, almost awe-stricken face. Hetty still remained there, looking from it with indignation in her eyes, and a little red spot on each cheek. "A penny for little Hetty's thoughts," says Mamma, coming to the window to lead the child away. "I am thinking what I should do if I saw Papa bowing to that woman," says Hetty. Tea and a hissing kettle here made their appearance, and the family sate down to partake of their evening meal, leaving, however, Miss Hetty, from her place, command of the window, which she begged her brother not to close. That young gentleman had been down amongst the crowd to inspect the armorial bearings of the countesses and other sedans, no doubt, and also to invest sixpence in a cheesecake, by Mamma's order and his own desire, and he returned presently with this delicacy wrapped up in a paper. "Look, Mother," he comes back and says, "do you see that big man in brown beating all the pillars with a stick? That is the learned Mr. Johnson. He comes to the Friars sometime to see our master. He was sitting with some friends just now at the tea-table before Mrs. Brown's tart shop. They have tea there, 2d. a cup. I heard Mr. Johnson say he had 17 cups. That makes 2 and 10d. What a sight of money for tea. What would you have, Charlie?" asks Theo. "I think I would have cheesecakes," says Charlie, sighing, as his teeth closed on a large slice. "And the gentleman whom Mr. Johnson was with," continues Charlie, with his mouth quite full, "was Mr. Richardson, who wrote Clarissa." Cry all the women in a breath, and run to the window to see their favorite writer. By this time the sun was sunk, the stars were twinkling overhead, and the footman came and lighted the candles in the Baroness's room opposite our spies. Theo and her mother were standing together looking from their place of observation. There was a small illumination at Mrs. Brown's tart and tea shop, by which our friends could see one lady getting Mr. Richardson's hat and stick, and another tying a shawl round his neck, after which he walked home. "Oh dear me! He does not look like Grandison," cries Theo. "I rather think I wish we had not seen him, my dear," says Mamma, who has been described as a most sentimental woman and eager novel reader, and here again they were interrupted by Miss Hetty, who cried, "Never mind that little fat man, but look yonder, Mamma," and they looked yonder, and they saw, in the first place, Mr. Warrington undergoing the honour of a presentation to the Countess of Yarmouth, who was still followed by the obsequious peer and prelate with blue ribands. And now the Countess graciously sate down to a card table, the Bishop and the Earl and a fourth person being her partners. And now Mr. Warrington came into the embrasure of the window with a lady whom they recognized as the lady whom they had seen for a few minutes at Oakhurst. "How much finer he is," remarks Mamma. "How he is improved in his looks." "What has he done to himself?" asks Theo. "Look at his grand lace frills and rules." "My dear, he has not got on our shirts any more," cries the matron. "What are you talking about, girls?" asks Papa, reclining on his sofa, where, perhaps, he was dozing after the fashion of honest house fathers. The girls said how Harry Warrington was in the window, talking with his cousin Lady Maria Esmond. "Come away," cries Papa. "You have no right to be spying the young fellow. Down with the curtains, I say," and down the curtains went, so that the girls saw no more of Madame Bernstein's guests or doings for that night. I pray you be not angry at my remarking, if only by way of contrast between these two opposite houses, that while Madame Bernstein and her guests bishop, dignitaries, noblemen, and what not were gambling or talking scandal, or devouring champagne and chickens, which I hold to be venial sin, or doing honour to her ladyship the king's favourite, the Countess of Yarmouth Walmoden, our country friends in their lodgings knelt round their table, whither Mr. Bryan the coachman came as silently as his creaking shoes would let him, whilst Mr. Lambert, standing up, read in a low voice, a prayer that heaven would lighten their darkness and defend them from the perils of that night. and a supplication that it would grant the request of those 2 or 3 gathered together. Our young folks were up betimes on Sunday morning, and arrayed themselves in those smart new dresses which were to fascinate the Tunbridge folks, and, with the escort of Brother Charlie, paced the little town, and the quaint pantiles, and the pretty common, long ere the company was at breakfast, or the bells had rung to church. It was Hester who found out where Harry Warrington's lodging must be, by remarking Mr. Gumbo in an undress, with his lovely hair in curl papers, drawing a pair of red curtains aside, and opening a window sash, whence he thrust his head and inhaled the sweet morning breeze. Mr. Gumbo did not happen to see the young people from Oakhurst, though they beheld him clearly enough. He leaned gracefully from the window, he waved a large feather brush, with which he condescended to dust the furniture of the apartment within. He affably engaged in conversation with a cherry-cheeked milkmaid, who was lingering under the casement, and kissed his lily hand to her. Gumbo's hand sparkled with rings, and his person was decorated with a profusion of jewelry gifts, no doubt, of the fair who appreciated the young African. Once or twice more before breakfast time the girls passed near that window. It remained opened, but the room behind it was blank. No face of Harry Warrington appeared there. Neither spoke to the other of the subject on which both were brooding. Hetty was a little provoked with Charlie, who was clamorous about breakfast, and told him he was always thinking of eating. In reply to her sarcastic inquiry, he artlessly owned he should like another cheesecake, and good-natured Theo, laughing, said she had a 6pence, and if the cake shop were open of a Sunday morning Charlie should have won. The cake shop was open, and Theo took out her little purse, netted by her dearest friend at school, and containing her pocket piece, her grandmother's guinea, her slender little store of shillings, nay, some copper money at one end, and she treated Charlie to the meal which he loved. A great deal of fine company was at church. There was that funny old Duchess, and old Madame Bernstein, with Lady Maria at her side, and Mr. Wolfe, of course, by the side of Miss Lowe there, and singing with her out of the same psalm book, and Mr. Richardson with a bevy of ladies. One of them is Miss Fielding, Papa tells them after church, Harry Fielding's sister. Oh, girls, what good company he was. And his books are worth a dozen of your milksop Pamela's and Clarissa's, Mrs. Lambert, but what woman ever loved true humour? And there was Mr. Johnson sitting amongst the charity children. Did you see how he turned round to the altar at the Belief, and upset 2 or 3 of the scared little urchins in leather breeches? And what a famous sermon Harry's parson gave, didn't he? A sermon about scandal. How he touched up some of the old harridans who were seated round. Why wasn't Mr. Warrington at church? It was a shame he wasn't at church. I really did not remark whether he was there or not, says Miss Hetty, tossing her head up, but Theo, who was all truth, said, yes, I thought of him, and was sorry he was not there. And so did you think of him, Hetty? I did no such thing, miss, persists Hetty. Then why did you whisper to me it was Harry's clergyman who preached? To think of Mr. Warrington's clergyman is not to think of Mr. Warrington. It was a most excellent sermon, certainly, and the children sang most dreadfully out of tune. And there is Lady Maria at the window opposite, smelling of the roses, and that is Mr. Wolfe's step. I know his great military tramp. Right left. How do you do, Colonel Wolfe? Why do you look so glum, James? Asks Colonel Lambert, good-naturedly. Has the charmer been scolding thee, or is thy conscience pricked by the sermon? Mr. Sampson, isn't the parson's name? A famous preacher, on my word, a pretty preacher, and a pretty practitioner, says Mr. Wolfe, with a shrug of his shoulders. Why, I thought the discourse did not last 10 minutes, and Madam did not sleep one single wink during the sermon, didst thou, Molly? Did you see when the fellow came into church? Asked the indignant Colonel Wolfe. He came in at the open door of the common, just in time, and as the psalm was over, well, he had been reading the service probably to some sick person. There are many here, remarks Mrs. Lambert, reading the service. Oh, my good Mrs. Lambert. Do you know where I found him? I went to look for your young scapegrace of a Virginian. His own name is a very pretty name, I'm sure, cries out Hetty. It isn't scapegrace. It is Henry Esmond Warrington, Esquire, Miss Hester. I found the parson in his cassock, and Henry Esmond Warrington, Esquire, in his bedgown, at 11:15 in the morning, when all the Sunday bells were ringing, and they were playing over a game of piquet they had had the night before. Well, numbers of good people play at cards of a Sunday. The king plays at cards of a Sunday. Hush, my dear, I know he does, says Hetty, with that painted person we saw yesterday, that Countess, what do you call her? I think, my dear Miss Hester, A clergyman had best take to God's books instead of the devil's books on that day, and so I took the liberty of telling your parson." Hetty looked as if she thought it was a liberty which Mr. Wolf had taken. "And I told our young friend that I thought he had better have been on his way to church than there in his bedgown. You wouldn't have Harry go to church in a dressing gown and nightcap, Colonel Wolf. That would be a pretty sight, indeed." Again says Hetty, fiercely, "I would have my little girl's tongue not wag quite so fast," remarks Papa, patting the girl's flushed little cheek. "Not speak when a friend is attacked, and nobody says a word in his favor?" "No, nobody." Here the two lips of the little mouth closed on each other, the whole little frame shook. The child flung a parting look of defiance at Mr. Wolf, and went out of the room, just in time to close the door, and burst out crying on the stair. Mr. Wolf looked very much discomfited. "I am sure, Aunt Lambert, I did not intend to hurt Hester's feelings." "No, James," she said, very kindly. The young officer used to call her Aunt Lambert in quite early days, and she gave him her hand. Mr. Lambert whistled his favorite tune of Over the Hills and Far Away, with a drum accompaniment performed by his fingers on the window. "I say, you mustn't whistle on Sunday, Papa," cries the artless young gown boy from Greyfriars, and then suggested that it was 3 hours from breakfast, and he should like to finish Theo's cheesecake. "Oh, you greedy child!" cries Theo. But hearing a little exclamatory noise outside, she ran out of the room, closing the door behind her. "And we will not pursue her." The noise was that sob which broke from Hester's panting, overloaded heart, and, though we cannot see, I am sure the little maid flung herself on her sister's neck, and wept upon Theo's kind bosom. Hetty did not walk out in the afternoon when the family took the air on the common, but had a headache and lay on her bed, where her mother watched her. Charlie had discovered a comrade from Greyfriars. Mr. Wolf of course paired off with Miss Lowe there, and Theo and their father, taking their sober walk in the Sabbath sunshine, found Madame Bernstein basking on a bench under a tree, her niece and nephew in attendance. Harry ran up to greet his dear friends. He was radiant with pleasure at beholding them. The elder ladies were most gracious to the Colonel and his wife, who had so kindly welcomed their Harry. How noble and handsome he looked! Theo thought. She called him by his Christian name, as if he were really her brother. "Why did we not see you sooner today, Harry?" she asked. "I never thought you were here, Theo, but you might have seen us if you wished." "Where?" asked Harry. "There, sir," she said, pointing to the church. And she held her hand up as if in reproof, but a sweet kindness beamed in her honest face. Friendly young reader, wandering on the world and struggling with temptation, may you also have one or two pure hearts to love and pray for you. Chapter 33 contains a soliloquy by Hester, Martin Lambert's first feeling, upon learning the little secret which his younger daughter's emotion had revealed, was to be angry with the lad who had robbed his child's heart away from him and her family. "A plague upon all scapegraces, English or Indian," cried the Colonel to his wife. "I wish this one had broke his nose against any doorpost but ours. Perhaps we are to cure him of being a scapegrace, my dear," says Mrs. Lambert, mildly interposing, "and the fall at our door hath something providential in it. You laughed at me, Mr. Lambert, when I said so before, but if heaven did not send the young gentleman to us, who did? And it may be for the blessing and happiness of us all that he came, too." "It's hard, Molly," groaned the Colonel. "We cherish and fondle and rear them, we tend them through sickness and health, we toil and we scheme, we hoard away money in the stocking, and patch our own old coats. If they've a headache we can't sleep for thinking of their ailment, if they have a wish or fancy, we work day and night to compass it, and 'tis darling daddy and dearest pappy, and whose further is like ours?" And so forth. On Tuesday morning I am king of my house and family. On Tuesday evening Prince Whippersnapper makes his appearance, and my reign is over. A whole life is forgotten and forsworn for a pair of blue eyes, a pair of lean shanks, and a head of yellow hair. 'Tis written that we women should leave all to follow our husband. I think our courtship was not very long, dear Martin," said the matron, laying her hand on her husband's arm. "'Tis human nature, and what can you expect of the jade?" sighed the Colonel. "And I think I did my duty to my husband, though I own I left my papa for him," added Mrs. Lambert, softly. "Excellent wench. Perdition catch my soul. But I do love thee, Molly," says the good Colonel. "But, then, mind you, your father never did me, and if ever I am to have sons-in-law, ever, indeed. Of course my girls are to have husbands, Mr. Lambert," cries Mamma. "Well, when they come, I'll hate them, Madame, as your father did me, and quite right too, for taking his treasure away from him. Don't be irreligious and unnatural, Martin Lambert. I say you are unnatural, sir," continues the matron. Nay, my dear, I have an old tooth in my left jaw, here, and 'tis natural that the tooth should come out. But when the tooth drawer pulls it, 'tis natural that I should feel pain. Do you suppose, madame, that I don't love Hetty better than any tooth in my head? Asks Mr. Lambert. But no woman was ever averse to the idea of her daughter getting a husband, however furthers revolt against the invasion of the son-in-law. As for mothers and grandmothers, those good folks are married over again in the marriage of their young ones, and their souls attire themselves in the laces and muslins of 20-40 years ago. The postillion's white ribbons bloom again, and they flutter into the post-chaise, and drive away. What woman, however old, has not the bridal favors and raiment stowed away, and packed in lavender, in the inmost cupboards of her heart? It will be a sad thing, parting with her, continued Mrs. Lambert, with a sigh. You have settled that point already, Molly, laughs the Colonel. Had I not best go out and order raisins and currants for the wedding cake, and then I shall have to leave the house in their charge when I go to her, you know, in Virginia. How many miles is it to Virginia, Martin? I should think it must be thousands of miles. 173,391 my dear, by the near way, answers Lambert, gravely, that through Prester John's country. By the other route, through Persia. Oh, give me the one where there is the least of the sea, and your horrid ships, which I can't bear, cries the Colonel's spouse. I hope Rachel Esmond and I shall be better friends. She had a very high spirit when we were girls at school. Had we not best go about the baby linen, Mrs. Martin Lambert? Here interposed her wondering husband. Now, Mrs. Lambert, I dare say, thought there was no matter for wonderment at all, and had remarked some very pretty lace caps and bibs in Mrs. Bobinet's toy shop. And on that Sunday afternoon, when the discovery was made, and while little Hetty was lying upon her pillow with feverish cheeks, closed eyes, and a piteous face, her mother looked at the child with the most perfect ease of mind, and seemed to be rather pleased than otherwise at Hetty's woe. The girl was not only unhappy, but enraged with herself for having published her secret. Perhaps she had not known it until the sudden emotion acquainted her with her own state of mind, and now the little maid chose to be as much ashamed as if she had done a wrong, and been discovered in it. She was indignant with her own weakness, and broke into transports of wrath against herself. She vowed she never would forgive herself for submitting to such a humiliation. So the young pard, wounded by the hunter's dart, chafes with rage in the forest, is angry with the surprise of the rankling steel in her side, and snarls and bites at her sister cubs, and the leopardess, her spotted mother. Little Hetty tore and gnawed, and growled, so that I should not like to have been her fraternal cub, or her spotted dam or sire. What business has any young woman, she cried out, to indulge in any such nonsense? Mamma, I ought to be whipped, and sent to bed. I know perfectly well that Mr. Warrington does not care a fig about me. I dare say he likes French actresses and the commonest little milliner girl in the toy shop better than me. And so he ought, and so they are better than me. Why, what a fool I am to burst out crying like a ninny about nothing, and because Mr. Wolfe said Harry played cards of a Sunday. I know he is not clever, like Papa. I believe he is stupid. I am certain he is stupid, but he is not so stupid as I am. Why, of course, I can't marry him. How am I to go to America, and leave you and Theo? Of course, he likes somebody else, at America, or at Tunbridge, or at Jericho, or somewhere. He is a prince in his own country, and can't think of marrying a poor half-pay officer's daughter, with twopence to her fortune. Used not you to tell me how, when I was a baby, I cried and wanted the moon? I am a baby now, a most absurd, silly, little baby. Didn't talk to me, Mrs. Lambert, I am. Only there is this to be said, he don't know anything about it, and I would rather cut my tongue out than tell him. Dire were the threats with which Hetty menaced Theo, in case her sister should betray her. As for the infantile Charlie, his mind being altogether set on cheesecakes, he had not remarked or been moved by Miss Hester's emotion, and the parents and the kind sister of course all promised not to reveal the little maid's secret. I begin to think it had been best for us to stay at home, sighed Mrs. Lambert to her husband. Nay, my dear, replied the other. Human nature will be a human nature. Surely Hetty's mother told me herself that she had the beginning of a liking for a certain young curate before she fell over head and ears in love with a certain young officer of Kingsley's. And as for me, my heart was wounded in a dozen places ere Miss Molly Benson took entire possession of it. Our sons and daughters must follow in the way of their parents before them, I suppose. Why, but yesterday, you were scolding me for grumbling at Miss Het's precocious fancies. To do the child justice, she disguises her feelings entirely, and I defy Mr. Warrington to know from her behavior how she is disposed towards him. A daughter of mine and yours, Martin, cries the mother, with great dignity, is not going to fling herself at a gentleman's head, neither herself nor the teacup, my dear, answers the colonel. Little Miss Het treats Mr. Warrington like a vixen. He never comes to us, but she boxes his ears in one fashion or t'other. I protest she is barely civil to him, but, knowing what is going on in the young hypocrite's mind, I am not going to be angry at her rudeness. She hath no need to be rude at all, Martin, and our girl is good enough for any gentleman in England or America. Why, if their ages suit, shouldn't they marry after all, sir? Why, if he wants her, shouldn't he ask her, my dear? I am sorry we came. I am for putting the horses into the carriage, and turning their heads towards home again, but Mamma fondly said, depend on it, my dear, that these matters are wisely ordained for us. Depend upon it, Martin, it was not for nothing that Harry Warrington was brought to our gate in that way, and that he and our children are thus brought together again. If that marriage has been decreed in heaven, a marriage it will be. At what age, Molly, I wonder, do women begin and leave off matchmaking? If our little chit falls in love and falls out again, she will not be the first of her sex, Mrs. Lambert. I wish we were on our way home again, and, if I had my will, would trot off this very night. He has promised to drink his tea here tonight. You would not take away our child's pleasure, Martin? Asked the mother, softly, in his fashion. The father was not less good-natured. You know, my dear, says Lambert, that if either of them had a fancy to our ears, we would cut them off and serve them in a fricassee. Mary Lambert laughed at the idea of her pretty little delicate ears being so served. When her husband was most tender-hearted, his habit was to be most grotesque. When he pulled the pretty little delicate ear, behind which the matron's fine hair was combed back, wherein twinkled a shining line or two of silver, I dare say he did not hurt her much. I dare say she was thinking of the soft, well-remembered times of her own modest youth and sweet courtship. Hallowed remembrances of sacred times. If the sight of youthful love is pleasant to behold, how much more charming the aspect of the affection that has survived years, sorrows, faded beauty perhaps, and life's doubts, differences, trouble, in regard of her promise to disguise her feelings for Mr. Warrington in that gentleman's presence. Miss Hester was better, or worse if you will, than her word. Harry not only came to take tea with his friends, but invited them for the next day to an entertainment at the Rooms, to be given in their special honor, a dance, and given for us. Cries Theo. Oh, Harry, how delightful. I wish we could begin this very minute. Why, for a savage Virginian, I declare, Harry Warrington, thou art the most civilized young man possible, says the colonel. My dear, shall we dance a minuet together? We have done such a thing before, Martin Lambert, says the soldier's fond wife. Her husband hums a minuet tune, whips a plate from the tea-table, and makes a preparatory bow and flourish with it as if it were a hat, whilst Madame performs her best curtsy. Only Hetty, of the party, persists in looking glum and displeased. Why, child, have you not a word of thanks to throw to Mr. Warrington? Asks Theo of her sister. I never did care for dancing much, says Hetty. What is the use of standing up opposite a stupid man, and dancing down a room with him? Merci du compliment, says Mr. Warrington. I don't say that you are stupid, that is. I only meant country dances, says Hetty, biting her lips, as she caught her sister's eye. She remembered she had said Harry was stupid, and Theo's droll, humorous glance was her only reminder, but with this Miss Hetty chose to be as angry as if it had been quite a cruel rebuke. I hate dancing there, I own it, she says, with a toss of her head. Nay, you used to like it well enough, child, interposes her mother. That was when she was a child. Don't you see she has grown up to be an old woman? Remarks Hetty's father. Or perhaps Miss Hester has got the gout? Fiddle, says Hester, snappishly, drubbing with her little feet. What's a dance without a fiddle? Says imperturbed Papa. Darkness has come over Harry Warrington's face. I come to try my best, and give them pleasure and a dance, he thinks, and the little thing tells me she hates dancing. We don't practice kindness, or acknowledge hospitality so in our country. No, nor speak to our parents so, neither. I am afraid, in this particular usages have changed in the United States during the last 100 years, and that the young folks there are considerably hettified. Not content with this, Miss Hester must proceed to make such fun of all the company at the Wells, and especially of Harry's own immediate pursuits and companions, that the honest lad was still further pained at her behavior, and, when he saw Mrs. Lambert alone, asked how or in what he had again offended, that Hester was so angry with him. The kind matron felt more than ever well disposed towards the boy, after her daughter's conduct to him. She would have liked to tell the secret which Hester hid so fiercely. Theo, too, remonstrated with her sister in private, but Hester would not listen to the subject, and was as angry in her bedroom, when the girls were alone, as she had been in the parlor before her mother's company. "Suppose he hates me?" says she. "I expect he will. I hate myself, I do, and scorn myself for being such an idiot. How ought he to do otherwise than hate me? Didn't I abuse him, call him goose, all sorts of names? And no, he is not clever all the time. I know I have better wits than he has. It is only because he is tall, and has blue eyes, and a pretty nose that I like him. What an absurd fool a girl must be to like a man merely because he has a blue nose and hooked A's. So I am a fool, and I won't have you say a word to the contrary, Theo." Now Theo thought that her little sister, far from being a fool, was a wonder of wonders, and that if any girl was worthy of any prince in Christendom, Hetty was that spinster. "You are silly sometimes, Hetty," says Theo, "that is when you speak unkindly to people who mean you well, as you did to Mr. Warrington at tea tonight. When he proposed to us his party at the assembly rooms, and nothing could be more gallant of him, why did you say you didn't care for music, or dancing, or tea? You know you love them all." "I said it merely to vex myself, Theo, and annoy myself, and whip myself, as I deserve, child. And, besides, how can you expect such an idiot as I am to say anything but idiotic things? Do you know, it quite pleased me to see him angry. I thought, now I have hurt his feelings. Now he will say, Hetty Lambert is an odious little set-up, sour-tempered vixen. And that will teach him, and you, and Mamma, and Papa, at any rate, that I am not going to set my cap at Mr. Harry. No, our Papa is 10 times as good as he is. I will stay by our Papa, and if he asked me to go to Virginia with him tomorrow, I wouldn't, Theo. My sister is worth all the Virginians that ever were made since the world began, and here, I suppose, follow osculations between the sisters, and Mother's knock comes to the door, who has overheard their talk through the wainscot, and calls out, "Children, 'tis time to go to sleep." Theo's eyes close speedily, and she is at rest. But poor little Hetty. Think of the hours tolling one after another, and the child's eyes wide open, as she lies tossing and wakeful with the anguish of the new wound. "It is a judgment upon me," she says, "for having thought and spoke scornfully of him. Only, why should there be a judgment upon me? I was only in fun. I knew I liked him very much all the time, but I thought Theo liked him too, and I would give up anything for my darling Theo. If she had, no tortures should ever have drawn a word from me. I would have got a rope ladder to help her to run away with Harry, that I would, or fetched the clergyman to marry them. And then I would have retired alone, and alone, and alone, and taken care of Papa and Mamma, and of the poor in the village, and have read sermons, though I hate them, and would have died without telling a word, not a word, and I shall die soon, I know I shall. But when the dawn rises, the little maid is asleep, nestling by her sister, the stain of a tear or two upon her flushed downy cheek. Most of us play with edged tools at some period of our lives, and cut ourselves accordingly. At first the cut hurts and stings, and down drops the knife, and we cry out like wounded little babies as we are. Some very very few and unlucky folks at the game cut their heads sheer off, or stab themselves mortally, and perish outright, and there is an end of them. But heaven help us! Many people have fingered those ardent sagittars which love sharpens on his whetstone, and are stabbed, scarred, pricked, perforated, tattooed all over with the wounds, who recovered, and lived to be quite lively. Whereoch have tasted das Erdesglueck, we also have gelobed and so we iter. Warble your death song, sweet Thecla. Perish off the face of the earth, poor pulmonary victim, if so minded. Had you survived to a later period of life, my dear, you would have thought of a sentimental disappointment without any reference to the undertaker. Let us trust there is no present need of a sexton for Miss Hetty. But meanwhile, the very instant she wakes, there, tearing at her little heart, will that care be, which has given her a few hours' respite, melted, no doubt, by her youth and her tears. Chapter 34, in which Mr. Warrington treats the company with tea and a ball. Generous with his very easily gotten money, hospitable and cordial to all, our young Virginian, in his capacity of man of fashion, could not do less than treat his country friends to an entertainment at the assembly rooms, whither, according to the custom of the day, he invited almost all the remaining company at the Wells. Card tables were set in one apartment, for all those who could not spend an evening without the pastime then common to all European society, a supper with champagne in some profusion and bowls of negus was prepared in another chamber. The large assembly room was set apart for the dance, of which enjoyment Harry Warrington's guests partook in our ancestors' homely fashion. I cannot fancy that the amusement was especially lively. First, minuets were called, 2 or 3 of which were performed by as many couple. The spinsters of the highest rank in the assembly went out for the minuet, and my Lady Maria Esmond, being an earl's daughter, and the person of the highest rank present, with the exception of Lady Augusta Crutchley, who was lame, Mr. Warrington danced the first minuet with his cousin, acquitting himself to the satisfaction of the whole room, and performing much more elegantly than Mr. Wolfe, who stood up with Miss Lowther. Having completed the dance with Lady Maria, Mr. Warrington begged Miss Theo to do him the honour of walking the next minuet, and accordingly Miss Theo, blushing and looking very happy, went through her exercise to the great delight of her parents and the rage of Miss Humpleby, Sir John Humpleby's daughter, of Suffolk, who expected, at least, to have stood up next after my Lady Maria. Then, after the minuets, came country dances, the music being performed by a harp, fiddle, and flageolet, perched in a little balcony, and thrumming through the evening rather feeble and melancholy tunes. Take up an old book of music, and play a few of those tunes now, and one wonders how people at any time could have found the airs otherwise than melancholy. And yet they loved and frisked and laughed and courted to that sad accompaniment. There is scarce one of the airs that is not an Amaria liquid, a tang of sadness. Perhaps it is because they are old and defunct, and their plaintive echoes call out to us from the limbo of the past, whither they have been consigned for this century. Perhaps they were gay when they were alive, and our descendants when they hear well, never mind names, when they hear the works of certain maestri now popular, will say, Bon Dieu, is this the music which amused our forefathers? Mr. Warrington had the honour of a duchess's company at his tea-drinking Colonel Lambert's and Mr. Prior's heroine, the Duchess of Queensberry. And though the Duchess carefully turned her back upon our Countess who was present, laughed loudly, glanced at the latter over her shoulder, and pointed at her with her fan, yet almost all the company pushed, and bowed, and cringed, and smiled, and backed before this Countess, scarcely taking any notice of her Grace of Queensberry and her jokes, and her fan, and her airs. Now this Countess was no other than the Countess of Yarmouth Walmoden, the lady whom His Majesty George II, of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, delighted to honour. She had met Harry Warrington in the walks that morning, and had been mighty gracious to the young Virginian. She had told him they would have a game at cards that night, and purblind old Colonel Blenkinsop, who fancied the invitation had been addressed to him, had made the profoundest of bows. "Pooh, pooh," said the Countess of England and Hanover, "I don't mean you. I mean the young Virginian." And everybody congratulated the youth on his good fortune. At night, all the world, in order to show their loyalty, doubtless, thronged round my Lady Yarmouth. My Lord Bamborough was eager to make her party at quadrille. My Lady Blanche Pendragon, that model of virtue, Sir Lancelot Quintain, that pattern of knighthood and valour, Mr. Dean of Ealing, that exemplary divine and preacher, numerous gentlemen, noblemen, generals, colonels, matrons, and spinsters of the highest rank, were on the watch for a smile from her, or eager to jump up and join her card table. Lady Maria waited upon her with meek respect, and Madame de Bernstein treated the Hanoverian lady with profound gravity and courtesy. Harry's bow had been no lower than hospitality required, but, such as it was, Miss Hester chose to be indignant with it. She scarce spoke a word to her partner during their dance together, and when he took her to the supper room for refreshment she was little more communicative. To enter that room they had to pass by Madame Walmoden's card table, who good-naturedly called out to her host as he was passing, and asked him if his bready little partner liked tansing. "I thank your ladyship, I don't like tansing, and I don't like cards," says Miss Hester, tossing up her head, and, dropping a curtsy like a cheese, she strutted away from the Countess's table. Mr. Warrington was very much offended. Sarcasm from the young to the old pained him, flippant behaviour towards himself hurt him. Courteous in his simple way to all persons whom he met, he expected a like politeness from them. Hetty perfectly well knew what offence she was giving, could mark the displeasure reddening on her partner's honest face, with a sidelong glance of her eye. Nevertheless she tried to wear her most ingenuous smile, and, as she came up to the sideboard where the refreshments were set, artlessly said, "What a horrid, vulgar old woman that is, don't you think so?" "What woman?" asked the young man. "That German woman, my Lady Yarmouth, to whom all the men are bowing and cringing." "Her ladyship has been very kind to me," says Harry, grimly. "Won't you have some of this custard? And you have been bowing to her, too. You look as if your negus was not nice," harmlessly continues Miss Hetty. "It is not very good negus," says Harry, with a gulp, "and the custard is bad too. I declare 'tis made with bad eggs," cries Miss Lambert. "I wish, Hester, that the entertainment and the company had been better to your liking," says poor Harry. "'Tis very unfortunate. But I dare say you could not help it," cries the young woman, tossing her little curly head. Mr. Warrington groaned in spirit, perhaps in body, and clenched his fists and his teeth. The little torturer artlessly continued, "You seem disturbed. Shall we go to my mamma?" "Yes, let us go to your mamma," cries Mr. Warrington, with glaring eyes and a curse you. "Why are you always standing in the way?" To an unlucky waiter, "La? Is that the way you speak in Virginia?" asks Miss Burtness. "We are rough there sometimes, madame, and can't help being disturbed," he says slowly, and with a quiver in his whole frame, looking down upon her with fire flashing out of his eyes. Hattie saw nothing distinctly afterwards, and until she came to her mother. Never had she seen Harry look so handsome or so noble. "You look pale, child," cries Mamma, anxious, like all pavidi maters. "'Tis the cold, no, I mean the heat." "Thank you, Mr. Warrington." And she makes him a faint curtsy, as Harry bows a tremendous bow, and walks elsewhere amongst his guests. He hardly knows what is happening at first, so angry is he. He is aroused by another altercation, between his aunt and the Duchess of Queensberry. When the royal favourite passed the Duchess, her Grace gave her ladyship an awful stare out of eyes that were not so bright now as they had been in the young days when they set the world on fire, turned round with an affected laugh to her neighbour, and shot at the jolly Hanoverian lady a ceaseless fire of giggles and sneers. The Countess pursued her game at cards, not knowing, or not choosing, perhaps, to know how her enemy was gibing at her. There had been a feud of many years' date between their Graces of Queensberry and the family on the throne. "How you all bow down to the idol. Don't tell me. You are as bad as the rest, my good Madame Bernstein," the Duchess says. "Ah, what a true Christian country this is. And how your dear first husband, the bishop, would have liked to see such a sight. Forgive me, if I fail quite to understand your Grace. We are both of us growing old, my good Bernstein, or, perhaps, we won't understand when we don't choose to understand. That is the way with us women, my good young Iroquois." "Your Grace remarked that it was a Christian country," said Madame de Bernstein, "and I failed to perceive the point of the remark." "Indeed, my good creature, there is very little point in it. I meant that we were such good Christians, because we were so forgiving. Don't you remember reading, when you were young, or your husband the bishop reading, when he was in the pulpit, how when a woman amongst the Jews was caught doing wrong, the Pharisees were for stoning her out of hand? Far from stoning such a woman now, look, how fond we are of her. Any man in this room would go round it on his knees if yonder woman bade him." "Yes, Madame Walmoden, you may look up from your cards with your great painted face, and frown with your great painted eyebrows at me. You know I am talking about you, and intend to go on talking about you, too. I say any man here would go round the room on his knees, if you bade him, I think." "Madame, I know 2 or 3 who wouldn't," says Mr. Warrington, with some spirit. "Quick, let me hug them to my heart of hearts," cries the old Duchess. "Which are they? Bring 'em to me, my dear Iroquois. Let us have a game of 4 of honest men and women, that is to say, if we can find a couple more partners, Mr. Warrington. Here are we 3, says the Baroness Bernstein, with a forced laugh. "Let us play a dummy, pray." "Madame, where is the 3rd? asks the old Duchess, looking round. "Madame," cries out the other elderly lady, "I leave your Grace to boast of your honesty, which I have no doubt is spotless, but I will thank you not to doubt mine before my own relatives and children." See how she fires up at a word. "I am sure, my dear creature, you are quite as honest as most of the company," says the Duchess, which may not be good enough for her Grace the Duchess of Queensberry and Dover, who, to be sure, might have stayed away in such a case, but it is the best my nephew could get. "Madame, and his best he has given you. You look astonished, Harry, my dear, and well you may. He is not used to our ways. Madame, he was found an aunt who can teach him our ways, and a great deal more," cries the Duchess, rapping her fan. "She will teach him to try and make all his guests welcome, old or young, rich or poor. That is the Virginian way, isn't it, Harry? She will tell him, when Catherine Hyde is angry with his old aunt, that they were friends as girls, and ought not to quarrel now they are old women. And she will not be wrong, will she, Duchess? And here with the one dowager made a superb curtsy to the other, and the battle just impending between them passed away. Egad, it was like Barn and Galisonier, cried Chaplain Sampson, as Harry talked over the night's transactions with his tutor next morning. No power on earth, I thought, could have prevented those two from going into action, 74s at least both of them, laughed Harry. But the Baroness declined the battle, and sailed out of fire with inimitable skill. Why should she be afraid? I have heard you say my aunt is as witty as any woman alive, and need fear the tongue of no dowager in England. Perhaps she had good reasons for being peaceable. Sampson knew very well what they were, and that poor Bernstein's reputation was so hopelessly flawed and cracked, that any sarcasms levelled at Madame Walmoden were equally applicable to her. Sir, cried Harry, in great amazement, you don't mean to say there is anything against the character of my aunt, the Baroness de Bernstein? The chaplain looked at the young Virginian with such an air of utter wonderment, that the latter saw there must be some history against his aunt, and some charge which Sampson did not choose to reveal. Good heavens! Harry groaned out. Are the two then in the family? Who are? Which two? Asked the chaplain. But here Harry stopped, blushing very red. He remembered, and we shall presently have to state, whence he had got his information regarding the other family culprit, and bit his lip, and was silent. Bygones are always unpleasant things, Mr. Warrington, said the chaplain, and we had best hold our peace regarding them. No man or woman can live long in this wicked world of ours without some scandal attaching to them, and I fear our excellent Baroness has been no more fortunate than her neighbours. We cannot escape calumny, my dear young friend. You have had sad proof enough of that in your brief stay amongst us. But we can have clear consciences, and that is the main point. And herewith the chaplain threw his handsome eyes upward, and tried to look as if his conscience was as white as the ceiling. Has there been anything very wrong, then, about my Aunt Bernstein? Continued Harry, remembering how at home his mother had never spoken of the Baroness. Oh sancta simplicitas! The chaplain muttered to himself. Stories, my dear sir, much older than your time or mine. Stories such as were told about everybody, to me, you know with what degree of truth in your own case. Confound the villain. I should like to hear any scoundrel say a word against the dear old lady, cries the young gentleman. Why, this world, parson, is full of lies and scandal, and you are just beginning to find it out, my dear sir, cries the clergyman, with his most beatified air. Whose character has not been attacked? My lord's, yours, mine, everyone's. We must bear as well as we can, and pardon to the utmost of our power. You may. It's your cloth, you know, but, by George, I won't, cries Mr. Warrington, and again goes down the fist with a thump on the table. Let any fellow say a word in my hearing against the dear old creature, and I'll pull his nose, as sure as my name is Harry Esmond. How do you do, Colonel Lambert? You find us late again, sir. Me and his reverence kept it up pretty late with some of the young fellows, after the ladies went away. I hope the dear ladies are well, sir? And here Harry rose, greeting his friend the Colonel very kindly, who had come to pay him a morning visit, and had entered the room followed by Mr. Gumbo. The latter preferred walking very leisurely about all the affairs of life, just as Harry, suiting the action to the word, was tweaking the nose of calumny. The ladies are purely... Whose nose were you pulling when I came in, Mr. Warrington? Says the Colonel, laughing. Isn't it a shame, sir? The parson, here, was telling me that there are villains here who attack the character of my aunt, the Baroness of Bernstein. You don't mean to say so? Cries Mr. Lambert. I tell Mr. Harry that everybody is calumniated, says the chaplain, with a clerical intonation, but, at the same time, he looks at Colonel Lambert and winks, as much as to say, he knows nothing, keep him in the dark. The Colonel took the hint. Yes, says he, the jaws of slander are forever wagging. Witness that story about the dancing girl, that we all believed against you, Harry Warrington. What, all, sir? No, not all. One didn't. Hetty didn't. You should have heard her standing up for you, Harry, t'other day, when somebody, a little bird, brought us another story about you, about a game at cards on Sunday morning, when you and a friend of yours might have been better employed. And here there was a look of mingled humour and reproof at the clergyman. Faith, I own it, sir, says the chaplain. It was mea culpa, mea maxima, no, mea minima culpa, only the rehearsal of an old game at piquet, which we had been talking over. And did Miss Hester stand up for me? Says Harry. Miss Hester did. But why that wondering look? Asks the Colonel. She scolded me last night like anything, says downright Harry. I never heard a young girl go on so. She made fun of everybody, hit about it young and old, so that I couldn't help telling her, sir, that in our country, leastways in Virginia, they say the Yankees are very pert, young people don't speak of their elders so. And, do you know, sir, we had a sort of a quarrel, and I'm very glad you've told me she spoke kindly of me, says Harry, shaking his friend's hand, a ready boyish emotion glowing in his cheeks and in his eyes. You won't come to much hurt if you find no worse enemy than Hester, Mr. Warrington, said the girl's father, gravely, looking not without a deep thrill of interest at the flushed face and moist eyes of his young friend. Is he fond of her? Thought the colonel. And how fond? 'Tis evident he knows nothing, and Miss Het has been performing some of her tricks. He is a fine, honest lad, and God bless him. And Colonel Lambert looked towards Harry with that manly, friendly kindness which our lucky young Virginian was not unaccustomed to inspire, for he was comely to look at, prone to blush, to kindle, nay, to melt, at a kind story. His laughter was cheery to hear, his eyes shone confidently, his voice spoke truth. And the young lady of the minuet? She distinguished herself to perfection, the whole room admired, asked the courtly chaplain. I trust Miss Theodosia is perfectly well, and ready to dance at this minute with your reverence, says her father. Or stay, chaplain, perhaps you only dance on Sunday? The colonel then turned to Harry again. You paid your court very neatly to the great lady, Mr. Flatterer. My Lady Yarmouth has been trumpeting your praises at the pump room. She says she has got a leader boy in Hanover that is very like you, and you're a charming young man's. If her ladyship were a queen, people could scarcely be more respectful to her, says the chaplain. Let us call her a vice queen, parson, says the colonel, with a twinkle of his eye. Her Majesty pocketed 40 of my guineas at quadrille, cries Mr. Warrington, with a laugh. She will play you on the same terms another day. The Countess is fond of play, and she wins from most people, said the colonel, dryly. Why don't you bet her ladyship 5,000 on a bishopric, parson? I have heard of a clergyman who made such a bet, and who lost it, and who paid it, and who got the bishopric. Ah! Who will lend me the 5,000? Will you, sir? Asked the chaplain. No, sir. I won't give her 5,000 to be made Commander-in-Chief or Pope of Rome, says the colonel, stoutly. I shall fling no stones at the woman, but I shall bow no knee to her, as I see a pack of rascals do. No offense, I don't mean you. And I don't mean Harry Warrington, who was quite right to be civil to her, and to lose his money with good humour. Harry, I am come to bid thee farewell, my boy. We have had our pleasuring, my money is run out, and we must jog back to Oakhurst. Will you ever come and see the old place again? Now, sir, now. I'll ride back with you, cries Harry, eagerly. Why no, not now, says the colonel, in a hurried manner. We haven't got room, that is, where we are expecting some friends. The Lord forgive me for the lie, he mutters. But you'll come to us when Tom's at home. Yes, when Tom's at home. That will be famous fun, and I'd have you to know, sir, that my wife and I love you sincerely, sir, and so do the girls, however much they scold you. And if you ever are in a scrape, and such things have happened, Mr. Chaplain, you will please to count upon me. Mind that, sir. And the colonel was for taking leave of Harry then and there, on the spot, but the young man followed him down the stairs, and insisted upon saying goodbye to his dear ladies. Instead, however, of proceeding immediately to Mr. Lambert's lodging, the two gentlemen took the direction of the common, where, looking from Harry's windows, Mr. Sampson saw the pair in earnest conversation. First, Lambert smiled and looked roguish. Then, presently, at a farther stage of the talk, he flung up both his hands and performed other gestures indicating surprise and agitation. The boy is telling him, thought the chaplain. When Mr. Warrington came back in an hour, he found his reverence deep in the composition of a sermon. Harry's face was grave and melancholy. He flung down his hat, buried himself in a great chair, and then came from his lips something like an execration. The young ladies are going, and our heart is affected, said the chaplain, looking up from his manuscript. Heart, sneered Harry. Which of the young ladies is the conqueror, sir? I thought the youngest size followed you about at your ball. Confound the little termagant, broke out Harry. What does she mean by being so pert to me? She treats me as if I was a fool, and no man is, sir, with a woman, said the scribe of the sermon. Ain't they, chaplain? And Harry growled out more naughty words expressive of inward disquiet. By the way, have you heard anything of your lost property? Asked the chaplain. Presently looking up from his pages, Harry said no. With another word, which I would not print for the world, I begin to suspect, sir, that there was more money than you like to own in that book. I wish I could find some. There were notes in it, said Harry, very gloomily, and papers that I am very sorry to lose. What the deuce has come of it? I had it when we dined together. I saw you put it in your pocket, cried the chaplain. I saw you take it out and pay at the toy shop a bill for a gold thimble and workbox for one of your young ladies. Of course you have asked her, sir? Of course I have, says Mr. Warrington, plunged in melancholy. Gumbo put you to bed at least, if I remember right. I was so cut myself that I scarce remember anything. Can you trust those black fellows, sir? I can trust him with my head. With my head? Groaned out Mr. Warrington, bitterly. I can't trust myself with it. Oh, that a man should put an enemy into his mouth to steal away his brains. You may well call it an enemy, chaplain. Hang it, I have a great mind to make a vow never to drink another drop. A fellow says anything when he is in drink. The chaplain laughed. You, sir, he said, are close enough. And the truth was, that, for the last few days, no amount of wine would unseal Mr. Warrington's lips, when the artless Samson by chance touched on the subject of his patron's loss. And so the little country nymphs are gone, or going, sir? Asked the chaplain. They were nice, fresh little things, but I think the mother was the finest woman of the three. I declare, a woman at 35 or so is at her prime. What do you say, sir? Mr. Warrington looked, for a moment, askance at the clergyman. Confound all women, I say, muttered the young misogynist. For which sentiment every well-conditioned person will surely rebuke him. Chapter 35 Entanglements. Our good colonel had, no doubt, taken counsel with his good wife, and they had determined to remove their little Hetty as speedily as possible out of the reach of the charmer. In complaints such as that under which the poor little maiden was supposed to be suffering, the remedy of absence and distance often acts effectually with men, but I believe women are not so easily cured by the alibi treatment. Some of them will go away ever so far, and for ever so long, and the obstinate disease hangs by them, spite of distance or climate. You may whip, abuse, torture, insult them, and still the little deluded creatures will persist in their fidelity. Nay, if I may speak, after profound and extensive study and observation, there are few better ways of securing the faithfulness and admiration of the beautiful partners of our existence than a little judicious ill-treatment, a brisk dose of occasional violence as an alterative, and, for general and wholesome diet, a cooling but pretty constant neglect. At sparing intervals administer small quantities of love and kindness, but not every day, or too often, as this medicine, much taken, loses its effect. Those dear creatures who are the most indifferent to their husbands, are those who are cloyed by too much surfeiting of the sugar plums and lollipops of love. I have known a young being, with every wish gratified, yawn in her adoring husband's face, and prefer the conversation and petty soins of the merest booby and idiot, whilst, on the other hand, I have seen Chloe, at whom Strephon has flung his boot jack in the morning, or whom he has cursed before the servants at dinner, come creeping and fondling to his knee at tea time, when he is comfortable after his little nap and his good wine, and pat his head and play him his favourite tunes, and, when old John, the butler, or old Mary, the maid, comes in with the bed candles, look round proudly, as much as to say, now, John, look how good my dearest Henry is. Make your game, gentlemen, then. There is the coaxing, fondling, adoring line, when you are henpecked, and Louisa is indifferent, and bored out of her existence. There is the manly, selfish, effectual system, where she answers to the whistle and comes in at down charge, and knows her master, and frisks and fawns about him, and nuzzles at his knees, and licks the hand that's raised to do her good, as, I quote from memory, Mr. Pope finely observes. What used the late lamented O'Connell to say, over whom a grateful country has raised such a magnificent testimonial? Hereditary bondsmen, he used to remark, know ye not, who would be free, themselves must strike the blow. Of course you must, in political as in domestic circles. So up with your cudgels, my enslaved, injured boys. Women will be pleased with these remarks, because they have such a taste for humor and understand irony, and I should not be surprised if young Grub Street, who corresponds with threepenny papers and describes the persons and conversation of gentlemen whom he meets at his clubs, will say, I told you so. He advocates the thrashing of women. He has no nobility of soul. He has no heart. Nor have I, my eminent young Grub Street, any more than you have ears. Dear ladies, I assure you I am only joking in the above remarks, I do not advocate the thrashing of your sex at all, and, as you can't understand the commonest bit of fun, beg leave flatly to tell you, that I consider your sex 100 times more loving and faithful than ours. So, what is the use of Hetty's parents taking her home, if the little maid intends to be just as fond of Harry absent as of Harry present? Why not let her see him before Ball and Dobbin are put to, and say, "Goodbye, Harry. I was very willful and fractious last night, and you were very kind, but goodbye, Harry." She will show no special emotion. She is so ashamed of her secret, that she will not betray it. Harry is too much preoccupied to discover it for himself. He does not know what grief is lying behind Hetty's glances, or hidden under the artifice of her innocent young smiles. He has, perhaps, a care of his own. He will part from her calmly, and fancy she is happy to get back to her music and her poetry and her flower garden. He did not even ride part of the way homewards by the side of his friend's carriage. He had some other party arranged for that afternoon, and when he returned thence, the good Lamberts were gone from Tunbridge Wells. There were their windows open, and the card in one of them signifying that the apartments were once more to let. A little passing sorrow at the blank aspect of the rooms lately enlivened by countenances so frank and friendly, may have crossed the young gentleman's mind, but he dines at the White Horse at 4 o'clock, and eats his dinner and calls fiercely for his bottle. Poor little Hester will choke over her tea about the same hour when the Lamberts arrive to sleep at the house of their friends at Westerham. The young roses will be wan in her cheeks in the morning, and there will be black circles round her eyes. It was the thunder, the night was hot, she could not sleep. She will be better when she gets home again the next day. And home they come. There is the gate where he fell. There is the bed he lay in. The chair in which he used to sit. What ages seem to have passed. What a gulf between today and yesterday. Who is that little child calling her chickens, or watering her roses yonder? Are she and that girl the same Hester Lambert? Why, she is ever so much older than Theo now. Theo, who has always been so composed, and so clever, and so old for her age. But in a night or two Hester has lived long, long years. So have many besides, and Poppy and Mandragora will never medicine them to the sweet sleep they tasted yesterday. Maria Esmond saw the Lambert cavalcade drive away, and felt a grim relief. She looks with hot eyes at Harry when he comes into his aunt's card tables, flushed with Barb's good wine. He laughs, rattles in reply to his aunt, who asks him which of the girls is his sweetheart. He gaily says he loves them both like sisters. He has never seen a better gentleman, nor better people, than the Lamberts. Why is Lambert not a general? He has been a most distinguished officer. His Royal Highness the Duke is very fond of him. Madame Bernstein says that Harry must make interest with Lady Yarmouth for his protégé, El Ravel de Faus, Sherbet says Madame Bernstein, mimicking the Countess's German accent. The Baroness is delighted with her boy's success. You carry off the hearts of all the old women, doesn't he, Maria? She says, with a sneer at her niece, who quivers under the stab. You were quite right, my dear, not to perceive that she cheated at cards, and you play like a grand seigneur, continues Madame de Bernstein. Did she cheat? Cries Harry, astonished. I am sure, ma'am, I saw no unfair play, no more did I, my dear, but I am sure she cheated. Bah! Every woman cheats, I and Maria included, when he can get a chance. But when you play with a Walmoden, you don't do wrong to lose in moderation, and many men cheat in that way. Cultivate her. She has taken a fancy to your Boyaks. Why should your Excellency not be Governor of Virginia, sir? You must go and pay your respects to the Duke and His Majesty at Kensington. The Countess of Yarmouth will be your best friend at court. Why should you not introduce me, aunt? Asked Harry. The old lady's rouged cheek grew a little redder. I am not in favor at Kensington, she said. I may have been once, and there are no faces so unwelcome to kings as those they wish to forget. All of us want to forget something or somebody. I dare say our ingenue here would like to wipe a sum or two off the slate. Wouldst thou not, Harry? Harry turned red, too, and so did Maria, and his aunt laughed one of those wicked laughs which are not altogether pleasant to hear. What meant those guilty signals on the cheeks of her nephew and niece? What account was scored upon the memory of either, which they were desirous to efface? I fear Madame Bernstein was right, and that most folks have some ugly reckonings written up on their consciences, which we were glad to be quit of. Had Maria known one of the causes of Harry's disquiet, the middle-aged spinster would have been more unquiet still. For some days he had missed a pocket-book. He had remembered it in his possession on that day when he drank so much claret at the White Horse, and Gumbo carried him to bed. He sought for it in the morning, but none of his servants had seen it. He had inquired for it at the White Horse, but there were no traces of it. He could not cry the book, and could only make very cautious inquiries respecting it. He must not have it known that the book was lost. A pretty condition of mind Lady Maria Esmond would be in, if she knew that the outpourings of her heart were in the hands of the public. The letters contained all sorts of disclosures. 100 family secrets were narrated by the artless correspondent. There were ever so much satire and abuse of persons with whom she and Mr. Warrington came in contact. There were expostulations about his attentions to other ladies. There was scorn, scandal, jokes, appeals, protests of eternal fidelity, the usual farrago, "Dear Madam," which you may remember you wrote to your Edward, when you were engaged to him, and before you became Mrs. Jones. Would you like those letters to be read by anyone else? Do you recollect what you said about the Miss Browns in 2 or 3 of those letters, and the unfavorable opinion you expressed of Mrs. Thompson's character? Do you happen to recall the words which you used regarding Jones himself, whom you subsequently married, for in consequence of disputes about the settlements your engagement with Edward was broken off? And would you like Mr. J. to see those remarks? You know you wouldn't. Then be pleased to withdraw that imputation which you have already cast in your mind upon Lady Maria Esmond. No doubt her letters were very foolish, as most love letters are, but it does not follow that there was anything wrong in them. They are foolish when written by young folks to one another, and how much more foolish when written by an old man to a young lass, or by an old lass to a young lad. No wonder Lady Maria should not like her letters to be read. Why, the very spelling, but that didn't matter so much in her ladyship's days, and people are just as foolish now, though they spell better. No, it is not the spelling which matters so much, it is the writing at all. I for one, and for the future, am determined never to speak or write my mind out regarding anything or anybody. I intend to say of every woman that she is chaste and handsome, of every man that he is handsome, clever, and rich, of every book that it is delightfully interesting, of Snobmore's manners that they are gentlemanlike, of Scrooby's dinners that they are luxurious, of Jorkins's conversation that it is lively and amusing, of Xantip, that she has a sweet temper, of Jezebel, that her colour is natural, of Bluebeard, that he really was most indulgent to his wives, and that very likely they died of bronchitis. What? A word against the spotless Messalina? What an unfavourable view of human nature. What? King Cheops was not a perfect monarch? Oh, you railer at royalty and slanderer of all that is noble and good. When this book is concluded, I shall change the jaundiced livery which my books have worn since I began to lisp in numbers, have rose-coloured coats for them with cherubs on the cover, and all the characters within shall be perfect angels. Meanwhile we are in a society of men and women, from whose shoulders no sort of wings have sprouted as yet, and who, without any manner of doubt, have their little failings. There is Madame Bernstein, she has fallen asleep after dinner, and eating and drinking too much, those are her ladyship's little failings. Mr. Harry Warrington has gone to play a match at billiards with Count Carambley. I suspect idleness is his failing. That is what Mr. Chaplain Sampson remarks to Lady Maria, as they are talking together in a low tone, so as not to interrupt Aunt Bernstein's doze in the neighbouring room. A gentleman of Mr. Warrington's means can afford to be idle, says Lady Maria. Why, sure you love cards and billiards yourself, my good Mr. Sampson. I don't say, Madame, my practice is good, only my doctrine is sound, says Mr. Chaplain with a sigh. This young gentleman should have some employment. He should appear at court, and enter the service of his country, as befits a man of his station. He should settle down, and choose a woman of a suitable rank as his wife. Sampson looks in her ladyship's face as he speaks. Indeed, my cousin is wasting his time, says Lady Maria, blushing slightly. Mr. Warrington might see his relatives of his father's family, suggests Mr. Chaplain. Suffolk country boobies drinking beer and hallooing after foxes. I don't see anything to be gained by his frequenting them, Mr. Sampson. They are of an ancient family, of which the chief has been knight of the shire these 100 years, says the chaplain. I have heard Sir Miles hath a daughter of Mr. Harry's age and beauty, too. I know nothing, sir, about Sir Miles Warrington, and his daughters, and his beauties, cries Maria, in a fluster. The Baroness stirred. No, her ladyship is in a sweet sleep, says the chaplain, in a very soft voice. I fear, Madame, for your ladyship's cousin, Mr. Warrington. I fear for his youth, for designing persons who make it about him, for extravagances, follies, intrigues even into which he will be led, and into which everybody will try to tempt him. His lordship, my kind patron, bade me to come and watch over him, and I am here accordingly, as your ladyship knoweth. I know the follies of young men. Perhaps I have practised them myself. I own it with a blush, adds Mr. Sampson with much unction, not, however, bringing the promised blush forward to corroborate the asserted repentance. Between ourselves, I fear Mr. Warrington is in some trouble now. Madame, continues the chaplain, steadily looking at Lady Maria. What, again? Shrieks the lady. Hush. Your ladyship's dear invalid, whispers the chaplain again, pointing towards Madame Bernstein. Do you think your cousin has any partiality for any member of Mr. Lambert's family? For example, Miss Lambert? There is nothing between him and Miss Lambert, says Lady Maria. Your ladyship is certain. Women are said to have good eyes in such matters, my good Samson, says my lady, with an easy air. I thought the little girl seemed to be following him. Then I am at fault once more, the frank chaplain said. Mr. Warrington said of the young lady, that she ought to go back to her doll, and called her a pert, stuck-up little hussy. Ah, sighed Lady Maria, as if relieved by the news. Then, Madame, there must be somebody else, said the chaplain. Has he confided nothing to your ladyship? To me, Mr. Sampson? What? Where? How? Exclaims Maria. Some 6 days ago, after we had been dining at the White Horse, and drinking too freely, Mr. Warrington lost a pocketbook containing letters. Letters? Gasps Lady Maria. And probably more money than he likes to own, continues Mr. Sampson, with a grave nod of the head. He is very much disturbed about the book. We have both made cautious inquiries about it. We have gracious powers. Is your ladyship ill? Here my Lady Maria gave 3 remarkably shrill screams, and tumbled off her chair. I will see the prince. I have a right to see him. What's this ? Where am I ? What's the matter? Cries Madame Bernstein, waking up from her sleep. She had been dreaming of old days, no doubt. The old lady shook in all her limbs. Her face was very much flushed. She stared about wildly a moment, and then tottered forward on her tortoise-shell cane. What's the matter? She asked again. Have you killed her, sir? Some sudden qualm must have come over her ladyship. Shall I cut her laces, madam? Or send for a doctor? Cries the chaplain, with every look of innocence and alarm. What has passed between you, sir? Asked the old lady, fiercely. I give you my honor. Madame, I have done I don't know what. I but mentioned that Mr. Warrington had lost a pocketbook containing letters, and my lady swooned. As you see, Madame Bernstein dashed water on her niece's face. A feeble moan told presently that the lady was coming to herself. The Baroness looked sternly after Mr. Sampson, as she sent him away on his errand for the doctor. Her aunt's grim countenance was of little comfort to poor Maria when she saw it on waking up from her swoon. What has happened? Asked the younger lady, bewildered and gasping. H.M. You know best what has happened. Madame, I suppose. What hath happened before in our family? Cried the old Baroness, glaring at her niece with savage eyes. Yes. The letters have been lost, lieber Himmel. And Maria, as she would sometimes do, when much moved, began to speak in the language of her mother. Yes. The seal has been broken, and the letters have been lost. 'Tis the old story of the Esmonds, cried the elder, bitterly. Seal broken, letters lost. What do you mean, aunt? Asked Maria, faintly. I mean that my mother was the only honest woman that ever entered the family. Cried the Baroness, stamping her foot. And she was a parson's daughter of no family in particular, or she would have gone wrong, too. Good heavens! Is it decreed that we are all to be? To be what, madam? Cried Maria. To be what my Lady Queensberry said we were last night. To be what we are. You know the word for it. Cried the indignant old woman. I say, what has come to the whole race? Your father's mother was an honest woman, Maria. Why did I leave her? Why couldn't you remain so? Madame! Exclaims Maria, I declare, before heaven, I am as, don't madam me. Don't call heaven to witness, there's nobody by. And if you swore to your innocence till the rest of your teeth dropped out of your mouth, my Lady Maria Esmond, I would not believe you. It was you told him. Gasped Maria. She recognized an arrow out of her aunt's quiver. I saw some folly going on between you and the boy, and I told him that you were as old as his mother. Yes, I did. Do you suppose I am going to let Henry Esmond's boy fling himself and his wealth away upon such a battered old rock as you? The boy shan't be robbed and cheated in our family. Not a shilling of mine shall any of you have if he comes to any harm amongst you. You told him? Cried Maria, with a sudden burst of rebellion. Well, then, I'd have you to know that I don't care a penny, madame, for your paltry money. I have Mr. Harry Warrington's word, yes, and his letters, and I know he will die rather than break it. He will die if he keeps it. Maria shrugged her shoulders. But you don't care for that, you've no more heart than my father's sister. Madame! Cries Maria again. The younger woman, ordinarily submissive, had turned upon her persecutor. Why did not I marry an honest man? Said the old lady, shaking her head sadly. Henry Esmond was noble and good, and perhaps might have made me so. But no, we have all got the taint in us all. You don't mean to sacrifice this boy, Maria, Madame Mark-Dante, do you take me for a fool at my age? Asks Maria. Set him free. I'll give you £5,000 in my will, Maria. I will, on my honour. When you were young, and you liked Colonel Esmond, you threw him aside for an earl, and the earl for a duke. Yes, bon sang ni put mentor. I have no money, I have no friends. My father was a spendthrift, my brother is a beggar. I have Mr. Warrington's word, and I know, Madame, he will keep it. And that's what I tell your ladyship, cries Lady Maria with a wave of her hand. Suppose my letters are published to all the world tomorrow? Papers? I know they contain things I would as lieve not tell. Things not about me alone. Comment. Do you suppose there are no stories but mine in the family? It is not my letters that I am afraid of, so long as I have his. Madame. Yes, his and his word, and I trust them both. I will send to my merchant, and give you the money now, Maria, pleaded the old lady. No, I shall have my pretty Harry, and 10 times £5,000. Cries Maria, not till his mother's death. Madame, who is just your age, we can afford to wait, aunt. At my age, as you say, I am not so eager as young chits for a husband. But to wait my sister's death, at least, is a drawback. Offer me £10,000, Madame Tusher, and then we will see. Cries Maria, I have not so much money in the world, Maria, said the old lady. Then, Madame, let me make what I can for myself. Says Maria, if he heard you, Apers? I have his word. I know he will keep it. I can afford to wait, Madame, and she flung out of the room, just as the chaplain returned. It was Madame Bernstein who wanted cordials now. She was immensely moved and shocked by the news which had been thus suddenly brought to her. Chapter 36, which seems to mean mischief. Though she had clearly had the worst of the battle described in the last chapter, the Baroness Bernstein, when she next met her niece, showed no rancor or anger. Of course, my Lady Maria, she said, you can't suppose that I, as Harry Warrington's near relative, can be pleased at the idea of his marrying a woman who is as old as his mother, and has not a penny to her fortune. But if he chooses to do so silly a thing, the affair is none of mine, and I doubt whether I should have been much inclined to be taken au serieux with regard to that offer of £5,000 which I made in the heat of our talk. So it was already at Castlewood that this pretty affair was arranged? Had I known how far it had gone, my dear, I should have spared some needless opposition. When a pitcher is broken, what railing can mend it? Madame, here interposed Maria, pardon me, I mean nothing against your ladyship's honour or character, which, no doubt, are quite safe. Harry says so, and you say so. What more can one ask? You have talked to Mr. Warrington, madam, and he has owned that he made you a promise at Castlewood, that you have it in his writing. Certainly I have, madame, says Lady Maria. The elder lady did not wince at this. And I own, too, that at first I put a wrong construction upon the tenor of your letters to him. They implicate other members of the family, who have spoken most wickedly of me, and endeavoured to prejudice me in every way in my dear Mr. Warrington's eyes. Yes, madame, I own I have written against them, to justify myself, but, of course, are pained to think that any wretch should get possession of stories to the disadvantage of our family, and make them public scandal. Hence your disquiet just now. Exactly so, said Lady Maria. From Mr. Warrington I could have nothing concealed henceforth, and spoke freely to him. But that is a very different thing from wishing all the world to know the disputes of a noble family. Upon my word, Maria, I admire you, and have done you injustice. These 20 years, let us say, I am very glad, madame, that you end by doing me justice at all, said the niece. When I saw you last night, opening the ball with my nephew, can you guess what I thought of, my dear? I really have no idea what the Baroness Bernstein thought of, said Lady Maria, haughtily. I remembered that you had performed to that very tune with the dancing master at Kensington, my dear. Madame, it was an infamous calumny, by which the poor dancing master got a cudgelling for nothing. It is cruel and unkind, madame, to recall that calumny, and I shall beg to decline living any longer with anyone who utters it, continued Maria, with great spirit. You wish to go home? I can fancy you won't like Tunbridge. It will be very hot for you if those letters are found. There was not a word against you in them. Madame, about that I can make your mind easy, so Harry said, and did your ladyship justice. Well, my dear, We are tired of one another, and shall be better apart for a while. That is precisely my own opinion, said Lady Maria, dropping a curtsy. Mr. Sampson can escort you to Castlewood. You and your maid can take a post-chaise, we can take a post-chaise, and Mr. Sampson can escort me, echoed the younger lady. You see, madame, I act like a dutiful niece. Do you know, my dear, I have a notion that Sampson has got the letters? Said the Baroness. Frankly, I confess that such a notion has passed through my own mind. And you want to go home in the chaise, and coax the letters from him? Delilah. Well, they can be no good to me, and I trust you may get them. When will you go? The sooner the better, you say? We are women of the world, Maria. We only call names when we are in a passion. We don't want each other's company, and we part on good terms. Shall we go to my Lady Yarmouth's? 'Tis her night. There is nothing like a change of scene after one of those little nervous attacks you have had, and cards drive away unpleasant thoughts better than any doctor. Lady Maria agreed to go to Lady Yarmouth's cards, and was dressed and ready first, awaiting her aunt in the drawing-room. Madame Bernstein, as she came down, remarked Maria's door was left open. She has the letters upon her, thought the old lady. And the pair went off to their entertainment in their respective chairs, and exhibited towards each other that charming cordiality and respect which women can show after, and even during, the bitterest quarrels. That night, on their return from the Countess's drum, Mrs. Brett, Madame Bernstein's maid, presented herself to my Lady Maria's call, when that lady rang her handbell upon retiring to her room. Betty, Mrs. Brett was ashamed to say, was not in a fit state to come before my lady. Betty had been junketing and merry-making with Mr. Warrington's black gentleman, with my Lord Bamborough's valet, and several more ladies and gentlemen of that station, and the liquor Mrs. Brett was shocked to own it had proved too much for Mrs. Betty. Should Mrs. Brett undress my lady? My lady said she would undress without a maid, and gave Mrs. Brett leave to withdraw. She has the letters in her stays, thought Madame Bernstein. They had bidden each other an amicable good night on the stairs. Mrs. Betty had a scolding the next morning, when she came to wait on her mistress, from the closet adjoining Lady Maria's apartment, in which Betty lay. She owned, with contrition, her partiality for rum punch, which Mr. Gumby had the knack of brewing most delicate. She took her scolding with meekness, and, having performed her usual duties about her lady's person, retired. Now Betty was one of the Castlewood girls who had been so fascinated by Gumbo, and was a very good-looking, blue-eyed lass, upon whom Mr. Case, Madame Bernstein's confidential man, had also cast the eyes of affection. Hence, between Messrs. Gumbo and Case, there had been jealousies and even quarrels, which had caused Gumbo, who was of a peaceful disposition, to be rather shy of the Baroness's gentleman, the chief of whom vowed he would break the bones, or have the life of Gumbo, if he persisted in his attentions to Mrs. Betty. But on the night of the rum punch, though Mr. Case found Gumbo and Mrs. Betty whispering in the doorway, in the cool breeze, and Gumbo would have turned pale with fear had he been able so to do, no one could be more gracious than Mr. Case. It was he who proposed the bowl of punch, which was brewed and drunk in Mrs. Betty's room, and which Gumbo concocted with exquisite skill. He complimented Gumbo on his music. Though a sober man ordinarily, he insisted upon more and more drinking, until poor Mrs. Betty was reduced to the state which occasioned her ladyship's just censure. As for Mr. Case himself, who lay out of the house, he was so ill with the punch, that he kept his bed the whole of the next day, and did not get strength to make his appearance, and wait on his ladies, until supper time, when his mistress good-naturedly rebuked him, saying that it was not often he sinned in that way. Why, Case, I could have made oath that was you I saw on horseback this morning galloping on the London road, said Mr. Warrington, who was supping with his relatives. Me? Lord bless you, sir. I was abed, and I thought my head would come off with the aching. I ate a bit at 6 o'clock, and drunk a deal of small beer, and I am almost my own man again now. But that Gumbo, saving your honour's presence, I won't taste none of his punch again. And the honest Major Domo went on with his duties among the bottles and glasses. As they sate after their meal, Madame Bernstein was friendly enough. She prescribed strong fortifying drinks for Maria, against the recurrence of her fainting fits. The lady had such attacks not unfrequently. She urged her to consult her London physician, and to send up an account of her case by Harry. By Harry? Asked the lady. Yes. Harry was going for 2 days on an errand for his aunt to London. I do not care to tell you, my dear, that it is on business which will do him good. I wish Mr. Draper to put him into my will, and as I am going travelling upon a round of visits when you and I part, I think, for security, I shall ask Mr. Warrington to take my trinket box in his post-chaise to London with him, for there have been robberies of late, and I have no fancy for being stopped by highwaymen." Maria looked blank at the notion of the young gentleman's departure, but hoped that she might have his escort back to Castlewood, whither her elder brother had now returned. "Nay," says his aunt, "the lad hath been tied to our apron strings long enough. A day in London will do him no harm. He can perform my errand for me and be back with you by Saturday. I would offer to accompany Mr. Warrington, but I preach on Friday before her ladyship," says Mr. Sampson. He was anxious that my Lady Yarmouth should judge of his powers as a preacher, and Madame Bernstein had exerted her influence with the king's favourite to induce her to hear the chaplain. Harry relished the notion of a rattling journey to London, and a day or two of sport there. He promised that his pistols were good, and that he would hand the diamonds over in safety to the banker's strong room. Would he occupy his aunt's London house? No, that would be a dreary lodging with only a housemaid and a groom in charge of it. He would go to the Star and Garter in Pall Mall, or to an inn in Covent Garden. "Ah, I have often talked over that journey," said Harry, his countenance saddening. "And with whom, sir?" asked Lady Maria. "With one who promised to make it with me," said the young man, thinking, as he always did, with an extreme tenderness of the lost brother. "He has more heart, my good Maria, than some of us," says Harry's aunt, witnessing his emotion. Uncontrollable gusts of grief would, not unfrequently, still pass over our young man. The parting from his brother, the scene and circumstances of George's fall last year, the recollection of his words, or of some excursion at home which they had planned together, would recur to him and overcome him. "I doubt, madame," whispered the chaplain, demurely, to Madame Bernstein, after one of these bursts of sorrow, whether some folks in England would suffer quite so much at the death of their elder brother. But, of course, this sorrow was not to be perpetual, and we can fancy Mr. Warrington setting out on his London journey eagerly enough, and very gay and happy, if it must be owned, to be rid of his elderly attachment. Yes, there was no help for it. At Castlewood, on one unlucky evening, he had made an offer of his heart and himself to his mature cousin, and she had accepted the foolish lad's offer. But the marriage now was out of the question. He must consult his mother. She was the mistress for life of the Virginian property. Of course she would refuse her consent to such a union. The thought of it was deferred to a late period. Meanwhile, it hung like a weight round the young man's neck, and caused him no small remorse and disquiet. No wonder that his spirits rose more gaily as he came near London, and that he looked with delight from his post-chaise windows upon the city as he advanced towards it. No highwayman stopped our traveller on Blackheath. Yonder are the gleaming domes of Greenwich, canopied with woods. There is the famous Thames, with its countless shipping. There actually is the Tower of London. Look, Gumbo. There is the tower. Yes, master, says Gumbo, who has never heard of a tower, but Harry has, and remembers how he has read about it in Hal's Medulla, and how he and his brother used to play at the tower. And he thinks with delight now, how he is actually going to see the armor and the jewels and the lions. They pass through Southwark and over that famous London Bridge, which was all covered with houses like a street 2 years ago. Now there is only a single gate left, and that is coming down. Then the chaise rolls through the city, and, look, Gumbo, that is St. Paul's. Yes, master, St. Paul's, says Gumbo, obsequiously, but little struck by the beauties of the architecture. And so by the well-known course we reach the temple, and Gumbo and his master look up with awe at the rebel heads on Temple Bar. The chaise drives to Mr. Draper's chambers in Middle Temple Lane, where Harry handed the precious box over to Mr. Draper, and a letter from his aunt, which the gentleman read with some interest seemingly, and carefully put away. He then consigned the trinket box to his strong closet, went into the adjoining room, taking his clerk with him, and then was at Mr. Warrington's service to take him to an hotel. An hotel in Covent Garden was fixed upon as the best place for his residence. "I shall have to keep you for 2 or 3 days, Mr. Warrington," the lawyer said. "I don't think the papers which the Baroness wants can be ready until then. Meanwhile, I am at your service to see the town. I live out of it myself, and have a little box at Camberwell, where I shall be proud to have the honor of entertaining Mr. Warrington, but a young man, I suppose, will like his inn and his liberty best, sir?" Harry said yes. He thought the inn would be best, and the post-chaise, and a clerk of Mr. Draper's inside, was dispatched to the Bedford, whither the 2 gentlemen agreed to walk on foot. Mr. Draper and Mr. Warrington sat and talked for a while. The Drapers, father and son, had been lawyers time out of mind to the Esmond family, and the attorney related to the young gentleman numerous stories regarding his ancestors of Castlewood. Of the present Earl, Mr. Draper was no longer the agent. His father and his lordship had had differences, and his lordship's business had been taken elsewhere, but the Baroness was still their honoured client, and very happy indeed was Mr. Draper to think that her ladyship was so well disposed towards her nephew. As they were taking their hats to go out, a young clerk of the house stopped his principal in the passage, and said, "If you please, sir, the papers of the Baroness was given to her ladyship's man, Mr. Case, 2 days ago. Just please to mind your own business, Mr. Brown," said the lawyer, rather sharply. "This way, Mr. Warrington. Our temple stairs are rather dark. Allow me to show you the way." Harry saw Mr. Draper darting a Parthian look of anger at Mr. Brown. "So it was Case I saw on the London road 2 days ago," he thought. "What business brought the old fox to London?" Wherewith, not choosing to be inquisitive about other folks' affairs, he dismissed the subject from his mind. Whither should they go first? First, Harry was for going to see the place where his grandfather and Lord Castlewood had fought a duel 56 years ago, in Leicester Field. Mr. Draper knew the place well, and all about the story. They might take Covent Garden on their way to Leicester Field, and see that Mr. Warrington was comfortably lodged. "And order dinner," says Mr. Warrington. No, Mr. Draper could not consent to that. Mr. Warrington must be so obliging as to honour him on that day. In fact, he had made so bold as to order a collation from the cook. Mr. Warrington could not decline an invitation so pressing, and walked away gaily with his friend, passing under that arch where the heads were, and taking off his hat to them, much to the lawyer's astonishment. "They were gentlemen who died for their king, sir. My dear brother George and I always said we would salute 'em when we saw 'em," Mr. Warrington said. "You'll have a mob at your heels if you do, sir," said the alarmed lawyer. "Confound the mob, sir," said Mr. Harry, loftily. But the passers-by, thinking about their own affairs, did not take any notice of Mr. Warrington's conduct, and he walked up the thronging Strand, gazing with delight upon all he saw, remembering, I dare say, for all his life after, the sights and impressions that presented to him, but maintaining a discreet reserve, for he did not care to let the lawyer know how much he was moved, or the public perceive that he was a stranger. He did not hear much of his companion's talk, though the latter chatted ceaselessly on the way. Nor was Mr. Draper displeased by the young Virginian's silent and haughty demeanour. 100 years ago a gentleman was a gentleman, and his attorney his very humble servant. The chamberlain at the Bedford showed Mr. Warrington to his rooms, bowing before him with delightful obsequiousness, for Gumby had already trumpeted his master's greatness, and Mr. Draper's clerk announced that the newcomer was a high feller. Then, the rooms surveyed, the two gentlemen went to Leicester Field, Mr. Gumbo strutting behind his master, and, having looked at the scene of his grandsire's wound, and poor Lord Castlewood's tragedy, they returned to the Temple to Mr. Draper's chambers. Who was that shabby-looking big man Mr. Warrington bowed to as they went out after dinner for a walk in the gardens? That was Mr. Johnson, an author, whom he had met at Tunbridge Wells. "Take the advice of a man of the world, sir," says Mr. Draper, eyeing the shabby man of letters very superciliously. "The less you have to do with that kind of person, the better. The business we have into our office about them literary men is not very pleasant, I can tell you." "Indeed," says Mr. Warrington. He did not like his new friend the more as the latter grew more familiar. The theatres were shut. Should they go to Sadler's Wells? Or Marybone Gardens? Or Ranelagh? Or how? "Not Ranelagh," says Mr. Draper, "because there's none of the nobility in town, but, seeing in the newspaper that at the entertainment at Sadler's Wells, Islington, there would be the most singular kind of diversion on 8 handbells by Mr. Franklin, as well as the surprising performances of Signora Katharina, Harry wisely determined that he would go to Marybone Gardens, where they had a concert of music, a choice of tea, coffee, and all sorts of wines, and the benefit of Mr. Draper's ceaseless conversation. The lawyer's obsequiousness only ended at Harry's bedroom door, where, with haughty grandeur, the young gentleman bade his talkative host good night. The next morning Mr. Warrington, arrayed in his brocade bedgown, took his breakfast, read the newspaper, and enjoyed his ease in his inn. He read in the paper news from his own country, and when he saw the words, Williamsburg, Virginia, June 7th, his eyes grew dim somehow. He had just had letters by that packet of June 7th, but his mother did not tell how a great number of the principal gentry of the colony have associated themselves under the command of the Honourable Peyton Randolph, Esquire, to march to the relief of their distressed fellow subjects, and revenge the cruelties of the French and their barbarous allies. They are in a uniform, viz., a plain blue frock, nanquin or brown waistcoats and breeches, and plain hats. They are armed each with a light firelock, a brace of pistols, and a cutting sword. "Ah, why ain't we there, Gumbo?" cried out Harry. "Why ain't we da?" shouted Gumbo. "Why am I here, dangling at women's trains?" continued the Virginian. "Think dangling at women's trains very pleasant, Master Harry," says the materialistic Gumbo, who was also very little affected by some further home news which his master read, viz., that the lovely Sally, Virginia ship, has been taken in sight of port by a French privateer, and now, reading that the finest mare in England, and a pair of very genteel bay geldings, were to be sold at the Bull Inn, the lower end of Hatton Garden, Harry determined to go and look at the animals, and inquired his way to the place. He then and there bought the genteel bay geldings, and paid for them with easy generosity. He never said what he did on that day, being shy of appearing like a stranger, but it is believed that he took a coach and went to Westminster Abbey, from which he bade the coachman drive him to the Tower, then to Mrs. Salmon's waxwork, then to Hyde Park and Kensington Palace. Then he had given orders to go to the Royal Exchange, but catching a glimpse of Covent Garden, on his way to the Exchange, he bade Jir take him to his inn, and cut short his enumeration of places to which he had been, by flinging the fellow a guinea. Mr. Draper had called in his absence, and said he would come again, but Mr. Warrington, having dined sumptuously by himself, went off nimbly to Marybone Gardens again, in the same noble company. As he issued forth the next day, the bells of St. Paul's, Covent Garden, were ringing for morning prayers, and reminded him that friend Sampson was going to preach his sermon. Harry smiled. He had begun to have a shrewd and just opinion of the value of Mr. Sampson's sermons. Chapter 37, in which various matches are fought. Reading in the London Advertiser, which was served to his worship with his breakfast, an invitation to all lovers of manly British sport to come and witness a trial of skill between the great champions Sutton and Figg. Mr. Warrington determined upon attending these performances, and accordingly proceeded to the wooden house, in Marybone Fields, driving thither the pair of horses which he had purchased on the previous day. The young charioteer did not know the road very well, and veered and tacked very much more than was needful upon his journey from Covent Garden, losing himself in the green lanes behind Mr. Whitfield's round tabernacle of Tottenham Road, and the fields in the midst of which Middlesex Hospital stood. He reached his destination at length, however, and found no small company assembled to witness the valorous achievements of the two champions. A crowd of London blackguards was gathered round the doors of this temple of British valour, together with the horses and equipages of a few persons of fashion, who came, like Mr. Warrington, to patronise the sport. A variety of beggars and cripples hustled round the young gentleman, and whined to him for charity. Shoeblack boys tumbled over each other for the privilege of blacking his honour's boots. Nosegay women and flying fruiterers plied Mr. Gumbo with their wares. Peamen, pads, tramps, strollers of every variety, hung round the battleground. A flag was flying upon the building, and, onto the stage in front, accompanied by a drummer and a hornblower, a manager repeatedly issued to announce to the crowd that the noble English sports were just about to begin. Mr. Warrington paid his money, and was accommodated with a seat in a gallery commanding a perfect view of the platform whereon the sports were performed. Mr. Gumbo took his seat in the amphitheatre below, or, when tired, issued forth into the outer world to drink a pot of beer, or play a game at cards with his brother lacqueys, and the gentlemen's coachmen on the boxes of the carriages waiting without. Lacqueys, liveries, footmen. The old society was encumbered with a prodigious quantity of these. Gentlemen or women could scarce move without one, sometimes two or three, vassals in attendance. Every theatre had its footman's gallery. An army of the liveried race hustled round every chapel door. They swarmed in ante-rooms. They sprawled in halls and on landings. They guzzled, devoured, debauched, cheated, played cards, bullied visitors for Vales. That noble old race of footmen is well nigh gone. A few thousand of them may still be left among us. Grand, tall, beautiful, melancholy, we still behold them on levee days, with their nosegays and their buckles, their plush and their powder. So have I seen in America specimens, nay camps and villages, of Red Indians. But the race is doomed. The fatal decree has gone forth, and Uncas with his tomahawk and eagle's plume, and James with his cocked hat and long cane, are passing out of the world where they once walked in glory. Before the principal combatants made their appearance, minor warriors and exercises were exhibited. A boxing match came off, but neither of the men were very game or severely punished, so that Mr. Warrington and the rest of the spectators had but little pleasure out of that encounter. Then ensued some cudgel playing, but the heads broken were of so little note, and the wounds given so trifling and unsatisfactory, that no wonder the company began to hiss, grumble, and show other signs of discontent. "The masters, shouted the people, whereupon those famous champions at length thought fit to appear. The first who walked up the steps to the stage was the intrepid Sutton, sword in hand, who saluted the company with his warlike weapon, making an especial bow and salute to a private box or gallery in which sate a stout gentleman, who was seemingly a person of importance. Sutton was speedily followed by the famous Fig, to whom the stout gentleman waved a hand of approbation. Both men were in their shirts, their heads were shaven clean, but bore the cracks and scars of many former glorious battles. On his burly sword arm, each intrepid champion wore an armature, or ribbon of his color. And now the gladiators shook hands, and, as a contemporary poet says, the word it was Bilbo. The antiquarian reader knows the pleasant poem in the 6th volume of Dodsley's collection, in which the above combat is described. At the commencement of the combat the great Fig dealt a blow so tremendous at his opponent, that had it encountered the other's honest head, that comely noddle would have been shorn off as clean as the carving knife chops the carrot. But Sutton received his adversary's blade on his own sword, whilst Fig's blow was delivered so mightily that the weapon brake in his hands, less constant than the heart of him who wielded it. Other swords were now delivered to the warriors. The first blood drawn spouted from the panting side of Fig amidst a yell of delight from Sutton's supporters, but the veteran appealing to his audience, and especially, as it seemed, to the stout individual in the private gallery, showed that his sword broken in the previous encounter had caused the wound. Whilst the parley occasioned by this incident was going on, Mr. Warrington saw a gentleman in a riding frock and plain scratch wig enter the box devoted to the stout personage, and recognized with pleasure his Tunbridge Wells friend, my Lord of March and Bugalen. Lord March, who was by no means prodigal of politeness, seemed to show singular deference to the stout gentleman, and Harry remarked how his lordship received, with a profound bow, some bank bills which the other took out from a pocket-book and handed to him. Whilst thus engaged, Lord March spied out our Virginian, and, his interview with the stout personage finished, my lord came over to Harry's gallery and warmly greeted his young friend. They sat and beheld the combat waging with various success, but with immense skill and valor on both sides. After the warriors had sufficiently fought with swords, they fell to with the quarterstaff, and the result of this long and delightful battle was, that victory remained with her ancient champion Fig. Whilst their warriors were at battle, a thunderstorm had broken over the building, and Mr. Warrington gladly enough accepted a seat in my Lord March's chariot, leaving his own phaeton to be driven home by his groom. Harry was in great delectation with the noble sight he had witnessed. He pronounced this indeed to be something like sport, and of the best he had seen since his arrival in England, and, as usual, associating any pleasure which he enjoyed with the desire that the dear companion of his boyhood should share the amusement in common with him. He began by sighing out, "I wish." Then he stopped. "No, I don't," says he. "What do you wish and what don't you wish?" asks Lord March. "I was thinking, my lord, of my elder brother, and wished he had been with me. We had promised to have our sport together at home, you see, and many's the time we talked of it. But he wouldn't have liked this rough sort of sport, and didn't care for fighting, though he was the bravest lad alive." "Oh, he was the bravest lad alive, was he?" asks my lord, lolling on his cushion, and eyeing his Virginian friend with some curiosity. "You should have seen him in a quarrel with a very gallant officer, our friend in absurd affair, but it was hard to keep George off him. I never saw a fellow so cool, nor more savage and determined, God help me. Ah, I wish for the honor of the country, you know, that he could have come here instead of me, and shown you a real Virginian gentleman. Nay, sir, you'll do very well. What is this I hear of Lady Yarmouth taking you into favor?" said the amused nobleman. "I will do as well as another. I can ride, and, I think, I can shoot better than George, but then my brother had the head, sir, the head," says Harry, tapping his own honest skull. "Why, I give you my word, my lord, that he had read almost every book that was ever written, could play both on the fiddle and harpsichord, could compose poetry and sermons most elegant. What can I do? I am only good to ride and play at cards, and drink Burgundy." And the penitent hung down his head. "But them I can do as well as most fellows, you see. In fact, my lord, I'll back myself," he resumed, to the other's great amusement. Lord March relished the young man's naivete, as the jaded voluptuary still to the end always can relish the juicy wholesome mutton chop. "By gad, Mr. Warrington," says he, "you ought to be taken to Exeter Change, and put in a show. And for why? A gentleman from Virginia who has lost his elder brother and absolutely regrets him. The breed ain't known in this country. Upon my honor and conscience, I believe that you would like to have him back again, believe," cries the Virginian, growing red in the face. "That is, you believe you would like him back again. But depend on it you wouldn't. 'Tis not in human nature, sir, not as I read it, at least. Here are some fine houses we are coming to. That at the corner is Sir Richard Littleton's, the great one was my Lord Bingley's. 'Tis a pity they do nothing better with this great empty space of Cavendish Square than fence it with these unsightly boards. By George, I don't know where the town's running. There's Montague House made into a confounded Don Saltero's museum, with books and stuffed birds and rhinoceroses. They have actually run a cursed cut new road they call it at the back of Bedford House Gardens, and spoiled the Duke's comfort, though, I guess, they will console him in the pocket. I don't know where the town will stop. Shall we go down Tyburn Road in the park, or through Swallow Street, and into the habitable quarter of the town? We can dine at Pall Mall, or, if you like, with you, and we can spend the evening as you like with the Queen of Spades, or, with the Queen of Spades, if your lordship pleases, says Mr. Warrington, blushing. So the equipage drove to his hotel in Covent Garden, where the landlord came forward with his usual obsequiousness, and recognizing my Lord of March and Bugalen, bowed his wig onto my lord's shoes in his humble welcomes to his lordship. A rich young English peer in the reign of George II, a wealthy patrician in the reign of Augustus, which would you rather have been? There is a question for any young gentlemen's debating clubs of the present day. The best English dinner which could be produced, of course, was at the service of the young Virginian and his noble friend. After dinner came wine in plenty, and of quality good enough even for the Epicurean. Over the wine there was talk of going to see the fireworks at Vauxhall, or else of cards. Harry, who had never seen a firework beyond an exhibition of a dozen squibs at Williamsburg on the 5th of November, which he thought a sublime display, would have liked the Vauxhall, but yielded to his guest's preference for piquet, and they were very soon absorbed in that game. Harry began by winning as usual, but, in the course of a half-hour, the luck turned and favoured my Lord March, who was at first very surly when Mr. Draper, Mr. Warrington's man of business, came bowing into the room, where he accepted Harry's invitation to sit and drink. Mr. Warrington always asked everybody to sit and drink, and partake of his best. Had he a crust, he would divide it; had he a haunch, he would share it; had he a jug of water, he would drink about with a kindly spirit; had he a bottle of Burgundy, it was gaily drunk with a thirsty friend. And don't fancy the virtue is common. You read of it in books, my dear sir, and fancy that you have it yourself because you give 6 dinners of 20 people and pay your acquaintance all round, but the welcome, the friendly spirit, the kindly heart? Believe me, these are rare qualities in our selfish world. We may bring them with us from the country when we are young, but they mostly wither after transplantation, and droop and perish in the stifling London air. Draper did not care for wine very much, but it delighted the lawyer to be in the company of a great man. He protested that he liked nothing better than to see piquet played by 2 consummate players and men of fashion, and, taking a seat, undismayed by the sidelong scowls of his lordship, surveyed the game between the gentlemen. Harry was not near a match for the experienced player of the London clubs. Tonight, too, Lord March held better cards to aid his skill. What their stakes were was no business of Mr. Draper's. The gentlemen said they would play for shillings, and afterwards counted up their gains and losses, with scarce any talking, and that in an undertone. A bow on both sides, a perfectly grave and polite manner on the part of each, and the game went on. But it was destined to a second interruption, which brought an execration from Lord March's lips. First was heard a scuffling without, then a whispering, then an outcry as of a woman in tears, and then, finally, a female rushed into the room, and produced that explosion of naughty language from Lord March. "I wish your women would take some other time for coming, confound them," says my lord, laying his cards down in a pet. "What, Mrs. Betty?" cried Harry. Indeed it was no other than Mrs. Betty, Lady Maria's maid, and Gumbo stood behind her, his fine countenance beslobbered with tears. "What has happened?" asks Mr. Warrington, in no little perturbation of spirit. "The Baroness is well, help. Help. Sir, your honour," ejaculates Mrs. Betty, and proceeds to fall on her knees. "Help whom?" A howl ensues from Gumbo. "Gumbo, you scoundrel! Has anything happened between Mrs. Betty and you?" asks the Black's master. Mr. Gumbo steps back with great dignity, laying his hand on his heart, and saying, "No, sir, nothing have happened twixt this lady and me. It's my mistress, sir," cries Betty. "Help! Help! Here's the letter she have wrote, sir." They have gone and took her, sir. Is it only that old Molly Esmond? She's known to be over head and heels in debt. Dry your eyes in the next room, Mrs. Betty, and let me and Mr. Warrington go on with our game, says my lord, taking up his cards. Help. Help her, cries Betty again. Oh, Mr. Harry. You won't be going on with your cards, when my lady calls out to you to come and help her. Your honour used to come quick enough when my lady used to send me to fetch you at Castlewood. Confound you. Can't you hold your tongue? Says my lord, with more choice words and oaths, but Betty would not cease weeping, and it was decreed that Lord March was to cease winning for that night. Mr. Warrington rose from his seat, and made for the bell, saying, My dear lord, the game must be over for tonight. My relative writes to me in great distress, and I am bound to go to her, curse her. Why couldn't she wait till tomorrow? Cries my lord, testily. Mr. Warrington ordered a post-chaise instantly. His own horses would take him to Bromley. Bet you don't do it within the hour. Bet you don't do it within 3/4 of an hour. Bet you 4 to 1 or I'll take your bet, which you please that you're not robbed on Blackheath. Bet you are not at Tunbridge Wells before midnight. Cries Lord March. Done. Says Mr. Warrington. And my lord carefully notes down the terms of the 4 wagers in his pocket-book. Lady Maria's letter ran as follows: My dear cousin, I am fell into a trap, which I perceive the machinations of villains. I am a prisoner. Betty will tell you all. Ah, my Henrico. Come to the risk of your Molly. In half an hour after the receipt of this missive, Mr. Warrington was in his post-chaise and galloping over Westminster Bridge on the road to succour his kinswoman. Chapter 38 Samson and the Philistines. My happy chance in early life led me to become intimate with a respectable person who was born in a certain island, which is pronounced to be the first gem of the ocean by, no doubt, impartial judges of maritime jewelry. The stories which that person imparted to me regarding his relatives who inhabited the gem above mentioned, were such as used to make my young blood curdle with horror to think there should be so much wickedness in the world. Every crime which you can think of. The entire 10 Commandments broken in a general smash. Such rogueries and knaveries as no storyteller could invent, such murders and robberies as Thurtell or Turpin scarce ever perpetrated were by my informant accurately remembered, and freely related, respecting his nearest kindred, to anyone who chose to hear him. It was a wonder how any of the family still lived out of the hulks. Me brother Tim had brought his father's grey hairs with sorrow to the grieve, me brother Mick had robbed the parish church repeatedly, me sister Anna Maroa had jilted the captain and run off with the ensign, forged her grandmother's will, and stole the spoons, which Larry the knife boy was hanged for. The family of Atreus was as nothing compared to the race of Owattgecolem, from which my friend sprung, but no power on earth would, of course, induce me to name the country whence he came. How great then used to be my naif astonishment to find these murderers, rogues, parasites, habitual forgers of bills of exchange, and so forth, every now and then writing to each other as my dearest brother, my dearest sister, and for months at a time living on the most amicable terms. With hands reeking with the blood of his murdered parents, Tim would mix a screeching tumbler, and give Maria a glass from it. With lips black with the perjuries he had sworn in court respecting his grandmother's abstracted testament, or the murder of his poor brother Thoddy's helpless orphans, Mick would kiss his sister Julia's bonny cheek, and they would have a jolly night, and cry as they talked about old times, and the dear old castle Owattgecolem, where they were born, and the fighting and Etienneth being caused there, and the major proposing for Sire Aloyine, and the tomb of their sainted mother, who had cheated them out of the property. Heaven bless her soul. They used to weep and kiss so profusely at meeting and parting, that it was touching to behold them. At the sight of their embraces one forgot those painful little stories, and those repeated previous assurances that, did they tell all, they could hang each other all round. What can there be finer than forgiveness? What more rational than, after calling a man by every bad name under the sun, to apologize, regret hasty expressions, and so forth, withdraw the decanter, say, which you have flung at your enemy's head, and be friends as before. Some folks possess this admirable, this angelic gift of forgiveness. It was beautiful, for instance, to see our 2 ladies at Tunbridge Wells forgiving one another, smiling, joking, fondling almost in spite of the hard words of yesterday, yes, and forgetting bygones, though they couldn't help remembering them perfectly well. I wonder, can you and I do as much? Let us strive, my friend, to acquire this peaceable, Christian spirit. My belief is that you may learn to forgive bad language employed to you, but, then, you must have a deal of practice, and be accustomed to hear and use it. You embrace after a quarrel and mutual bad language. Heaven bless us. Bad words are nothing when one is accustomed to them, and scarce need ruffle the temper on either side. So the aunt and niece played cards very amicably together, and drank to each other's health, and each took a wing of the chicken, and pulled a bone of the merry thought, and, in conversation, scratched their neighbors', not each other's, eyes out. Thus we have read how the Peninsular warriors, when the bugles sang truce, fraternized and exchanged tobacco pouches and wine, ready to seize their firelocks and knock each other's heads off when the truce was over, and thus our old soldiers, skillful in war, but knowing the charms of a quiet life, laid their weapons down for the nonce, and hobnobbed gaily together. Of course, whilst drinking with Jack Frenchman, you have your piece handy to blow his brains out if he makes a hostile move, but, meanwhile, it is Ave Orta Santi, mon camarade. Here's to you, Mounseer. And everything is as pleasant as possible. Regarding Aunt Bernstein's threatened gout, the twinges had gone off. Maria was so glad. Maria's fainting fits? She had no return of them. A slight recurrence last night. The Baroness was so sorry. Her niece must see the best doctor, take everything to fortify her, continue to take the steel, even after she left Tunbridge. How kind of Aunt Bernstein to offer to send some of the bottled waters after her. Suppose Madame Bernstein says in confidence to her own woman, fainting fits ! Poo ! Epilepsy. Inherited from that horrible scrofulous German mother. What means have we of knowing the private conversation of the old lady and her attendant? Suppose Lady Maria orders Mrs. Betty, her ladyship's maid, to taste every glass of medicinal water, first declaring that her aunt is capable of poisoning her? Very likely such conversations take place. These are but precautions. These are the firelocks which our old soldiers have at their sides, loaded and cocked, but at present lying quiet on the grass. Having Harry's bond in her pocket, the veteran Maria did not choose to press for payment. She knew the world too well for that. He was bound to her, but she gave him plenty of day rule, and leave of absence on parole. It was not her object needlessly to chafe and anger her young slave. She knew the difference of ages, and that Harry must have his pleasures and diversions. Take your ease and amusement, cousin, says Lady Maria. Frisk about, pretty little mousekin, says Grey Grimalkin, purring in the corner, and keeping watch with her green eyes. About all that Harry was to see and do on his first visit to London, his female relatives had of course talked and joked. Both of the ladies knew perfectly what were a young gentleman's ordinary amusements in those days, and spoke of them with the frankness which characterized those easy times. Our wily Calypso consoled herself, then, perfectly, in the absence of her young wanderer, and took any diversion which came to hand. Mr. Jack Morris, the gentleman whom we have mentioned as rejoicing in the company of Lord March and Mr. Warrington, was one of these diversions. To live with titled personages was the delight of Jack Morris's life, and to lose money at cards to an earl's daughter was almost a pleasure to him. Now, the Lady Maria Esmond was an earl's daughter who was very glad to win money. She obtained permission to take Mr. Morris to the Countess of Yarmouth's assembly, and played cards with him, and so everybody was pleased. Thus the first 48 hours after Mr. Warrington's departure passed pretty cheerily at Tunbridge Wells, and Friday arrived, when a sermon was to be delivered which we have seen Mr. Sampson preparing. The company at the Wells were ready enough to listen to it. Sampson had a reputation for being a most amusing and eloquent preacher, and if there were no breakfast, conjurer, dancing bears, concert going on, the good Wells folk would put up with a sermon. He knew Lady Yarmouth was coming, and what a power she had in the giving of livings and the dispensing of bishoprics, the defender of the faith of that day having a remarkable confidence in her ladyship's opinion upon these matters, and so we may be sure that Mr. Sampson prepared his very best discourse for her hearing. When the great man is at home at the castle, and walks over to the little country church, in the park, bringing the Duke, the Marquis, and a couple of cabinet ministers with him, has it ever been your lot to sit among the congregation, and watch Mr. Trotter the curate and his sermon? He looks anxiously at the great pew, he falters as he gives out his text, and thinks, perhaps his lordship may give me a living. Mrs. Trotter and the girls look anxiously at the great pew too, and watch the effects of Papa's discourse, the well-known favourite discourse upon the bigwigs assembled. Papa's first nervousness is over. His noble voice clears, warms to his sermon, he kindles, he takes his pocket handkerchief out, he is coming to that exquisite passage which has made them all cry at the parsonage, he has begun it. What is that humming noise, which fills the edifice, and causes hobnailed Malibus to grin at smock-frocked Titrus? It is the Right Honourable Lord Naseby snoring in the pew by the fire. and poor Trotter's visionary mitre disappears with the music. Sampson was the domestic chaplain of Madame Bernstein's nephew. The two ladies of the Esmond family patronized the preacher. On the day of the sermon, the Baroness had a little breakfast in his honor, at which Sampson made his appearance, rosy and handsome, with a fresh flowered wig, and a smart, rustling, new cassock, which he had on credit from some church-admiring mercer at the Wells. By the side of his patronesses, their ladyships' lacqueys walking behind them with their great gilt prayer books, Mr. Sampson marched from breakfast to church. Everyone remarked how well the Baroness Bernstein looked. She laughed, and was particularly friendly with her niece. She had a bow and a stately smile for all, as she moved on, with her tortoise-shell cane. At the door there was a dazzling conflux of rank and fashion, all the fine company of the Wells trooping in, and her ladyship of Yarmouth, conspicuous with vermilion cheeks, and a robe of flame-coloured taffeta. There were shabby people present, besides the fine company, though these latter were by far the most numerous. What an odd-looking pair, for instance, were those in ragged coats, one of them with his carroty hair appearing under his scratch wig, and who entered the church just as the organ stopped. Nay, he could not have been a Protestant, for he mechanically crossed himself as he entered the place, saying to his comrade, "Bedad, Tim, I forgot." By which I conclude that the individual came from an island which has been mentioned at the commencement of this chapter. Wherever they go a rich fragrance of whiskey spreads itself. A man may be a heretic, but possess genius. These Catholic gentlemen have come to pay homage to Mr. Sampson. Nay, there are not only members of the old religion present, but disciples of a creed still older. Who are those two individuals with hooked noses and sallow countenances, who worked into the church in spite of some little opposition on the part of the beadle? Seeing the greasy appearance of these Hebrew strangers, Mr. Beadle was for denying them admission. But one whispered into his ear, "We wants to be converted, governor." Another slips money into his hand, Mr. Beadle lifts up the mace with which he was barring the doorway, and the Hebrew gentlemen enter. There goes the organ. The doors have closed. Shall we go in, and listen to Mr. Sampson's sermon, or lie on the grass without? Preceded by that Beadle in gold lace, Sampson walked up to the pulpit, as rosy and jolly a man as you could wish to see. Presently, when he surged up out of his plump pulpit cushion, why did his reverence turn as pale as death? He looked to the western church door. There, on each side of it, were those horrible Hebrew caryatides. He then looked to the vestry door, which was hard by the rector's pew, in which Sampson had been sitting during the service, alongside of their ladyships his patronesses. Suddenly a couple of perfumed Hibernian gentlemen slipped out of an adjacent seat, and placed themselves on a bench close by that vestry door and rector's pew, and so sat till the conclusion of the sermon, with eyes meekly cast down to the ground. How can we describe that sermon, if the preacher himself never knew how it came to an end? Nevertheless, it was considered an excellent sermon. When it was over, the fine ladies buzzed into one another's ears over their pews, and uttered their praise and comments. Madame Walmoden, who was in the next pew to our friends, said it was beautiful, and made her tremble all over. Madame Bernstein said it was excellent. Lady Maria was pleased to think that the family chaplain should so distinguish himself. She looked up at him, and strove to catch his reverence's eye. As he still sat in his pulpit, she greeted him with a little wave of the hand and flutter of her handkerchief. He scarcely seemed to note the compliment. His face was pale, his eyes were looking yonder, towards the font, where those Hebrews still remained. The stream of people passed by them in a rush, when they were lost to sight, in a throng, in the march of twos and threes, in a dribble of one at a time. Everybody was gone. The two Hebrews were still there by the door. The Baroness of Bernstein and her niece still lingered in the rector's pew, where the old lady was deep in conversation with that gentleman. "Who are those horrible men at the door? And what a smell of spirits there is!" cries Lady Maria, to Mrs. Brett, her aunt's woman, who had attended the two ladies. "Farewell, doctor, you have a darling little boy. Is he to be a clergyman, too?" asks Madame de Bernstein. "Are you ready, my dear?" And the pew is thrown open, and Madame Bernstein, whose father was only a viscount, insists that her niece, Lady Maria, who was an earl's daughter, should go first out of the pew. As she steps forward, those individuals whom her ladyship designated as two horrible men, advance. One of them pulls a long strip of paper out of his pocket, and her ladyship starts and turns pale. She makes for the vestry, in a vague hope that she can clear the door and close it behind her. The two whiskified gentlemen are up with her. However, one of them actually lays his hand on her shoulder, and says, "At the suet of Miss Pinkett, of Kensington, Mercer, I have the honour of arresting your ladyship. Me name is Costigan. Madame, a poor gentleman of Oy Island, binding to circumstances and forced to follow a disagreeable profession. Will your ladyship walk, or shall me man go fetch a cheer? For reply Lady Maria Esmond gives 3 shrieks, and falls swooning to the ground. Keep the door, Meg, shouts Mr. Costigan. Best let in no one else. Madame, he says, very politely, to Madame de Bernstein. Her ladyship has fallen in a fainting fit, and will recover here, at her ease, unlace her, Brett, cries the old lady, whose eyes twinkle oddly, and as soon as that operation is performed, Madame Bernstein seizes a little bag suspended by a hair chain, which Lady Maria wears round her neck, and snips the necklace in twain. Dash some cold water over her face, it always recovers her, says the Baroness. You stay with her, Brett. How much is your suit, gentlemen? Mr. Costigan says, the deem we have against her ladyship for £132, in which she is indebted to Mistress Eliza Pincott. Meanwhile, where is the Reverend Mr. Sampson? Like the fabled opossum we have read of, who, when he spied the unerring gunner from his gum tree, said, "It's no use, Major, I will come down." So Sampson gave himself up to his pursuers. "At whose suit, Simon's?" he sadly asked. Sampson knew Simon's, they had met many a time before. "Buckleby Cordner," says Mr. Simons, £48 and charges. "I know," says Mr. Sampson, with a sigh. "I haven't got the money." "What officer is there here?" Mr. Simons's companion, Mr. Leon, here stepped forward, and said his house was most convenient, and often used by gentlemen, and he should be most happy and proud to accommodate his reverence. 2 chairs happened to be in waiting outside the chapel. In those 2 chairs my Lady Maria Esmond and Mr. Sampson placed themselves, and went to Mr. Leon's residence, escorted by the gentleman to whom we have just been introduced. Very soon after the capture the Baroness Bernstein sent Mr. Case, her confidential servant, with a note to her niece, full of expressions of the most ardent affection, but regretting that her heavy losses at cards rendered the payment of such a sum as that in which Lady Maria stood indebted quite impossible. She had written off to Mrs. Pincott, by that very post, however, to entreat her to grant time, and as soon as ever she had an answer, would not fail to acquaint her dear unhappy niece. Mrs. Betty came over to console her mistress, and the 2 poor women cast about for money enough to provide a horse and chaise for Mrs. Betty, who had very nearly come to misfortune, too. Both my Lady Maria and her maid had been unlucky at cards, and could not muster more than 18 shillings between them, so it was agreed that Betty should sell a gold chain belonging to her lady, and with the money travel to London. Now, Betty took the chain to the very toy shop man who had sold it to Mr. Warrington, who had given it to his cousin, and the toy shop man, supposing that she had stolen the chain, was for bringing in a constable to Betty. Hence, she had to make explanations, and to say how her mistress was in durance, and, ere the night closed, all Tunbridge Wells knew that my Lady Maria Esmond was in the hands of bailiffs. Meanwhile, however, the money was found, and Mrs. Betty whisked up to London in search of the champion in whom the poor prisoner confided. "Don't say anything about that paper being gone. Oh, the wretch, the wretch. She shall pay it me." I presume that Lady Maria meant her aunt by the word wretch. Mr. Sampson read a sermon to her ladyship, and they passed the evening over revenge and backgammon, with well-grounded hopes that Harry Warrington would rush to their rescue as soon as ever he heard of their mishap. Though, ere the evening was over, every soul at the Wells knew what had happened to Lady Maria, and a great deal more, though they knew she was taken in execution, the house where she lay, the amount, nay, 10 times the amount for which she was captured, and that she was obliged to pawn her trinkets to get a little money to keep her in jail. Though everybody said that old fiend of a Bernstein was at the bottom of the business, of course they were all civil and bland in society, and, at my Lady Trumpington's cards that night, where Madame Bernstein appeared, and as long as she was within hearing, not a word was said regarding the morning's transactions. Lady Yarmouth asked the Baroness news of her bready nephew, and heard Mr. Warrington was in London. My Lady Maria was not coming to Lady Trumpington's that evening? My Lady Maria was indisposed, had fainted at church that morning, and was obliged to keep her room. The cards were dealt, the fiddles sang, the wine went round, the gentlefolks talked, laughed, yawned, chattered, the footman waylaid the supper, the chairman drank and swore, the stars climbed the sky, just as though no Lady Maria was imprisoned, and no poor Sampson arrested. 'Tis certain, dearly beloved brethren, that the little griefs, stings, annoyances, which you and I feel acutely in our own persons, don't prevent our neighbors from sleeping, and that when we slip out of the world does not miss us. Is this humiliating to our vanity? So much the better. But, on the other hand, is it not a comfortable and consoling truth? And mayn't we be thankful for our humble condition? If we were not selfish passes Moyle and Mo, S.V.P. And if we had to care for other people's griefs as much as our own, how intolerable human life would be. If my neighbor's tight boot pinched my corn, if the calumny uttered against Jones set Brown into fury, if Mrs. A's death plunged Messrs. B, C, D, E, F, into distraction, would there be any bearing of the world's burthen? Do not let us be in the least angry or surprised if all the company played on, and were happy, although Lady Maria had come to grief. Countess, the deal is with you. Are you going to Stubblefield to shoot as usual, Sir John? Captain, we shall have you running off to the bath after the widow. So the clatter goes on, the lights burns, the beau and the ladies flirt, laugh, ogle. The prisoner ages in his cell, the sick man tosses on his bed. Perhaps Madame de Bernstein stayed at the assembly until the very last, not willing to allow the company the chance of speaking of her as soon as her back should be turned. Ah, what a comfort it is, I say again, that we have backs, and that our ears don't grow on them. He that has ears to hear, let him stuff them with cotton. Madame Bernstein might have heard folks say it was heartless of her to come abroad, and play at cards, and make merry when her niece was in trouble. As if she could help Maria by staying at home, indeed. At her age, it is dangerous to disturb an old lady's tranquility. Don't tell me, says Lady Yarmouth. The Bernstein would play at cards over her niece's coffin. Talk about her heart. Whoever said she had won? That old spy lost it to the Chevalier 1,000 years ago, and has lived ever since perfectly well without one. For how much is the Maria put in prison? If it were only a small sum we would pay it, it would vex her aunt so. Find out, Fuchs, in the morning, for how much Lady Maria Esmond is put in prison. And the faithful Fuchs bowed, and promised to do Her Excellency's will. Meanwhile, about midnight, Madame de Bernstein went home, and presently fell into a sound sleep, from which she did not wake up until a late hour of the morning, when she summoned her usual attendant, who arrived with her ladyship's morning dish of tea. If I told you she took a dram with it, you would be shocked. Some of our great-grandmothers used to have cordials in their closets. Have you not read of the fine lady in Walpole, who said, "If I drink more, I shall be Makepeace"? As surely as Mr. Gough is alive now, our ancestresses were accustomed to partake pretty freely of strong waters, so, having tipped off the cordial, Madame Bernstein rouses and asks Mrs. Brett the news. "He can give it you," says the waiting woman, sulkily. "He? Who?" Mrs. Brett names Harry, and says Mr. Warrington arrived about midnight yesterday and Betty, my Lady Maria's maid, was with him. "And my Lady Maria sends your ladyship her love and duty, and hopes you slept well," says Brett. "Excellently, poor thing." "Is Betty gone to her?" "No, she is here," says Mrs. Brett. "Let me see her directly," cries the old lady. "I'll tell her," replies the obsequious Brett, and goes away upon her mistress's errand, leaving the old lady placidly reposing on her pillows. Presently, 2 pairs of high-heeled shoes are heard pattering over the deal floor of the bedchamber. Carpets were luxuries scarcely known in bedrooms of those days. "So, Mrs. Betty, you were in London yesterday?" calls Bernstein from her curtains. "It is not Betty, it is I." "Good morning, dear aunt. I hope you slept well?" cries a voice which made old Bernstein start on her pillow. It was the voice of Lady Maria, who drew the curtains aside, and dropped her aunt a low curtsy. Lady Maria looked very pretty, rosy, and happy. And with the little surprise incident at her appearance through Madame Bernstein's curtains, I think we may bring this chapter to a close. Chapter 39. Harry to the rescue. "My dear Lord March," wrote Mr. Warrington from Tunbridge Wells, on Saturday morning, the 25th of August, 1756, "this is to inform you, with satisfaction, that I have won all our 3 bets. I was at Bromley 2 minutes within the hour. My new horses kept going at a capital rate. I drove them myself, having the postilion by me to show me the way, and my black man inside with Mrs. Betty. Hope they found the drive very pleasant. We were not stopped on Blackheath, though 2 fellows on horseback rode up to us, but not liking the looks of our countenances, rode off again, and we got into Tunbridge Wells, where I transacted my business, at 45 minutes after 11. This makes me quits with your lordship after yesterday's piquet, which I shall be very happy to give your revenge, and am your most obliged, faithful servant, H. Esmond Warrington. And now, perhaps, the reader will understand by what means Lady Maria Esmond was enabled to surprise her dear aunt in her bed on Saturday morning, and walk out of the house of captivity. Having dispatched Mrs. Betty to London, she scarcely expected that her emissary would return on the day of her departure, and she and the chaplain were playing their cards at midnight, after a small refection which the bailiff's wife had provided for them, when the rapid whirling of wheels was heard approaching their house, and caused the lady to lay her trumps down, and her heart to beat with more than ordinary emotion. Where came the wheels? The carriage stopped at the very door. There was a parley at the gate. Then appeared Mrs. Betty, with a face radiant with joy, though her eyes were full of tears. And next, who is that tall young gentleman who enters? Can any of my readers guess? Will they be very angry if I say that the chaplain slapped down his cards with a Huts, whilst Lady Maria, turning as white as a sheet, rose up from her chair, tottered forward a step or two, and, with an hysterical shriek, flung herself in her cousin's arms? How many kisses did he give her? If they were mil, dien centum, dien millaltera, dien secunda centum, and so on, I am not going to cry out. He had come to rescue her. She knew he would. He was her champion, her preserver from bondage and ignominy. She wept a genuine flood of tears upon his shoulder, and as she reclines there, giving way to a hearty emotion, I protest I think she looks handsomer than she has looked during the whole course of this history. She did not faint this time. She went home, leaning lovingly on her cousin's arm, and may have had 1 or 2 hysterical outbreaks in the night, but Madame Bernstein slept soundly, and did not hear her. "You are both free to go home," were the first words Harry said. "Get my lady's hat, and Cardinal, Betty, and Chaplain, will smoke a pipe together at our lodgings. It will refresh me after my ride." The chaplain, who, too, had a great deal of available sensibility, was very much overcome. He burst into tears as he seized Harry's hand, and kissed it, and prayed God to bless his dear, generous, young patron. Mr. Warrington felt a glow of pleasure thrill through his frame. It is good to be able to help the suffering and the poor. It is good to be able to turn sorrow into joy. Not a little proud and elated was our young champion, as, with his hat cocked, he marched by the side of his rescued princess. His feelings came out to meet him, as it were, and beautiful happinesses with kind eyes and smiles danced before him, and clad him in a robe of honor, and scattered flowers on his path, and blew trumpets and shawms of sweet gratulation, calling, "Here comes the conqueror! Make way for the champion!" And so they led him up to the king's house, and seated him in the hall of complacency, upon the cushions of comfort. And yet it was not much he had done. Only a kindness. He had but to put his hand in his pocket, and with an easy talisman, drive off the dragon which kept the gate, and cause the tyrant to lay down his axe, who had got Lady Maria in execution. Never mind if his vanity is puffed up, he is very good-natured. He has rescued 2 unfortunate people, and pumped tears of goodwill and happiness out of their eyes. And if he brags a little tonight, and swaggers somewhat to the chaplain, and talks about London, and Lord March, and Whites, and Almack's, with the air of a macaroni, I don't think we need like him much the less. Samson continued to be prodigiously affected. This man had a nature most easily worked upon, and extraordinarily quick to receive pain and pleasure, to tears, gratitude, laughter, hatred, liking. In his preaching profession he had educated and trained his sensibilities so that they were of great use to him. He was for the moment what he acted. He wept quite genuine tears, finding that he could produce them freely. He loved you whilst he was with you. He had a real pang of grief as he mingled his sorrow with the widow or orphan, and, meeting Jack as he came out of the door, went to the tavern opposite, and laughed and roared over the bottle. He gave money very readily, but never repaid when he borrowed. He was on this night in a rapture of gratitude and flattery towards Harry Warrington. In all London, perhaps, the unlucky fortunate youth could not have found a more dangerous companion. Tonight he was in his grateful mood, and full of enthusiasm for the benefactor who had released him from durance. With each bumper his admiration grew stronger. He exalted Harry as the best and noblest of men, and the complacent young simpleton, as we have said, was disposed to take these praises as very well deserved. "The younger branch of our family," said Mr. Harry, with a superb air, "have treated you scurvily, but, by Jove, Samson my boy, I'll stand by you." At a certain period of Burgundian excitement Mr. Warrington was always very eloquent respecting the splendor of his family. "I am very glad I was enabled to help you in your strait. Count on me whenever you want me, Samson. Did you not say you had a sister at boarding school? You will want money for her, sir. Here is a little bill which may help to pay her schooling." And the liberal young fellow passed a bank note across to the chaplain. Again the man was affected to tears. Harry's generosity smote him. "Mr. Warrington," he said, putting the bank note a short distance from him, I don't deserve your kindness, by George, I don't." And he swore an oath to corroborate his passionate assertion. "Sure?" says Harry. "I have plenty more of 'em. There was no money in that confounded pocketbook which I lost last week. No, sir. There was no money," says Mr. Sampson, dropping his head. "Hello. How do you know, Mr. Chaplain?" asks the young gentleman. "I know because I am a villain, sir. I am not worthy of your kindness. I told you so. I found the book, sir, that night, when you had too much wine at Barb's." "And read the letters?" asked Mr. Warrington, starting up and turning very red. "They told me nothing I did not know, sir," said the chaplain. "You have had spies about you whom you little suspect, from whom you are much too young and simple to be able to keep your secret. Are those stories about Lady Fanny, and my cousin Will and his doings, true then?" inquired Harry. "Yes, they are true," sighed the chaplain. "The house of Castlewood has not been fortunate, sir, since your honour's branch, the elder branch, left it. Sir, you don't dare for to breathe a word against my Lady Maria." Harry cried out. "Oh, not for worlds," says Mr. Sampson, with a queer look at his young friend. "I may think she is too old for your honour, and that 'tis a pity you should not have a wife better suited to your age, though I admit she looks very young for hers, and hath every virtue and accomplishment. She is too old, Sampson." "I know she is," says Mr. Warrington, with much majesty, "but she has my word, and you see, sir, how fond she is of me. Go bring me the letters, sir, which you found, and let me try and forgive you for having seized upon them. My benefactor, let me try and forgive myself," cries Mr. Sampson, and departed towards his chamber, leaving his young patron alone over his wine. Sampson returned presently, looking very pale. "What has happened, sir?" says Harry, with an imperious air. The chaplain held out a pocketbook. "With your name in it, sir," he said. "My brother's name in it," says Harry. "It was George who gave it to me. I kept it in a locked chest, sir, in which I left it this morning before I was taken by those people. Here is the book, sir, but the letters are gone. My trunk and valise have also been tampered with. And I am a miserable, guilty man, unable to make you the restitution which I owe you." Sampson looked the picture of woe as he uttered these sentiments. He clasped his hands together, and almost knelt before Harry in an attitude the most pathetic, who had been in the rooms in Mr. Sampson's and Mr. Warrington's absence. The landlady was ready to go on her knees, and declare that nobody had come in, nor, indeed, was Mr. Warrington's chamber in the least disturbed, nor anything abstracted from Mr. Sampson's scanty wardrobe and possessions, except those papers of which he deplored the absence. Whose interest was it to seize them? Lady Maria's? The poor woman had been a prisoner all day, and during the time when the capture was effected, she certainly was guiltless of the rape of the letters. The sudden seizure of the two case, the house steward's secret journey to London, case, who knew the shoemaker at whose house Sampson lodged in London, and all the secret affairs of the Esmond family, these points, considered together and separately, might make Mr. Sampson think that the Baroness Bernstein was at the bottom of this mischief. But why arrest Lady Maria? The chaplain knew nothing as yet about that letter which her ladyship had lost, for poor Maria had not thought it necessary to confide her secret to him. As for the pocketbook and its contents, Mr. Harry was so swollen up with self-satisfaction that evening, at winning his 3 bets, at rescuing his 2 friends, at the capital premature cold supper of partridges and ancient Burgundy which obsequious Monsieur Barbe had sent over to the young gentleman's lodgings, that he accepted Sampson's vows of contrition, and solemn promises of future fidelity, and reached his gracious hand to the chaplain, and condoned his offence. When the latter swore his great gods, that henceforth he would be Harry's truest, humblest friend and follower, and at any moment would be ready to die for Mr. Warrington, Harry said, majestically, "I think, Sampson, you would, I hope you would. My family, the Esmond family, has always been accustomed to have faithful friends round about 'em and to reward 'em too. The wine's with you, chaplain. What toast do you call, sir?" "I call a blessing on the house of Esmond Warrington," cries the chaplain, with real tears in his eyes. "We are the elder branch, sir. My grandfather was the Marquis of Esmond," says Mr. Harry, in a voice noble but somewhat indistinct. "Here's to you, chaplain, and I forgive you, sir, and God bless you, sir, and if you had been took for 3 times as much, I'd have paid it. Why, what's that I see through the shutters? I'm blessed if the sun hasn't risen again. We have no need of candles to go to bed, ha, ha." And once more extending his blessing to his chaplain, the young fellow went off to sleep. About noon Madame de Bernstein sent over a servant to say that she would be glad if her nephew would come over and drink a dish of chocolate with her, whereupon our young friend rose and walked to his aunt's lodgings. She remarked, not without pleasure, some alteration in his toilette. In his brief sojourn in London he had visited a tailor or 2, and had been introduced by my Lord March to some of his lordship's purveyors and tradesmen. Aunt Bernstein called him my dearest child, and thanked him for his noble, his generous behavior to dear Maria. What a shock that seizure in church had been to her. A still greater shock that she had lost 300 only on the Wednesday night to Lady Yarmouth, and was quite a second's. "Why," said the Baroness, "I had to send Case to London to my agent to get me money to pay. I could not leave Tunbridge in her debt, so Case did go to London?" Says Mr. Harry. "Of course he did. The Baroness of Bernstein can't afford to say she is court dargent. Canst thou lend me some, child? I can give your ladyship £22, said Harry, flushing very red. I have but 44 left till I get my Virginian remittances. I have bought horses and clothes, and been very extravagant, aunt, and rescued your poor relations in distress, you prodigal good boy. No, child, I do not want thy money. I can give thee some. Here is a note upon my agent for £50, Varian. Go and spend it, and be merry. I dare say thy mother will repay me, though she does not love me." And she looked quite affectionate, and held out a pretty hand, which the youth kissed. "Your mother did not love me, but your mother's father did once. Mind, sir, you always come to me when you have need of me." When bent on exhibiting them, nothing could exceed Beatrix Bernstein's grace or good humor. "I can't help loving you, child," she continued, "and yet I am so angry with you that I have scarce the patience to speak to you. So you have actually engaged yourself to poor Maria, who is as old as your mother. What will Madame Esmond say? She may live 300 years, and you will not have wherewithal to support yourselves. I have £10,000 from my father, of my own. Now my poor brother is gone," said Harry. "That will go some way. Why, the interest will not keep you in card money. We must give up cards," says Harry. "It is more than Maria is capable of. She will pawn the coat off your back to play. The rage for it runs in all my brother's family and me too, I own it. I warned you. I prayed you not to play with them, and now a lad of 20 to engage himself to a woman of 42 ! To write letters on his knees and signed with his heart's blood, which he spells like Hartshorn, and say that he will marry no other woman than his adorable cousin, Lady Maria Esmond. Oh, it's cruel, cruel, great heavens." "Madame, who showed you my letter?" asked Harry, burning with a blush again. "An accident. She fainted when she was taken by those bailiffs. Bread cut her laces for her, and when she was carried off, poor thing, we found a little sachet on the floor, which I opened, not knowing in the least what it contained. And in it was Mr. Harry Warrington's precious letter. And here, sir, is the case." A pang shot through Harry's heart. Great heavens! Why didn't she destroy it? He thought. I will give it back to Maria," he said, stretching out his hand for the little locket. "My dear, I have burned the foolish letter," said the old lady. "If you choose to betray me, I must take the consequence. If you choose to write another, I cannot help thee. But, in that case, Harry Esmond, I had rather never see thee again. Will you keep my secret? Will you believe an old woman who loves you and knows the world better than you do? I tell you, if you keep that foolish promise, misery and ruin are surely in store for you. What is a lad like you in the hands of a wily woman of the world, who makes a toy of you? She has entrapped you into a promise, and your old aunt has cut the strings and set you free. Go back again. Betray me if you will, Harry. I am not angry with you, aunt. I wish I were," said Mr. Warrington, with very great emotion. I shall not repeat what you told me, Maria never will, child, mark my words," cried the old lady, eagerly. "She will never own that she has lost that paper. She will tell you that she has it. But I am sure she is very fond of me. You should have seen her last night," faltered Harry. "Must I tell more stories against my own flesh and blood?" sobs out the Baroness. "Child, you do not know her past life, and I must not, and I will not," cries Harry, starting up. "Written or said, it does not matter which. But my word is given. They may play with such things in England, but we gentlemen of Virginia don't break hem. If she holds me to my word, she shall have me. If we are miserable, as I dare say we shall be, I'll take a firelock, and go join the King of Prussia, or let a ball put an end to me. I have no more to say. Will you be pleased to ring that bell? I wish you a good morning, Mr. Warrington," and dropping a very stately curtsy, the old lady rose on her tortoise-shell stick, and turned towards the door. But, as she made her first step, she put her hand to her heart, sank on the sofa again, and shed the first tears that had dropped for long years from Beatrix Esmond's eyes. Harry was greatly moved, too. He knelt down by her. He seized her cold hand, and kissed it. He told her, in his artless way, how very keenly he had felt her love for him, and how, with all his heart, he returned it. "Ah, aunt," said he, "you don't know what a villain I feel myself. When you told me, just now, how that paper was burned, oh, I was ashamed to think how glad I was." He bowed his comely head over her hand. She felt hot drops from his eyes raining on it. She had loved this boy. For half a century past never, perhaps, in the course of her whole worldly life, had she felt a sensation so tender and so pure. The hard heart was wounded now, softened, overcome. She put her 2 hands on his shoulders, and lightly kissed his forehead. "You will not tell her what I have done, child?" she said. He declared never. Never. And Mrs. Brett, entering at her mistress's summons, found the nephew and aunt in this sentimental attitude. Chapter 40, in which Harry pays off an old debt, and incurs some new ones. Our Tunbridge friends were now weary of the Wells, and eager to take their departure. When the autumn should arrive, Bath was Madame de Bernstein's mark. There were more cards, company, life, there. She would reach it after paying a few visits to her country friends. Harry promised, with rather a bad grace, to ride with Lady Maria and the chaplain to Castlewood. Again they passed by Oakhurst village, and the hospitable house where Harry had been so kindly entertained. Maria made so many keen remarks about the young ladies of Oakhurst, and their setting their caps at Harry, and the mother's evident desire to catch him for one of them, that, somewhat in a pet, Mr. Warrington said he would pass his friend's door, as her ladyship disliked and abused them, and was very haughty and sulky that evening at the inn where they stopped, some few miles farther on the road. At supper, my Lady Maria's smiles brought no corresponding good humour to Harry's face. Her tears, which her ladyship had at command, did not seem to create the least sympathy from Mr. Warrington. To her querulous remarks he growled a surly reply, and my lady was obliged to go to bed at length without getting a single tete-a-tete with her cousin, that obstinate chaplain, as if by order, persisting in staying in the room. Had Harry given Sampson orders to remain? She departed with a sigh. He bowed her to the door with an obstinate politeness, and consigned her to the care of the landlady and her maid. What horse was that which galloped out of the inn-yard 10 minutes after Lady Maria had gone to her chamber? An hour after her departure from their supper-room, Mrs. Betty came in for her lady's bottle of smelling salts, and found Parson Sampson smoking a pipe alone. Mr. Warrington was gone to bed or was gone to fetch a walk in the moonlight. How should he know where Mr. Harry was? Sampson answered, in reply to the maid's interrogatories. Mr. Warrington was ready to set forward the next morning, and took his place by the side of Lady Maria's carriage. But his brow was black, the dark spirit was still on him. He hardly spoke to her during the journey. Great heavens! She must have told him that she stole it, thought Lady Maria within her own mind. The fact is, that, as they were walking up that steep hill which lies about 3 miles from Oakhurst, on the Westerham road, Lady Maria Esmond, leaning on her fond youth's arm, and indeed very much in love with him, had warbled into his ear the most sentimental vows, protests, and expressions of affection. As she grew fonder, he grew colder. As she looked up in his face, the sun shone down upon hers, which, fresh and well preserved as it was, yet showed some of the lines and wrinkles of toscore years, and poor Harry, with that arm leaning on his, felt it intolerably weighty, and by no means relished his walk up the hill. To think that all his life, that drag was to be upon him. It was a dreary look forward, and he cursed the moonlight walk, and the hot evening, and the hot wine which had made him give that silly pledge by which he was fatally bound. Maria's praises and raptures annoyed Harry beyond measure. The poor thing poured out scraps of the few plays which she knew that had reference to her case, and strove with her utmost power to charm her young companion. She called him, over and over again, her champion, her Henrico, her preserver, and vowed that his Melinda would be ever, ever faithful to him. She clung to him. "Ah, child! Have I not thy precious image, thy precious hair, thy precious writing here?" she said, looking in his face. "Shall it not go with me to the grave? It would, sir, right to meet with unkindness from my Henrico." She sighed out. Here was a strange story. Madame Bernstein had given him the little silken case she had burned the hair and the note which the case contained, and Maria had it still on her heart. It was then, at the start which Harry gave, as she was leaning on his arm at the sudden movement as if he would drop hers, that Lady Maria felt her first pang of remorse that she had told a fib, or rather, that she was found out in telling a fib, which is a far more cogent reason for repentance. Heaven help us! If some people were to do penance for telling lies, would they ever be out of sackcloth and ashes? Arrived at Castlewood, Mr. Harry's good humour was not increased. My lord was from home, The ladies also were away. The only member of the family whom Harry found was Mr. Will, who returned from partridge shooting just as the chaise and cavalcade reached the gate, and who turned very pale when he saw his cousin, and received a sulky scowl of recognition from the young Virginian. Nevertheless, he thought to put a good face on the matter, and they met at supper, where, before my Lady Maria, their conversation was at first civil, but not lively. Mr. Will had been to some races? To several. He had been pretty successful in his bets. Mr. Warrington hopes. Pretty well. And you have brought back my horse sound? Asked Mr. Warrington. Your horse? What horse? Asked Mr. Will. What horse? My horse. Says Mr. Harry, curtly. Protest I don't understand you, says Will. The brown horse for which I played you, and which I won of you the night before you rode away upon it, says Mr. Warrington, sternly. You remember the horse, Mr. Esmond. Mr. Warrington, I perfectly well remember playing you for a horse, which my servant handed over to you on the day of your departure. The chaplain was present at our play. Mr. Sampson, will you be umpire between us? Mr. Warrington said, with much gentleness. I'm bound to decide that Mr. Warrington played for the brown horse, says Mr. Sampson. Well, he got the other one, said sulky Mr. Will, with a grin, and sold it for 30 shillings. Said Mr. Warrington, always preserving his calm tone. Will was waggish. 30 shillings? And a devilish good price, too, for the broken needle drip. Ha, ha, not a word more. 'Tis only a question about a bet, my dear Lady Maria. Shall I serve you some more chicken? Nothing could be more studiously courteous and gay than Mr. Warrington was, so long as the lady remained in the room. When she rose to go, Harry followed her to the door, and closed it upon her with the most courtly bow of farewell. He stood at the closed door for a moment, and then he bade the servants retire. When those menials were gone, Mr. Warrington locked the heavy door before them, and pocketed the key. As it clicked in the lock, Mr. Will, who had been sitting over his punch, looking now and then askance at his cousin, asked, with one of the oaths which commonly garnished his conversation, what the Mr. Warrington meant by that. I guess there's going to be a quarrel, said Mr. Warrington, blandly, and there is no use in having these fellows look on at rows between their betters. Who is going to quarrel here, I should like to know? Asked Will, looking very pale, and grasping a knife. Mr. Sampson, you were present when I played Mr. Will 50 guineas against his brown horse, against his horse. Bawls out Mr. Will, I am not such a something fool as you take me for, says Mr. Warrington, although I do come from Virginia. And he repeated his question, Mr. Sampson, you were here when I played the Honourable William Esmond, Esquire, 50 guineas against his brown horse. I must own it, sir, says the chaplain, with a deprecatory look towards his lord's brother. I don't own no such a thing, says Mr. Will, with rather a forced laugh. No, sir, because it costs you no more pains to lie than to cheat, said Mr. Warrington, walking up to his cousin. Hands off, Mr. Chaplain, and see fair play. Because you are no better than a exclamation mark, no better than a what we can't say, and shall never know, for as Harry uttered the exclamation, his dear cousin flung a wine bottle at Mr. Warrington's head, who bobbed just in time, so that the missile flew across the room, and broke against the wainscot opposite, breaking the face of a pictured ancestor of the Esmond family, and then itself against the wall, whence it spurted a pint of good port wine over the chaplain's face and flowered wig. Great heavens, gentlemen, I pray you to be quiet, cried the parson, dripping with gore, but gentlemen are not inclined at some moments to remember the commands of the church. The bottle having failed, Mr. Esmond seized a large silver-handled knife and drove at his cousin. But Harry caught up the other's right hand with his left, as he had seen the boxers do at Marylebone, and delivered a rapid blow upon Mr. Esmond's nose, which sent him reeling up against the oak panels, and I dare say caused him to see 10,000 illuminations. He dropped his knife in his retreat against the wall, which his rapid antagonist kicked under the table. Now Will, too, had been at Marylebone and Hockley in the hole, and after a gasp for breath and a glare over his bleeding nose at his enemy, he dashed forward his head as though it had been a battering ram, intending to project it into Mr. Henry Warrington's stomach. This manoeuvre Harry had seen, too, on his visit to Marylebone, and amongst the negroes upon the maternal estate, who would meet in combat like two concussioned cannonballs, each harder than the other. But Harry had seen and marked the civilized practice of the white man. He skipped aside, and, saluting his advancing enemy with a tremendous blow on the right ear, felled him, so that he struck his head against the heavy oak table and sank lifeless to the ground. Chaplain, you will bear witness that it has been a fair fight, said Mr. Warrington, still quivering with the excitement of the combat. but striving with all his might to restrain himself and look cool. And he drew the key from his pocket and opened the door in the lobby, behind which 3 or 4 servants were gathered. A crash of broken glass, a cry, a shout, an oath or two, had told them that some violent scene was occurring within, and they entered, and behold 2 victims bedabbled with red, the chaplain bleeding port wine, and the Honourable William Esmond, Esquire, stretched in his own gore. "Mr. Sampson will bear witness that I struck fair, and that Mr. Esmond hit the first blow," said Mr. Warrington. "Undo his neckcloth, somebody, he may be dead, and get a fleam, Gumbo, and bleed him. Stop. He is coming to himself. Lift him up, you, and tell a maid to wash the floor." Indeed, in a minute, Mr. Will did come to himself. First his eyes rolled about, or rather, I am ashamed to say, his eye, one having been closed by Mr. Warrington's first blow. First, then, his eye rolled about, then he gasped and uttered an inarticulate moan or two, then he began to swear and curse very freely and articulately. "He is getting well," said Mr. Warrington. "Oh, praise be Mussy," sighs the sentimental Betty. "Ask him, Gumbo, whether he would like any more?" said Mr. Warrington, with a stern humour. "Massa Harry say, will you like any more?" asked obedient Gumbo, bowing over the prostrate gentleman. "No, curse you, you black devil," says Mr. Will, hitting up at the black object before him. "So he nearly cut my tongue into in my mouth," Gumbo explained to the pitying Betty. "No, that is, yes. You infernal Mohawk. Why does not somebody kick him out of the place?" "Because nobody dares, Mr. Esmond," says Mr. Warrington, with great state, arranging his ruffled ruffles. "And nobody won't neither," growled the men. They had all grown to love Harry, whereas Mr. Will had nobody's good word. "We know all's fair, sir. It ain't the first time Master William have been served so, and I hope it won't be the last," cries shrill Betty. "To go for to strike a poor black gentleman so." Mr. Will had gathered himself up by this time, had wiped his bleeding face with a napkin, and was skulking off to bed. Surely it's manners to say good night to the company. "Good night, Mr. Esmond," says Mr. Warrington, whose jokes, though few, were not very brilliant, but the honest lad relished the brilliant sally and laughed at it inwardly. "He's at his zopper, and he goes to bed," says Betty, in her native dialect, at which everybody laughed outright, except Mr. William, who went away leaving a black fume of curses, as it were, rolling out of it funnel, his mouth. It must be owned that Mr. Warrington continued to be witty the next morning. He sent a note to Mr. Will begging to know whether he was for a ride to town or anywheres else. If he was for London, that he would frighten the highwayman on Hounslow Heath, and look a very genteel figure at the chocolate house. Which letter, I fear, Mr. Will received with his usual violence, requesting the writer to go to some place not Hounslow, and, besides the parley between Will and Harry, there comes a maiden simpering to Mr. Warrington's door, and Gumbo advances, holding something white and triangular in his ebon fingers. Harry knew what it was well enough. "Of course it's a letter," groans he. "Melinda greets her Enrico, etc., etc., etc. No sleep has she known that night," and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. Has Enrico slept well in the halls of his fathers? And so we ate her, and so we ate her. He must never quarrel and be so cruel again. Kaitaloipa. And I protest I shan't quote any more of this letter. Tablets, golden ones, are ye now faded leaves? Where is the juggler who transmuted you, and why is the glamour over? After the little scandal with Cousin Will, Harry's dignity would not allow him to stay longer at Castlewood. He wrote a majestic letter to the lord of the mansion, explaining the circumstances which had occurred, and, as he called in Parson Sampson to supervise the document, no doubt it contained none of those eccentricities in spelling which figured in his ordinary correspondence at this period. He represented to poor Maria, that after blackening the eye and damaging the nose of a son of the house, he should remain in it with a very bad grace, and she was forced to acquiesce in the opinion that, for the present, his absence would best become him. Of course, she wept plentiful tears at parting with him. He would go to London, and see younger beauties. He would find none who would love him like his fond Maria. I fear Mr. Warrington did not exhibit any profound emotion on leaving her. Nay, he cheered up immediately after he crossed Castlewood Bridge, and made his horses whisk over the road at 10 miles an hour. He sang to them to go along. He nodded to the pretty girls by the roadside. He chucked my landlady under the chin. He certainly was not inconsolable. Truth is, he longed to be back in London again, to make a figure at St. James's, at Newmarket, wherever the men of fashion congregated. All that petty Tunbridge society of women and card-playing seemed child's play to him now he had tasted the delight of London life. By the time he reached London again, almost all the £44 which we have seen that he possessed at Tunbridge had slipped out of his pocket, and further supplies were necessary. Regarding these he made himself presently easy. There were the two sums of £5,000 in his own and his brother's name, of which he was the master. He would take up a little money, and with a run or two of good luck at play he could easily replace it. Meantime he must live in a manner becoming his station, and it must be explained to Madame Esmond that a gentleman of his rank cannot keep fitting company, and appear as becomes him in society, upon a miserable pittance of 200 a year. Mr. Warrington sojourned at the Bedford Coffee House as before, but only for a short while. He sought out proper lodgings at the court end of the town, and fixed on some apartments in Bond Street, where he and Gumbo installed themselves, his horses standing at a neighbouring livery stable. And now tailors, mercers, and shoemakers were put in requisition. Not without a pang of remorse, he laid aside his mourning and figured in a laced hat and waistcoat. Gumbo was always dexterous in the art of dressing hair, and with a little powder flung into his fair locks Mr. Warrington's head was as modish as that of any gentleman in the Mall. He figured in the ring in his phaeton. Reports of his great wealth had long since preceded him to London, and not a little curiosity was excited about the fortunate Virginian, until our young friend could be balloted for at the proper season. My Lord March had written down his name for the club at White's Chocolate House, as a distinguished gentleman from America. There were as yet but few persons of fashion in London, but with a pocket full of money at 21, a young fellow can make himself happy even out of the season, and Mr. Harry was determined to enjoy. He ordered Mr. Draper, then, to sell £500 of his stock. What would his poor mother have said had she known that the young spendthrift was already beginning to dissipate his patrimony? He dined at the tavern, he supped at the club, where Jack Morris introduced him, with immense eulogiums, to such gentlemen as were in town. Life and youth and pleasure were before him, the wine was set a-running, and the eager lad was greedy to drink. Do you see, far away in the west yonder, the pious widow at her prayers for her son? Behind the trees at Oakhurst a tender little heart, too, is beating for him, perhaps. When the prodigal son was awake carousing, were not love and forgiveness still on the watch for him? Amongst the unedited letters of the late Lord Orford, there is one which the present learned editor, Mr. Peter Cunningham, has omitted from his collection, doubting possibly the authenticity of the document. Nay, I myself have only seen a copy of it in the Warrington papers in Madame Esmond's prim handwriting, and noted Mr. H. Walpole's account of my son Henry at London, and of Baroness Tusher, wrote to General Conway, Arlington Street, Friday night. I have come away, child, for a day or two from my devotions to Our Lady of Strawberry. Have I not been on my knees to her these 3 weeks, and aren't the poor old joints full of rheumatism? A fit took me that I would pay London a visit, that I would go to Vauxhall and Ranelagh. Coy. May I not have my rattle as well as other elderly babies? Suppose, after being so long virtuous, I take a fancy to cakes and ale, shall your reverence say nay to me? George Selwyn and Tony Storer and your humble servant took boat at Westminster t'other night. Was it Tuesday? No, Tuesday I was with their graces of Norfolk, who are just from Tunbridge. It was Wednesday. How should I know? Wasn't I dead drunk with a whole pint of lemonade I took at White's? The Norfolk folk had been entertaining me on Tuesday with the account of a young savage Iroquois, Choctaw, or Virginian, who has lately been making a little noise in our quarter of the globe. He is an offshoot of that disreputable family of Esmond, Castlewood, of whom all the men are gamblers and spendthrifts, and all the women, well, I shan't say the word, lest Lady Aylesbury should be looking over your shoulder. Both the late lords, my father told me, were in his pay, and the last one, a beau of Queen Anne's reign, from a viscount advanced to be an earl through the merits and intercession of his notorious old sister Bernstein, late Tusher, née Esmond, a great beauty, too, of her day, a favourite of the old Pretender. She sold his secrets to my papa, who paid her for them, and being nowise particular in her love for the Stuarts, came over to the august Hanoverian house at present reigning over us. Will Horace Walpole's tongue never stop scandal? Says your wife over your shoulder. I kiss your ladyship's hand. I'm dumb. The Bernstein is a model of virtue. She had no good reasons for marrying her father's chaplain. Many of the nobility omit the marriage altogether. She wasn't ashamed of being Mrs. Tusher, and didn't take a German Baroncino for a second husband, whom nobody out of Hanover ever saw. The Yarmouth bears no malice. Esther and Vashti are very good friends, and have been cheating each other at Tunbridge at cards all this summer. And what has all this to do with the Iroquois? Says your ladyship. The Iroquois has been at Tunbridge, too, not cheating, perhaps, but winning vastly. They say he has bled Lord March of thousands, Lord March, by whom so much blood hath been shed, that he has quarrelled with everybody, fought with everybody, rode over everybody, been fallen in love with by everybody's wife except Mr. Conway's, and not excepting her present Majesty, the Countess of England, Scotland, France and Ireland, Queen of Walmoden and Yarmouth, whom heaven preserve to us, you know, an offensive little creature, de Parliament, one Jack Morris, who skips in and out of all the houses of London. When we were at Vauxhall, Mr. Jack gave us a nod under the shoulder of a pretty young fellow enough, on whose arm he was leaning, and who appeared hugely delighted with the enchantments of the garden. Lord, how he stared at the fireworks! Gods, how he hutsayed at the singing of a horrible painted wench who shrieked the ears off my head. A twopenny string of glass beads and strip of tawdry cloth are treasures in Iroquois land, and our savage valued them accordingly. A buzz went about the place that this was the fortunate youth. He won 300 at White's last night very genteelly from Rockingham and my precious nephew, and here he was bellowing and hutsaying over the music so as to do you good to hear. I do not love a puppet show, but I love to treat children to one, Miss Conway. I present your ladyship my compliments, and hope we shall go and see the dolls together. When the singing woman came down from her throne, Jack Morris must introduce my Virginian to her. I saw him blush up to the eyes, and make her, upon my word, a very fine bow, such as I had no idea was practiced in wigwams. There is a certain Jenny squaw about her, and that's why the savage likes her, George said, a joke certainly not as brilliant as a firework. After which it seemed to me that the savage and the savages retired together. Having had a great deal too much to eat and drink 3 hours before, my partners must have chicken and rack punch at Vauxhall, where George fell asleep straightway, and for my sins I must tell Tony Storer what I knew about this Virginian's amiable family, especially some of the Bernstein's antecedents, and the history of another elderly beauty of the family, a certain Lady Maria, who was with the late Prince of Wales. What did I say? I protest not half of what I knew, and of course not a 10th part of what I was going to tell, for who should start out upon us but my savage, this time quite red in the face, and in his war paint. The wretch had been drinking fire water in the next box. He cocked his hat, clapped his hand to his sword, asked which of the gentlemen was it that was maligning his family, so that I was obliged to entreat him not to make such a noise, lest he should wake my friend, Mr. George Selwyn. And I added, I assure you, sir, I had no idea that you were near me, and most sincerely apologize for giving you pain. The Huron took his hand off his tomahawk at this pacific rejoinder, made a bow not ungraciously, said he could not, of course, ask more than an apology from a gentleman of my age, merci, monsieur, and, hearing the name of Mr. Selwyn, made another bow to George, and said he had a letter to him from Lord March, which he had the ill fortune to mislay. George has put him up for the club, it appears, in conjunction with March, and no doubt these 3 lambs will fleece each other. Meanwhile, my pacified savage sate down with us, and buried the hatchet in another bowl of punch, for which these gentlemen must call. Heaven help us. 'Tis 11 o'clock, and here comes Bedson with my gruel. H. W. To the Honourable H. S. Conway.